Good morning, Chatty Ho.
Chatty gang. Ramsey gets the belt on this Monday. Dude, that was crazy. Flage's brother jumping on the court was so funny.
That was not okay.
He is an idiot for doing that. Like, I respect wanting to protect your sibling, but
Who just chucked a girl?
who just got chucked.
Oh, that's who got chucked?
Yeah.
I thought his sister was a tall girl.
No,
that did the chucking.
No, I think his sister was the one who got chucked.
Oh. Huh. Weird.
What up, Mac? What's up, David?
No.
Bro, it's crazy.
Join us. Oh, yeah, I met Weezy last night.
Oh, nice.
He literally came over to say hi to Ramsey, was talking to, and then was like, I was like, oh, hi.
It's like, oh. What up, Adam? What's up, John?
Let's see.
Zabo? What's up, Serial Guy Zero? All right, here we go. Let's party. Oh, yeah. Hey, happy Monday.
Good morning,
Vibes
Kyle.
are good right now.
They are good.
Yeah. Just hanging out. I got some new headphones courtesy of you. Thank you.
I love it.
These are very nice. They're not broken, which my last headphones definitely were.
They're saucy. They've got personality.
That's they're definitely more distinguished than the typical just black circle headphones I wear.
Yeah, they look like they've got like plush, brown lining. Yeah.
Oh, that's why our mics were super low. It sounded weird, and I'd go, "Oh, it might be the headphones." Then I look over, and it's because
you didn't turn up.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's
volume.
We've got a boatload to talk about today. We have another bad Kings loss. Although, is it a bad Kings loss if it's just the norm now?
They're like Popeye. They are who they are, who they are, who they are.
Yeah, dude. I mean,
yeah.
I don't have it in me to come in here and be like, that's a team you should beat. Nah, man. We're 63 games into this thing. We're just riding the lightning.
There is no team they should beat. There is no team that they should lose to except for the Celtics.
Yep.
There's one team in the league that you should lose to. I mean, you can throw the Pelicans in there because they will lose to them, but
sure.
But outside of that, there's no team that that we should beat or could beat.
Nope,
there just isn't.
They're just around.
That's right,
and that is most teams in the NBA right now.
So, it is.
I mean, I don't. If you're looking for fire somebody or change this lineup or that, I don't got it for you today. Sorry. Well, we will have some stuff from Kings Rockets. The 49ers are already active in free agency. They are going to release Eric Armstead instead of having Armstead take a pay cut. They approached him about a pay cut. He said, no, thank you. I'll take free agency. We will dive into that. Free agent quarterbacks are finding homes. The legal negotiating window is open in the NFL. So we have a million things to get to. But let's start at the top. Let's start with some shooty baskets. Would you consider the Rockets just a bad matchup for the Kings? Is this one of those? Was last night to you an indicator of, hey, this team's just going to be a problem for the next 4 or 5 years?
Oh no, they're going to be a problem because they've done a really nice job of building out a roster with long, athletic, super physical players. They have an identity, which is to play defense the right way, which is something that just kills Mike Brown. That Emi Udoka has his identity built, and he can't get his identity built.
Sure,
but that goes to when you have a Dylan Brooks and you have a Cam Whitmore and you have a Fred VanVleet and these guys that are known as physical players.
Mm-hmm.
And then you surround them, you put them all around like a crazy centerpiece in Alperen Şengün,
Mm-hmm.
who that looked about as bad as it could
That was
be last night.
That was tough.
I'm bummed out for him. We'll see what's going to happen here in the coming hours with him, but I'm going to guess that potential blown out knee, potential broken bones in the lower leg. That was one of the more graphic, like, holy, oh, that's not bad. I mean, that's not good at all. To see a player get wheeled off in a wheelchair was not good. Anyway, they just built a team the right way. They've gotten lucky here and there. Even some of their swings at the top haven't really worked out yet, but you can see sort of the outline of what a guy like Jabari Smith Jr. can be, or what Jalen Green can be. But then you have these other pieces that are just like super physical, and the Kings don't do well with super physical.
You know what I love that the Rockets did this year specifically with their team building is they got adults in the room early. They went and got Fred VanVleet. They went and got Dillon Brooks. They went and got Jeff Green. And they surrounded these guys, Alperen Şengün, Jalen Green, Jabari Smith Jr., all these guys you just talked about. Cam Whitmore, I think, can play. They surrounded them immediately with Fred VanVleet, NBA champion, Jeff Green, NBA champion. Dillon Brooks has certainly been around. But they're now building this culture, this kind of tough guy, gritty, physical culture. And they're doing that with players who they have established themselves in the NBA as that. And instead of going, hey, Jalen Green and Cam Whitmore and Jabari Smith and Alperen Şengün, be this way. You went, hey, here's some guys who are going to be that way. And this is what the direction we want this team to go moving forward. And I love that they did that.
Yeah, I thought it was a year too early, but now that you see it in actuality, it makes sense, because I think there's a lot of teams that try this too early. The Kings did it years ago. They had all of these young players, and they bring in George Hill, Vince Carter, and Zach Randolph. Like, we're going to do this, right? It was too early. But what I think we've seen with Houston is having a guy like Şengün who plays years beyond his experience in the league. That's a big deal. And then you're trying to support these other players with the right type of attitude, the right type of pieces. And like, look, Dillon Brooks has a lot of flaws, right? As a human, as a player, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't have like a tremendous amount of value in the right situation.
Yep.
And again, if you're going to choose between him and Kyle Kuzma, which is kind of one of the things they did this summer, I would take him, because he's at least going to bring a physicality. And like, I don't think there is I don't want Dillon Brooks around my young players. Whatever happened there in Memphis, that was a cultural issue that they had as a whole. Like, you can't blame Dillon Brooks because John Morant goes out and waves guns on Instagram like an idiot.
Sure.
So, but that's kind of how they handled things. Like, oh, it's Dillon Brooks is not coming back. It's like, oh, but the guy who keeps getting suspended by the league gets to come back.
Sure.
So I think it's interesting. And then next season, when they get Steven Adams back, if he does actually ever play again, I'm not sure that he will. But when they do get Steven Adams back, that's going to be a really, really stout team.
It's a tough team.
Yeah. I don't know if it can play the right way together. Like, you're still going to have to sift through pieces. But this is one of the few times that I've seen a team marry like two timelines, like really, really, really well.
Yeah.
And the young guys are buying in, and they're getting good.
I'll tell you what, I was super out this offseason on the Kings getting Dillon Brooks.
Yeah.
Just out, flat out. I wanted no parts of it, not even on a minimum. Keep that guy away. I'm gonna, wasn't wrong. I'm just changed my mind on that.
Okay.
Like, because it wasn't really I don't know. That was the wrong take to have.
Yeah.
I just, in retrospect, because I think a player like Dillon Brooks would do the Kings a lot of good.
Yeah. The Kings now have to like go into this offseason looking for the Dillon Brooks of the world, but they always have. That's been a problem since probably like Ron Artest left. Like, they tried this again and again. They like tried to bring in Reggie Evans, You know, they try to
Reggie Evans.
They try to bring in these guys, but like 36-year-old Reggie Evans doesn't have the same juice. So they've tried to do this in the past where you're trying to get these physical players, but there's a fine line between being a physical player and being a functional NBA player.
Yes.
And
that's a great
like,
point.
yeah, the Kings they've got to find those guys for sure, because having soft players, having players that disappear for long stretches, having, players that just can't match the physicality of their opponent. That's a problem that just keeps happening. I thought, like physically, Harrison Barnes last night, okay, he brought it. Like there was some, him and Dylan Brooks going at it.
Yeah.
Then they just went away from it. And that's one of the problems. We talked about this with defensive players. It's great to bring in defensive players, but if the defensive players aren't good enough to play, then it doesn't matter. Like you can't get better defensively with defensive players sitting on your bench.
Yeah.
That's not the way it works. And I'd say the same thing with physicality. Like if you're going to go get physical players, they have to be, you're a good team. Those players have to be able to start or hold their own for 30 minutes a night on a good team.
Yep.
And so it's not just, hey, let's find a physical player, because you can go to the G League and find a couple of hacks that can come in and start slamming into everybody.
Sure.
But there needs to be some sort of accountability and what's next.
Yeah, no doubt. We will continue diving into that and talk about what went wrong in that Kings Rockets game, coming up with 6 quick thoughts here in about 5 minutes. But let's get to some NFL stuff real quick. Some stuff that happened over the weekend, some stuff that happened this morning. The NFL's legal negotiating window for free agency opened at 9 a.m. this morning. So teams can now talk to free agents who are still under contract with their team. So if they've been released already this offseason, they've been able to sign whenever. But if they have not been released, they are technically not out from under their contract until the new league year begins at 1 o'clock on Wednesday. So you can agree to contracts now, but they can't actually be signed just yet. So far today, some notable ones. Where are we at? DeAndre Swift going to the Bears. Running back DeAndre Swift going from the Eagles to the Bears on a 3-year deal. We're up to $24.5 million. Another running back, Tony Pollard, signing with the Titans on a 3-year, $24 million deal. And then the 49ers are signing quarterback Brandon Allen. Brandon Allen back in the building as QB2 or QB3. We'll dive into that a little bit later. The big one, though, is the Eric Armstead release. I thought that was something that always could have happened this year. They're designating it a post June 1st release, so he'll be able to sign now, but the cap hit won't come in until after June 1. As a post June 1st release, they save $18 million against the cap this year by releasing Armstead. They wanted him to take a pay cut. He said, I'll search free agency instead. And I'm fascinated to see how that goes for him. I'm really rooting for him.
Oh yeah.
But I don't know if that massive deal is going to be out there, or maybe it's just a principle thing for him.
Well, I think he wanted to see what deal is out there.
Sure.
And I don't blame him. And there's a possibility for a reunion, I would assume. Like he's a great 49er. I mean, 9 years with the program. I mean, you want that 10th year. We do have former Texans pass rusher Jonathan Greenard signed a 4-year, $76 million deal, $42 million guaranteed with the Vikings. That means Danielle Hunter is probably looking for a new spot.
Yeah. Danielle Hunter is a name that Mike Silver brought up. Silver did a thread on Twitter yesterday. One of those ones that it's not reporting, but it's some educated guessing and some thoughts. And Danielle Hunter was a name he brought up, and that's what I'm interested to see from the 49ers specifically. And we'll get into the Raiders free agency stuff coming up as well. But I'm interested to see at defensive end, if you're going to talk about your defensive line as the tip of the spear on defense, you can't roll out there this year with Javon Hargrave, who was really disappointing this season, I thought, and Nick Bosa, and then nothing else.
Yeah.
They have to go make a significant signing. And if you're clearing all this cap space, that to me is where you got to use it.
I agree.
Yeah. So Russell Wilson signing a 1-year deal with the Steelers. And then Baker Mayfield signing back with the Bucks on a 3-year deal worth up to $100 million. We will discuss those two signings as it pertains to the Raiders quarterback options coming up in a bit as well. We'll have tons of NFL news for you today. As it comes out, we will have it for you. We'll break it all down. Of course, Raiders, 49ers, the big names across the NFL. We'll have it all for you right here on ESPN 1320. But let's put a pin in that briefly, and let's dive deep on this Kings 112-104 loss to the Rockets. We'll have 6 quick thoughts with James Ham coming up next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
Hi, Spencer. Someone was in here talking about Steven Adams. Adams is on the Rockets.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
What trade was that?
It was more of a salary dump, I think.
Yeah, they sent him and they like swapped.
Yeah, let me
Not
look.
for the life of me remember what that deal was.
Yeah. I really like Adams, but at 30, and he hasn't played in a year and a half because of a knee injury that went south, I just don't know. He was traded by the Memphis Grizzlies to the Houston Rockets for Victor Oladipo, a 2024 second rounder.
That's what it was.
2024 second rounder, 2025 second rounder. Huh. Yeah, interesting. Adam L., do you really think the $8 million a year for Swift is crazy? Swift is really good.
He's a good player.
Yeah.
The Bears also have an S-load of cap space. They got $62.7 million.
I thought they spent some yesterday.
I know $8 million a year for a good running back is something I think I'll take.
I think that's going to be sort of the going rate now for most running backs. Like the 8 capping out at 10, unless you have like the elite of the elite who's going to make a little bit more, but not much.
And loading. 2 minutes.
This is a good question, Kyle.
Hang on, real quick. Yeah, 8. This is funny. The running back contracts. Austin Eckler is at 6.1, and then it immediately jumps to all the guys who got tagged last year on their APY. And then there's Christian McCaffrey. Oh, no, excuse me. Hang on. This is free agency. That's not what I wanted. Sorry. I told you guys the wrong info. What an asshole.
Tom.
There we go.
If for some reason go ahead.
Nothing for a running back.
Yeah.
Not nothing, but.
Well, I mean, isn't the cap
Nick
200
Chubb's
million?
At 12.2. Jonathan Taylor's at 14. Alvin Kamara's at 15. Christian McCaffrey's at 16. James Conner's getting 7, which is a great. Yeah, 8 a year for a running back is not bad in my opinion.
Brandon Ingram would be someone the Kings would. I mean, I would assume would try to pursue. I just don't believe that he's going to be put on the block. There are a lot of players who don't play through injury, which the Kings don't have those guys, which is why they don't have a bunch of games missed due to injury. Oh,
30 seconds.
Steven Castaneda thinks that Josh Jacobs is going to Dallas.
Unless Derrick Henry goes to Dallas.
Unless Derrick Henry goes to Dallas. Or Saquon Barkley goes to Dallas.
That'd be tough. It is hilarious how much nicer these headphones are than my old ones.
Sweet.
Like everything sounds better. All right, 5 seconds. Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, that's us. I want to remind you that you can hit us up, 916-909-1320. Actually, I'm not sure if I've unlocked the phones yet, and that's in the other room, so I can't go do that right now.
This might be a day where we don't unlock the phones because we're so busy.
It's a great point.
I mean, Gabe Davis just signed with the Jaguars.
Has anybody in NFL history, aside from Matt Flynn, generated more buzz off one game and then failed as spectacularly? Again, aside from Matt Flynn, who had that huge game against Green Bay, against Detroit when he was with Green Bay, signed a huge deal with the Seahawks, and then got beat out by Russell Wilson in his first year there. Gabe Davis had that huge playoff game in Kansas City where he caught like 4 touchdowns in that epic game where the Chiefs tied it with 13 seconds left. Gabe Dave had a huge game that day. And the next season going in, especially with fantasy analysts, it was like, get Gabe Davis. Gabe Davis, oh my God. And he has not been a super effective player since.
Yeah, he's not great. I would say the one other guy is Larry Brown when he won the Super Bowl MVP and then signed a massive deal with the Raiders, and it was like, oh, that was an overpay, and it ended up being an overpay and an overpay, and it's like, oh no.
Yeah, that someone said Matt Castle almost. Matt Castle had a really good season with the Patriots, though. I think they went 11-5 and missed the playoffs.
Yeah,
year Tom Brady got hurt.
I'm
talking like one game.
They dealt Mac Jones yesterday, didn't they? Or they're about to?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe to the Jags.
Oh, all right. That makes sense. Yeah, it's either the Jags or Carolina. Like, there's always someone willing.
Did I have a fever dream? Did I make that up? That he got traded to the Jags?
No, I remember seeing, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Jacksonville native.
We got Doris Armstrong, defensive tackle, is close to finalizing a deal with the Commanders, leaving the Dallas Cowboys.
Sure. Dorrance Armstrong, Kansas legend.
There you go.
I liked him a lot in the draft. A little bit disappointing, but still an effective player for sure. Let's get to the Kings game from last night. Want to dive in? 6 quick thoughts?
Let's do it.
Here we go.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go? Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
Hey, 6 quick thoughts brought to you by nobody yet. Reach out if you want to sponsor the segment.
Could be you.
Investors? Possibly. I need that as a drop. All right. Quick thought number 1, James.
Not great. Domantas Sabonis almost posted a double-double in the first and finished the night with 25 points, 15 rebounds, and 8 assists. On the downside, he killed the team with 9 turnovers. Every once in a while, Kyle, Sabonis has one of these games, and you just got to deal with it.
Yep.
There's no way to win a game that I can remember when you have a single player having 9 turnovers. He had 9 of the team's 12 turnovers.
Yeah, and like you said, that's going to happen sometimes, especially when you have the ball as much as he does. That was just, I mean, maybe a case. Maybe a case of him trying to do too much since everybody else was struggling.
Yeah,
but yeah, you don't love it. Just a key cog in the loss for sure, but there was plenty wrong yesterday.
Yes, definitely. Sabonis turned the ball over, and De'Aaron Fox started settling for too many perimeter jumpers. Once he went cold, the game was over. 18 points, 9 rebounds, but 7 of 21 from the field. Tough look.
It feels like we just talked about this on Friday. How much better De'Aaron has gotten is picking his spots with the 3 ball and the perimeter jumpers. Where, hey, you know what? It's falling tonight, and you might see him go 5 of 11. But then there's games like yesterday where, hey, it wasn't working, and he's been so good at getting into the paint, but then even the mid-range stuff wasn't working, and the stuff in the paint wasn't really good defensive game plan, I think, from Ime Udoka.
Yep.
But the Kings also just had some open shots that didn't go down.
Yeah, they shot the ball poorly. You know what they look like? They look like a team that was on like the 4th night of a back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back. It was like
the dreaded back-to-back-to-back-to-back. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like, hey, where's the energy? Where is the oomph? You're on your home court. 18,000 people showed up again.
Yeah.
And it felt like a lack of, once we got in the second half, like it's almost like they went into halftime and everyone had like a giant burrito from Chipotle.
Yeah. It was like 14 third quarter points, dude.
Yeah. It was like, everyone's like, oh, I need a nap.
I don't understand. I don't get it. But Fox specifically did not have his best game yesterday. for sure. He's been playing really well lately, but yesterday was a little bit of a mess. Number 3.
Aggressive early, disappeared late. Keegan Murray looked like he was ready to put up big numbers, scoring 8 points in the first quarter. He was aggressive. He got to the free throw line, heaven forbid. This is a guy that does not get to the free throw line. He finished the game with 13 points and 6 rebounds. He also got, I don't know what happened late in the game, but he got a little tweaked. So I don't know if it was an ankle or what, but he disappeared for a few minutes, came back. I think he finished the game, but definitely something to keep an eye out for. Keegan Murray, we're going to have a longer discussion about Keegan later in the show, I think.
Yeah. We need to talk about Keegan because we had a whole big discussion just before this stretch of 5 games about how important Keegan Murray's development is for the Kings the rest of the way and beyond. And ever since then, it's been ugly, and we'll discuss that. Yesterday was not necessarily an outlier performance. Number 4.
Gave it a shot. Malik Monk is the Kings' go-to guy off the bench, but the Rockets did a nice job of limiting his game. He came alive late, 20 points, dished out 5 assists. He looked like he was still trying to give it a go and trying to bring his team back. And that's not to say the other guys weren't, but I thought he really showed you the passion. He did not want to get booed.
Yeah, and Fox 40 Sean Cunningham posted a video of Monk going to the bench and kind of having a discussion with the coaches or yelling at somebody as he was going to the bench and then walking into the locker room.
Yep.
Not the locker room. I'm sorry. Not the locker room, into the tunnel. I don't mind that.
I don't either.
I genuinely, at least he gives a damn. That wasn't unwarranted. He didn't get in anybody's face. He didn't push anybody. He didn't hit anybody. There was nothing. He was fired up about, I don't know exactly what. It's like, hey, that's a guy who cares, and he's pissed off, so he's going to go walk into the tunnel for a second. I didn't mind that at all.
Yeah, he was also, at a certain point, he was yelling at the officials too. Sure. And I think he was trying to avoid just getting himself and hurting his team even further. But he also did, come back out and play well.
Let's put a pin in 6 quick thoughts real quick. We've got some breaking news from the Las Vegas Raiders.
Oh.
They're adding one of the top free agent defenders in this year's free agent class. Christian Wilkins, defensive tackle from the Miami Dolphins, is heading to the Raiders, according to Ian Rappaport of NFL Media. He gets a 4-year deal worth $110 million, up to $110 million. That includes $84.75 million guaranteed. That is an excellent signing for Las Vegas.
Yeah.
They badly needed interior defensive line help. I think kind of every team does. But Christian Wilkins is outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, the way to build a good team and a way to support a young coach is to build the coaching staff around him. But front line, defensive line, offensive line, build it out, give him a shot. Give him a shot.
Yeah, Wilkins, very good pass rusher, excellent against the run as well. I love that signing, and I think he's going to be really, really good next to Max Crosby and Malcolm Kuntz as well. All right, number 5, back to 6 quick thoughts. We'll get into the free agency stuff a bit later on. Number 5.
Yeah, fought the good fight. I thought Davion Mitchell didn't stop playing. He played hard on the defensive end. He added 8 points, 3 assists, 2 rebounds off the bench. His rebounding was surprisingly good. I know it's only 2, but he actually tipped out a couple of balls, and then I thought he was flying in trying to help out. Good stuff.
Yeah, man, he has been. There were a lot of times early this year where you'd go, "Whoa, Davion Mitchell played 8 minutes last night." I didn't recognize him at all. You see, he's playing with a lot of force, and you notice when he's on the court. And I thought that was the case yesterday as well. Final one, number 6.
Trouble with the triple. The Kings couldn't shoot from the outside. They shot 6 of 32 from long range. The Rockets ranked 28th in the league at 34.9%, and they roasted the Kings on 12 for 29 shooting. That's not a trend, Kyle. It's an identity.
Yeah, it's a good point.
It is what it is.
It's just kind of the deal at this point. I mean,
just pray you don't face the Golden State Warriors in the playoffs.
Although they lost to the Spurs without Victor Wembanyama and Devin Vassell the other day. So.
Oh, tough look.
So that's where
that's a tough look.
All right, we will continue talking about this. I want to have bigger conversations with you about Keegan Murray and about Davion Mitchell. But let's talk NFL free agency because that is in full swing. The Raiders have made a huge splash. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the 49ers as well. What are we looking for out of free agency from both of the teams? All of that and more coming up on the Insiders. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320. Clear.
T. Higgins has demanded a trade from the Bengals. I like T, but he gets hurt a lot.
I also don't know.
Oh, here's an interesting. Michael Pittman signed a 3-year, $70 million deal. That's probably not good for the Ayuk staying in San Francisco crowd, right?
What do you get? 23.8.
$46 million guaranteed. Deion Dawkins, 3 years to return. Boy, this is going fast. Free agency is fun.
That is. It's flying this year. I love the Christian Wilkins signing, bro.
Yeah, that's really good. Don't go flashy. Just go solid. I mean, like things that you building blocks. That's what I mean. I don't mean, you can go out and spend a bunch of money on players that you think can do this or that, but
61 pressures last year, 10 sacks as an interior defensive lineman. Man, he's a very, very good player.
According to Bovado official, Malik Monk is now your favorite to win the Sixth Man of the Year. He's minus 240. Nas Reed is second at plus 400. Bobby Portis is third at plus 1400. Norman Powell, who I think is going to climb this list, is plus 1400. My thoughts, Warren, on the officiating last night. You know what? Like, officiating is so inconsistent. You got to play through, Like, I get what you're saying there, but you can't have guys get to the free throw line all the time early and then stop being physical and stop, doing what it takes. So,
yeah, it's just such an odd trend.
Well, they're just so inconsistent overall that, you know what I mean? So yeah, the Rockets went 12 of 27. The Kings went 22 of 27. The Kings went 20 of 23. Personal fouls, 20 to 18. I don't know. Like, I know the Rockets do a lot of grabbing, but yeah, the third quarter is just the worst. 32 to 14 in the third.
So, Drew.
After leading by 5 at half. Sabonis had 5 turnovers in the third quarter alone. They had 7 of their 12 in the third.
It was like they started to slip a little bit and then just went, all right, lean into it. Oh, here we go. Hang on.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
The legal negotiating window is open in the NFL. Teams
Bring
are
it on.
agreeing to start. Important thing here, contracts cannot be signed right now.
Okay.
So nothing is official until the start of the league year, which is 1 p.m. on Wednesday. 1 p.m. Pacific time on Wednesday. So nothing's official. The Raiders have agreed to a deal with Christian Wilkins, who is one of the top, maybe depending on who you talk to, the best defender on the market, the best defender left on the market, with all due respect to Daniil Hunter and others. 4 years, $110 million, 84.75 guaranteed. He is 28 years old, just turned 28. He won't be 29 until late in the season. I really, really love this for the Raiders. This is such a quality signing. It's expensive for sure, but you're getting a really good player, one of the 3 or 5 best players at that position, which was a position of need for Las Vegas. You're getting him in his prime. You're not throwing a draft pick at it and crossing your fingers that it works out. You're like, no, this is a proven NFL caliber player. You're paying to bring him in. And I think this is a great start for new GM Tom Telesco.
Yeah, to me, you have to start building out your line. That's how great teams are built. And I'm not sure what Miami was doing, allowing him out the door. And, because it's not like their defense is good. Their defense is sketch, and they don't need to lose defenders. They need to add defenders. And losing a big one in the center of your line is just crazy.
They got to figure out how they're going to pay Tua.
That's tough.
That's what they're gearing up for.
Yeah.
That's a little bit what I think the 49ers are doing too this offseason, is not only figuring out the cap this year, but I think trying to create room to make a notable signing, but B, gearing up to possibly be paying a quarterback more than $6 an hour next year.
Yeah. That's not good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good for the Raiders, man. I love that.
What do we got? Jordan Schultz, Brandon Jones plans to sign a 3-year, $20 million deal with the Denver Broncos. Again, leaving the Miami Dolphins.
I'm sorry, who's that?
Brandon Jones.
Sure.
Free safety.
Okay. Great.
No. Otto Porter getting waived. That's interesting.
Should the 49ers sign him?
Should the 49ers sign Otto Porter here on the Insiders? That's
yeah, we'll keep you up to date on the latest around NFL free agency here as we cruise along. Like I said, with the Christian Wilkins thing, to me, figuring out defensive tackle was one of the biggest things the Raiders had to do this offseason. I think they need to figure out their offensive line. I think they have 3 starters hitting free agency. They need to figure that out. They need to figure out what they're doing at quarterback long term. But man, for now, it's a good start. Like you said, I would way rather figure out what I'm doing in the trenches and start Aiden O'Connell for another year than go all out to get either an expensive free agent quarterback, whether it was Kirk Cousins, like I said, Mac Jones and Russell Wilson off the board, but whether it's Kirk Cousins or somebody else, bringing them onto a team that needs help in other spots versus, hey, I'm going to build this thing out. Even if it's rolling with Aiden O'Connell, if there's somebody you like in the draft, it's not a quarterback or you don't want to trade up for a quarterback, you can continue filling out the roster and figure out quarterback later.
No, I
think that's the right way to go.
You do have to fill out, find the guy.
Sure.
But you might be able to do that in the first round.
Yeah, and maybe
it's a deep draft.
And as far as you can still draft a quarterback that you think has upside in the second or third round. You don't necessarily, because I don't think any where the Raiders are picking their 13th. I don't think there's going to be a quarterback that falls to that spot just based on everything I've read and heard at this point. Is that the 3 best quarterbacks, that's Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Jaden Daniels, are all going to go in the first 3 picks. Whether it's those teams picking in the top 3 or whether it's a team trading up, I just don't think we're going to see the Raiders trade up to number 3 to try and get a quarterback. Especially since I don't think the Patriots are going to want to trade out of 3 because they just traded Mac Jones.
Yeah, that's true. Well, at least you didn't go out and trade for Mac Jones.
That's a great point.
That's a added bonus, right?
Dude, he was a Pro Bowler as a rookie.
Yeah.
He made the Pro Bowl. And now before his rookie contract is up, he's being traded for a 6th round pick. Ouch. It also
It's-
underscores why it was important for the 49ers to move Trey Lance last offseason.
I always find it interesting. Like Mac Jones, if you watch any of the NFL stuff, they just roast him for having like a weak arm. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a quarterback get roasted like that since like Chad Pennington.
I was always mystified at the top 3 talk for him.
Oh yeah.
He's just a guy, like he was really good at Alabama. Like, he was a very, very good player at Alabama. But had the Niners traded up to get him at number 3 overall, that always felt crazy to me because he's not that kind of prospect with that kind of ceiling.
Yeah.
Just a guy. You see it. He couldn't elevate the Patriots started losing guys and Mac Jones couldn't elevate him. Yeah. Also, Bill Belichick hosted him. Bringing in Matt Patricia as your offensive coordinator for your second-year quarterback? That's crazy.
It's not good.
Why would you do that? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, hopefully he gets to start somewhere else.
Yeah.
It's always a team like Jacksonville or Carolina that's willing to give somebody another shot.
Yeah. With the Raiders, I thought Eric Armstead might be a logical landing spot for the Raiders. Would be a logical landing spot for Eric Armstead. Because they do need that help inside. He's versatile. He can play outside. He can play inside. He's super experienced. Now I'm less inclined to believe that Armstead is going to land there, where he would probably not make as much as he would have with his pay cut from the 49ers.
What would be fair
for Armstead?
For Armstead.
Oh God.
I mean, you have to strip down sort of the local kid. You got to strip down, that he's been with you for a long time. You got to be realistic about who he is now. He's missed 13 games over the last 2 seasons.
So his APY, his salary, his average per year, his average salary per year is $17 million right now. The Niners wanted him to take a pay cut. And again, with the way contracts work, we're not going to get into the minutia of it, though. He makes $17 million a year. Like, I look at somebody like DJ Reader from the Bengals, who I think is probably a better player at this point. He got 13 and a quarter. I think Cam Hayward's probably a better player at this point. He got 16.4. Grady Jarrett, who's at about the same, maybe a little better at this point, 16 and a half is his annual salary. If Armstead thinks he's going to get like DJ Reader type of money or Cam Hayward type of money on the, I just don't see it. If a team gives him 10 a year, that's what DJ Jones got from the Broncos.
Okay.
The team gives him 10 a year, like 3 and 30. That would make sense to me. But I don't think that's the deal he's looking for. So I don't know if this is a, hey, I want to go see what I see the contract the Niners have on the table. I think I'm worth more than that. I'm going to go see on the open market if I am. And maybe he's not. Maybe he comes back to San Francisco and he re-signs, and that's what it is. But I don't think some crazy $15 million a year contract is out there for him at this point.
No, I don't think so either.
He's been banged up the last couple of years.
It takes one team. There was a point in his career where 16 and 17 games.
Yeah.
But at this point, I just don't know. I mean, you're on the wrong side of 30. Although in the NFL, for a defensive lineman, you can go into your 30s pretty good.
Sure.
But still, I mean, he means a lot off the field. He's a great community guy. He's a great locker room guy.
No doubt.
But at the end of the day, like that was one of those spots on the line where you kind of felt like they might be able to go out and find someone better.
Yeah, if not necessarily better, less expensive.
Yeah, younger, less expensive,
healthier. Is that Armstead has been banged up the last couple of years. Remember, he missed the final. He got hurt week 13 against Philly, and then missed the rest of the year until the divisional game against the Packers. And granted, he always shows out in the playoffs, and that's one of the hard things with Armstead. He had 16 pressures just in 3 playoff games.
Wow.
He's really, really productive, and he did that at the end of 2021 as well. He started playing his best football down the stretch and into the postseason. So that's all marks in his favor. But man, you got a guy on the wrong side of 30. He turns 31 early this season in November. He'll turn 31. He's dealt with injury issues the last couple of years. His production from a sack standpoint has not been awesome.
Yeah, it's taken a big hit
over the last couple of years. So I respect, like you said, he has done everything for the 49ers. He's been up and down and a key piece of their turnaround. He is one of the last kind of vestiges of the previous regime.
Mm-hmm.
All respect to him going out and trying to get his bag. And frankly, I hope he gets it. I don't think it's there. I really don't.
Yeah.
Unless the Niners are trying to make him take some crazy disrespectful pay cut, like we'll give you a veteran minimum
or $7 million a year or something.
Yeah, there'll be a deal, I think, bigger than that out there for him. But if he's looking for something like 15, 16, 17 a year, I'm not buying it.
All right.
Great 49er, though.
I think it's a wait and see. Like, I don't think that we've fully seen the last of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Niners made a move at quarterback. They signed Brandon Allen. So he will be back. Whether he's QB2, he was QB3 all year last year with Sam Darnold backing up Brock Purdy. I'm super interested to see how they operate at quarterback this offseason.
Okay.
Because this is the first time really since 2017, that offseason, they didn't do anything at quarterback. They drafted CJ Beathard and brought in Brian Hoyer. So that was, and signed Nick Mullins as an undrafted free agent. So 2017, going into the next offseason, the question was whether you're going to pay Jimmy Garoppolo, and they did. 2018, Garoppolo gets hurt. So 2019, there's a question about whether he's going to be back in time. Okay, but he is. They fall short in the Super Bowl that year. And now the question is, can Jimmy Garoppolo play? Can he win a Super Bowl?
Mm-hmm.
And so there's just been all this tumult at the position since then. And this is really the first time the Niners have gone into an offseason going, yeah, hey, we have a healthy starting quarterback. We know he's going to be our starter. We think we can win a Super Bowl with him. He played every game except for the one that he sat out at the end of the year because everything was cinched up. So I get how they could look at this like, hey, everything's fine. We have a quarterback and we don't have to invest anymore at the position. But to me, you still have to insulate yourself from injury. Brandon Allen, God love him, is not a player I'm confident in. If Brock Purdy misses 8 games, that Brandon Allen can step in and go 6-2.
No.
And I don't think that if you're drafting a quarterback.
Did you feel that Sam Darnold they could go 6-2?
No. Not like that, but I could see why you could talk yourself into that if you're the 49ers.
Okay.
Just the upside is there. I personally never really bought it. The preseason Sam Darnold hype last year was insane. The preseason, if you Google Sam Darnold MVP, there were like sports books sweating that he would come in early in the Super Bowl and win Super Bowl MVP if Purdy got hurt because so many people had bet on Sam Darnold to win Super Bowl MVP. There were people betting on him to win MVP of the league because there was an expectation that Purdy was either going to get hurt early or not be able to recover from his elbow injury, and Darnold was going to step in and lead the 49ers to new heights. The preseason Sam Darnold hype was crazy, dude.
I agree. And at this point, like, do you think that signing Brandon Allen means that you're not going to bring back Darnold? It still feels like it's possible. There are rumors that the 49ers were in on the Christian Wilkins signing before he chose the Raiders.
That makes sense. It'd kick tires.
Yeah.
And see what kind of his price is.
Mm-hmm.
You're probably doing that with everybody. Realistically, you could probably say every team kick tires on every player.
That's true.
Because if you're the 49ers, I think Drew Rosenhaus is Christian Wilkins' agent. If you're the 49ers and you're calling Drew Rosenhaus or whoever his agent is, I think Schefter said it was Drew Rosenhaus. Oh, no, David Mulligetta. Sorry, David Mulligetta.
Okay.
And you're calling David Mulligetta and you're going, hey, what's Wilkins want? What's the price range here? And if he says no less than 4 and 110, like, okay, well, goodbye then. We checked. But yeah, why would you not looking to bring Christian Wilkins in?
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's not great, though, that Javon Hargrave was so bad last year that the Niners are already like, hey, we need to spend big at defensive tackle again.
Yeah, that's...
Don't love that.
Yeah, that's not good. Now, do you think that there's a way that you put the right piece next to him, Kyle, and he ends up being recovering and giving you value for the contract that you signed him to? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. He's a good player still.
Yeah.
But I think last year there were some flashes where you're like, man, that might be the best player on the field. And he'd do that for 2 plays, and then he was just for the whole year. He was pretty non-productive. It was pretty disappointing.
Yeah,
their pass rush shouldn't have been as big of a problem as it was with him in the middle with Armstead.
No, I mean, I thought their pass rush. I mean, it's something that I thought was an issue early in the season and never really like came to fruition. You were waiting for this great defensive line to step up and never found a way to do it.
Yeah,
and I always thought it was really strange and
that they traded for 2 separate defensive ends during the year is not great. It's not a great sign for what you got going on along the defensive line. No, as far as quarterback goes, though, I don't believe that re-signing Brandon Allen should preclude the 49ers from doing something more significant at quarterback. I mean, you look at their quarterback room, okay? Brandon Allen is making very little money. I haven't seen the contract.
Probably like $2 million.
Let's call it $2 million.
Yeah.
Okay. Brock Purdy against the cap this year is going to cost 1.1.
Oh, that's nothing.
So that's between 2 quarterbacks. You're at 3.1 million for your entire quarterback room. You could very easily go out and grab a free agent quarterback that you think is, whether it's hey, Zach Wilson, we're going to try and go reclamation project again. Not what I would do, but I also wouldn't have signed Sam Darnold. So that's that. Maybe it's Nate Sudfeld, who you paid to be QB2 2 years ago, and then Brock Purdy beat him out.
Yep.
Maybe he's going to be QB2 now. Maybe they still really like him. I just don't. And I think they need to draft a quarterback. But to me, it's not, oh, hey, Brandon Allen, bring in a 6th-round pick at quarterback, and you're all set. Because in that situation, unless that 6th-round pick is the second coming of Brock Purdy, doubtful, you're screwed if Brock Purdy gets hurt.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Unless the Niners really love Brandon Allen, and there's something I'm not saying, but.
So what you're saying is the 49ers should go out and sign Jimmy Garoppolo to come back.
Stop.
No?
No.
No?
No. Do not put that evil on me. We have avoided, thankfully, the Kirk Cousins thing this offseason with Kirk Cousins being a free agent. We've avoided it. The Niners aren't getting free Kirk Cousins. He's not set to visit. There's been no reporting about it. There's no feigned interest. There's nothing. Kirk Cousins is out of my freaking life, and I couldn't be happier.
That's right.
I could not be happier about it.
Okay, so then who?
Do not bring Jimmy Garoppolo back into my life. I've gotten rid of him. Kirk Cousins is now gone.
That's right.
They've been put in little boxes and tossed out into the abyss of me not having to care anymore.
So you're okay with Sam Darnold, but outside of Sam Darnold, who else?
I guess.
I don't want any part of the kid from the Jets.
Zach Wilson?
Yeah, I don't want any part of Zach Wilson. Yeah.
He stinks. Jacoby Brissett would be great. Jacoby Brissett should get paid.
Yeah, why is he not a starter somewhere?
I don't. Well, I don't. Could probably start for some teams.
Yeah.
And if he's getting backup money, he should be getting very, very good backup money. Okay. And probably more than the 49ers can afford. I wouldn't mind Tyrod Taylor, but it's like Marcus Mariota, no. Jameis Winston?
No.
You out on Jameis?
That's a lot of interceptions.
See, to me, if you're pulling up going, yeah, hey, Sam Darnold's fine, I could totally see the Niners talking themselves into Jameis.
Okay. No, I mean, as a backup, yeah, that's fine. What are you gonna have to pay for him though?
I don't know. I have no idea what his market looks like.
Yeah.
Last year he made $4 million.
Okay. Yeah.
I think it'd be fine with that. But like Gardner Minshew made 3.5 last year. He'll probably make more than that this year.
I like Gardner Minshew.
I do too. Teddy Bridgewater retired. Tyler Huntley, former Pro Bowler. Joe Flacco, do anything for you?
No.
I'm out on Joe Flacco. Yeah, it's just like Nate Sudfeld, Carson Wentz.
No.
Kyle Allen, Trevor Siemian. It's all these just
meh.
These are all the same quarterback. Kyle Allen, AJ McCarron, Trevor Siemian, Matt Barkley, Jeff Driscoll, Mason Rudolph, Nathan Peterman, Will Grier, Brett Rippon, all the same guy.
Yeah.
And they all stink. No. No, if you want a more quality backup, you either have to draft one earlier than you'd probably like.
Instead of blowing a 3rd-round pick on a running back, are you saying
do it on a quarterback?
There you go.
But maybe it's Jameis Winston, maybe it's Drew Lock. I don't know. It's never, the thing is all of these names are like, ugh. But that's it. Like you're not going to get a backup quarterback you're excited about.
Now
the quarterbacks you're excited about are starting somewhere.
After you said all of these names, it's like, okay, like I could take Winston. I would take Brissett. I would take Winston. I would take Gardner Minshew.
Those three. But again, Gardner Minshew, if he doesn't get a look as a starter somewhere where he's competing for a job,
maybe
I think is going to get good backup money. I think Jacoby Brissett the same. Jameis Winston is the one I don't know about. I don't know if there's some team that also looks at him as like, hey, yeah, he's still got a big arm. Think we can get him in this offense and settle him down?
Yeah. Okay.
Backup quarterback's hard, dude.
It seems like it's more difficult than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
All right.
I think if I'm ranking these, I think it's Brissett 1, Minshew 2, Winston 3, Drew Lock 4.
Okay, I would probably take Drew Lock too. I don't know if I'd
Nate Sudfeld 5.
You'd be like okay with him.
Nate Sudfeld goes in the bucket with Matt Barkley, Trevor Siemian, and those guys. Same guy, just same dude.
Oh yeah,
I'm just out.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. It's a good spot to be in though. It's a good spot to be in that with the 49ers for the first time in forever. We're like, yeah, hey, we know what they're doing at quarterback. And the fact that the Raiders don't know necessarily what they're doing at quarterback yet, but they're instead going out and instead of overpaying for one of these free agents and going, yeah, hey, save us. Ryan Tannehill, save us. Kirk Cousins, save us. Like, nah, man, build out the trenches. Go get Christian Wilkins. Build out that defense, which played really well down the stretch last year. Continue building out that defense, and you're just lowering the bar for what you need at quarterback. I don't think Aiden O'Connell is it necessarily, but you like Aiden O'Connell better if your defense is going to be one of the 6 or 7 best defenses in the league. Again, they gotta improve. I don't think Aiden O'Connell's the guy.
No, I don't think he's the guy.
All due respect to him. Yeah. But if you're not able to get a quarterback in the draft that you love this year, yeah, hey, just keep building. Lower that bar so when you do get a quarterback, they can step in and have success.
Yeah.
I love that idea. Shout out to the Raiders. And shout out to the 49ers for not doing anything.
Hey, if I'm the Raiders, I'm at least considering moving up in the draft. Like, I don't know what their draft pick situation is, but like if you can add a couple of these players that we're looking at right now and you can start piecing some things together. My
only issue with it is I don't know that there's a trade up available.
Okay.
Because the Bears are, it by all appearances, taking Caleb Williams. The Commanders are, by all appearances, going to stick and take a quarterback, whether it's Drake May or Jaden Daniels.
Okay.
And then the Patriots just traded their quarterback. And unless they're rolling with Bailey Zappi, I can't imagine they're not taking a quarterback. So to me, you'd be trading up to 4 to take somebody that you could very likely get at 13.
All right.
But to your point, if the Bears call and go, yeah, hey, the number 1 pick's available, I don't load the assets for it. Probably a couple firsts.
A lot of firsts.
Couple additional firsts along with this year.
Yeah, but you're probably talking
day 2 stuff.
3 firsts and some more than that.
Yeah, would the Niners go from 12 to 3? It was 3 first-round picks and a third. Yeah, 3 firsts and a third.
Yeah, but I would also say that.
So 13 to 1, you're probably 3 firsts, couple of seconds.
You might be 4 firsts because this is like a guy who's considered, potentially generational.
God, that's a good point.
Generational guy. So.
And if the Bears are unloading that pick, you're going to have competition for it. They're not just calling the Raiders and being like, hey, you want to move up?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. 4 firsts. Good point.
Would you trade for Justin Fields?
If I'm the Raiders?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
It just is. He's at the point where he's going into the final year of his rookie deal. I doubt the Bears are going to pick up his 5th-year option, which would be pretty expensive anyways. It just, I have too many questions about him as a player still. Yeah, 2024 is the final year of his rookie deal. He's making $6 million against the cap, which is fine, especially with his upside. But we're in year 3 and we still have this many questions about him. I don't think that's a risk I'm taking unless the Bears are like, yeah, we'll take a 6th for him, We'll do the Mac Jones deal. We'll take a fourth. I would do a fourth for Justin Fields just to see what he's got.
Okay.
I think I would do that. But if they want anything earlier than that, I'm out.
All right.
I think I'm out. All right. And we're out. Let's hit a break. We got a second hour coming up. We'll have more Kings for you. We'll have more NFL stuff coming up on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
The Dallas Cowboys lost their center. Yeah. Commanders.
Oh, wow.
Commanders just going out there and taking all their players.
I'll be right back.
Biadasz. Wait, that's a confusing name.
Yeah, he got connected to the Niners in the draft early on in that process. I was like,
Oh.
how in the hell?
What's a Dan Quinn thing, too?
Yeah.
Make sure to stop by the Fortress of Snackitude if you need a snack. Hello, friends. What's going on? I think allergy season is hitting me. It's not great. Yep. We saw this already. Pollard. Huh. I was just asking Kyle about this. Leezy. Oh, man. This guy literally is, to me, he's not an NFL quarterback. I don't know. Daniel Jones just runs around waiting to get hit and put in concussion protocol. Like he's a gigantic bobblehead just moving around. Let's see. I'm not a huge. I like to golf, but I don't have a back for golf anymore. Maybe I'll read the Anthony Kim story.
90 seconds.
What's up, Norm? How are you? What's good in the Fortress? We have all kinds of good stuff in the Fortress.
What's not in the Fortress is a better question.
Yes. We have our own vending machine. Basically. We have Hawaiian chips. We have Skinny Pop.
Yeah, we do.
We have peanut butter and Ritz.
1 minute.
We have a couple of cup of soups. We've got little kind bars. We got the little Fruit Newton bars. I don't know, what are those? The ones we get out of the vending machine all the time. The raspberry and blueberry ones. I am not putting vending machine tuna in there, David.
Gross.
Not doing it.
30 seconds.
Not doing it.
I don't even like regular tuna. Oh no, I'm not gonna make it. Yes, I'm gonna make it. Come on. Here we go. Game time.
We're back.
Hour number 2. I'm Kyle. He's James. We're the insiders. Shout out to our friends at Jiffy Lube. Jiffy Lube fast break player of the game from last night's 112-104 loss to the Rockets for the Kings coming up. We'll do it next segment. Let's do some scoreboard watching right now before we dive back into the Kings and Rockets game. Looking around the league, here's what we're going to start doing, James. I'm going to find the games that impacted the Kings or impacted the Western standings in some substantial way.
Okay.
I'm going to leave out teams like the Thunder because I don't think necessarily that unless they have some dramatic fall or some dramatic rise, then we'll loop them back into the conversation. But for now, I'm leaving the Thunder out because I think they're just a little bit too far gone.
Okay.
Fair?
Yeah.
Fair. Okay. First game, scoreboard watching here on the Insiders. And of course, we will have NFL free agency updates for you. The legal negotiating window opened today at 9 a.m. We'll have those updates for you as they come down. So keep it locked in to ESPN 1320 all day, whether you're on 1320 a.m., the free Odyssey app, or with us on ESPN 1320 TV. That is on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Appreciate everybody watching. Shout out to the Chatty House. We love you guys very much. All right, scoreboard watching. Game number 1. Bucks 124, Clippers 117. Which of these two teams, James, do you buy more as a title contender?
Oh, I'm going to say the Bucks still.
Why?
Because they have Giannis, because they, if Middleton can get healthy, because they've got Dame. I think they have a lot of what the Clippers have. It's just that Giannis is better than everyone.
Yeah.
So, I'm not a huge James Harden fan, even as an impactful piece at this point.
Yeah.
Like Norman Powell and Bobby Portis, while they play different positions, they kind of cross-cancel each other as bench players.
Sure.
I like Brook Lopez better than Zubats. So I don't know. I just think that the East is an easier path. There's one true team in the East
that
I think you got to get through, and the Clippers have a long way to go.
Although, if everything shakes out how the standings currently are, the Bucks first round matchup would be the Pacers, who have owned them this year.
That's weird.
That's tough.
It is until you get to the playoffs, and then you never know how it looks.
Different.
Yeah. I'd also say too, the Clippers, they go into this game and they just sat everybody. So PJ Tucker started, Terrence Mann, Amir Coffey started, with Harden and Zubats.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, keep going.
And that's the problem. I don't trust that Kawhi Leonard and that Paul George will be able to be full strength in the playoffs. And I do think that the Clippers are going to start milking this a little bit. They're going to start.
That's what I think is happening.
Yeah, once they lock in a playoff spot, they're going to start cutting back on their players.
Sure.
So
that's why I trust the Clippers more, actually.
Okay.
Is because you just named their starting lineup without Kawhi Leonard and without Paul George. And it's man, Amir Coffey, I like Amir Coffey. He can play. Terrence Mann can play. Ivica Zubats can play. PJ Tucker, 25 minutes. Don't want that from him necessarily. But you give me PJ Tucker for 10 minutes in a playoff game, and I feel pretty good about it.
Okay.
And this is a team that has a ton of depth. I think you're right. I think they are gearing up for the postseason. And I trust. So to me, this is all. I know this is not super fun, but to me, it's all defense based. And the Bucks' big thing all year is, man, they have not been able to figure out what they're doing defensively. And I think it's a little bit because their back line with Brook Lopez is a little bit old, but I just don't know if they have the dudes anymore.
We do have breaking news.
Oh, we got some breaking news
from Ian Rappaport.
Oh,
the Packers are expected to sign Josh Jacobs.
Oh, that's fascinating.
That is fascinating. That's a big time. Huh.
Wow.
Also, the Jets free agent Bryce Huff is signing a 3-year, $51 million deal with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Damn,
Sources tell Adam Schefter.
Man.
Good morning, Charlie.
That's tough. Hey, Charlie.
Yeah, that's big.
Dude, Bryce Huff can play, bro.
Yeah.
I always make fun of the Howie Roseman stuff because every time Howie Roseman breathes, people are like, Howie Roseman has done it again. He is inhaled and exhaled. He traded for Kevin Byard, who's washed. Like, I love Kevin Byard. He was really underrated in his day, but he's washed now. And when the when the Eagles acquired him from the Titans, people were like, "Wow, Eagles had a secondary problem." And look at Howie Roseman. He just, wow, how does the league keep? They should arrest him for what he's doing to the league.
That's right.
And now he's just like, it didn't work. And Kevin Byard's just a free agent now. But the Bryce Huff signing is excellent, just adding more strength to an already very, very good defensive line. Good for the Eagles. That's a great move for them.
Although they're saying that the Eagles are still shopping their other two big defensive linemen.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, Fletcher Cox retired. I think it was Hassan Reddick who asked for a trade.
Yeah. And Josh Sweat. They're still entertaining. Would you go after either one of those guys?
Yeah.
You're
the
Niners?
Sure. Yeah, I think both of them.
Okay.
Yeah, as I think probably more as rotational guys. I don't think I would want either of them being. Hassan Reddick can play. I think I'd be okay with Hassan Reddick being like a every down guy.
Would you prefer them or Eric Armstead?
One of them,
yep.
or Eric Armstead.
Yeah.
Oh man. Boy, that's tough. I would have to really dig into it. My knee-jerk reaction is I would take Reddick at this point over Armstead.
Okay.
But I don't feel great about that. And I would need to do some additional research before giving you a full answer. Knee-jerk reaction, though, I want pass rush. I want guys coming off the edge.
Okay.
Awesome. Yeah, Bryce Huff, 3 years, 51.1. Man. Dang.
Yeah.
Good for him, man. An undrafted free agent.
Oh, wow.
And carved out a role where he gets 3 years, 51.1. According to Adam Schefter, the highest paid non-quarterback UDFA in NFL history.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Good for Bryce Huff. Good for the Eagles. That's a good player.
I'm a big fan of the self-made man.
Me too.
The guys who work hard and find their way, not just into the league, whether it's NBA or the NFL.
Yeah.
But then they carve out some sort of weird niche and they're something special.
Yeah, he was dominant last year, man. Wow. And now he gets paid. All right. So again, we'll have the breaking news for you from NFL free agency. The legal negotiating window is open. Josh Jacobs to the Packers makes so much sense to me.
That's a big time blow to the Raiders, though.
Although, yeah, but I don't think they were that interested in having him back.
Yeah.
I don't know what the contract terms for Jacobs haven't come out yet, but I don't mind. The Raiders took him in the first round. They got 5 years out of him. They got an all-pro season out of him where he led the league in rushing in 2022. He was less effective this year. He missed 4 games. And now he walks and he gets a deal with a Packers team that has Aaron Jones, but anytime you can add more talent at the running back spot, especially like a player like Josh Jacobs, who I think was a little bit underutilized as a pass catcher. I think that's something he can do. You have Aaron Jones, who missed 6 games this year because of injury. I have a little two-headed monster at running back that's going to help out your young quarterback. I really like what the Packers did there.
Yeah,
that's a good move for
them. Good stuff.
Yeah. All right. What's on Aaron? I gotta hang on. Now I'm stuck on the Aaron Jones thing. What's his deal? He's a free agent after this season. Okay.
Yeah, they said that they're working on something with him.
Maybe God. Although they can't add.
Man, our scoreboard watching just got blown away.
Yeah, it did. We'll continue that next segment.
I like this though. I like that we're here for NFL craziness. This is pretty cool.
No contract terms yet for Josh Jacobs. As soon as those come out, though, I'm going to be fascinated to see what they are. And I'm really interested what the Packers are doing at running back because maybe they trade Aaron Jones.
Yeah, because it could be like a 330. That's what I'm kind of putting Josh Jacobs. I think
he's going to get some.
You think more?
No, I think less. Tony Pollard got 3 and 24.
Okay.
I think that's probably in the range of what Josh Jacobs is going to get.
Maybe. I mean, Jacobs led the league in rushing, not last year, but the year before.
That's true. And Tony Pollard was pretty disappointing last year.
Yep.
All right. We'll have more NFL stuff. We got scoreboard watching to do. I want to finish my thought on the Clippers, and then we got some other games around the West to get to. And, of course, we have to get back into the Kings Rockets matchup from last night. There's a couple of big picture things from that game that I want to talk about coming up with you in this final hour on the Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Clear.
The Giants have released J.D. Davis.
So I guess it's just Zamir White now?
Oh, that's brutal. So J.D. Davis won a arbitration case against the Giants for $6.9 million.
Yeah.
However, under the terms of the collective bargaining agreement, that sum isn't fully guaranteed until opening day. By cutting him now, the Giants only owe him 30 days of termination pay, about $1.11 million. That's pretty brutal.
That sucks.
He's an Elk Grove guy.
He's been good for them, too.
Yeah. Last year, he batted .248 with 18 homers, 69 RBI.
Nice.
23 doubles.
Damn. That Chris Jones contract is crazy. I missed that.
Which one?
The Chris Jones contract.
Oh, it's a lot.
Yeah. Zamir White just going to be the guy now, huh?
Really? Yeah. What else do we got? Yeah, Bryce Huff. 3-year, 34. All right.
20 seconds. Albert Breer. Question is whether Huff's production stands up without New York's Quinnen Williams-led front around him. Like the Eagles have a terrible defensive line.
The Rams have agreed terms with Jonah Jackson on a 3-year, $51 million deal.
There we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
A nice little get for the Rams. Jonah Jackson, interior offensive lineman from Detroit. He was a Pro Bowler in 2021. That Detroit offensive line was very good. The Rams offensive line was not very good. I like the signing for LA. Good for them.
Yeah.
Bolstering that offensive front. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're scoreboard watching in the NBA, but we are also keeping an eye on NFL free agency with the legal negotiating window opening at 9 a.m. Today, we will bring you all the latest in the NFL, the breaking news across the league. We will have that for you right here on ESPN 1320. And of course, when we're done at noon, D'Lo and KC will be picking that right back up. So you don't have to go anywhere once we bounce, because they will take over and have all that news for you as well. We're still scoreboard watching in the NBA. Kings fall to the Rockets last night, 112-104. Yesterday afternoon, I should say. We're talking Bucks Clippers. Bucks beat the Clippers by 7. The Clippers sat Kawhi Leonard. They sat Paul George. Russell Westbrook still out with a broken hand. The reason I like the Clippers is because so much of what happens in the playoffs comes down to, A, do you have a guy that can get you a bucket?
Mm-hmm.
And B, can you get a stop? Or can you string together a few stops? And I think I like the Clippers to string together stops in a playoff setting more than I like the Bucks to do it, based on what we've seen from the Bucks defense this year. They have just really, really struggled to figure things out without Drew Holiday at the point of attack, Chris Middleton, of course, is in and out of the lineup.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not as effective defensively as he once was. And so a lot of it is just Giannis cleanup. And maybe Giannis is just good enough to figure that all out by himself and be fine in the playoffs. But that would be my big concern about Milwaukee when it comes to buying either Milwaukee or LA.
Yeah, I mean, I get that concern. My counter would be that the Bucks have two guys that can drop 40 on you at any time. And I don't think the Clippers
That's a good point.
have that anymore. Like
Yeah.
Kawhi Leonard can get you 30 something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure that Paul George, I've watched Paul George quite a bit like this season. I'm not sure he's a 30-point per game guy when you need it.
No, I think I agree with you.
He might be able to get you a 35, but I think it would be a struggle. James Harden, I think it'd be a struggle. So I don't know. I'm intrigued, but I think that Giannis and that Dame are going to get you 60 a game in a playoff series.
That's a good point.
Combined.
Paul George has gone for 30 8 times this year, and he hasn't gone for more than 38.
Okay.
Just to kind of back your point there. Yeah, if you told me Paul George went for 40, I wouldn't be floored by it, but it'd definitely be a little bit like, oh man, he must have gotten hot from 3.
Yeah.
And it feels like it wouldn't be as like he's said it. He said it on a podcast last year. Or maybe it was 2 years ago now. He's like, I'm just not a 1 anymore.
Yeah, that's interesting. And the thing that when I look at the Bucks, they have 2 legitimate 1s. Like they do.
Yeah, no doubt.
Still, those guys are walking, talking buckets. They're going to go out there. They're going to, in a playoff series, maybe 60, 65 games where they will combine for 70.
Mm-hmm.
You got to keep up with that.
Kawhi had 41 in a game this year against Utah.
Yeah.
So it's there. But yeah, again, 38, 36, 36, 34. Like you said, you're not guaranteed going into a game like, hey, I know I'm getting 60 from these two guys, which is a fair point. I believe that, okay, you might be getting 60 from those two guys, but I think you're going to consistently get enough offensively from the Clippers. And then if it comes down to getting a stop, I like their guys to do it more than I like the Bucks guys to do it.
Okay.
I think. All right, the second game on our scoreboard watching, we got Pelicans-Hawks. Pelicans 116, Hawks 103. Is there a team in the West that's not Denver that is scarier than New Orleans right now?
I think it just depends on who you are.
Okay.
Because I think for the Kings, there's not a scarier team. Like if I'm the Kings and I've got a choice going into the final game of the season between being a 5 and playing the Pelicans and dropping to 6 and playing anyone else, I'm probably dropping to 6.
No doubt, especially since that anyone else is probably going to be the Timberwolves.
Yeah.
We're now a game and a half out of first.
Yeah. Like I think the Timberwolves are going to have a tough time competing here down the stretch. And that's just because, injury bug has hit them.
Yeah,
pretty hard.
You're missing your second best player.
Yeah. And we did see Rudy Gobert pick up $100,000 fine this weekend.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, I don't think I was actually surprised the league didn't suspend him.
If you missed it, there was a call that Rudy Gobert didn't agree with in a game, and he made the money sign at the official, like, you're being paid. And then in his press conference, he alluded to or outright said that gambling is affecting how refs call games.
That's wild.
That is insane.
Yeah, I am I'm surprised he didn't get like a $100,000
fine is crazy though.
Yeah, but you suspend him for a game and it's a lot more than 100,000.
Yeah. No,
I'm surprised.
That's true. Game check is
his game checks are big. I'm surprised the league didn't say, no, we don't do that.
Yeah.
I mean, you're messing with the integrity of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And
especially in a league that has already literally had that happen. I don't know if you guys remember it.
Yeah. It's one thing for me to sit here and tell and espouse that, like, look, if you go into a game against the Lakers or the Warriors, you have to beat them in a play-in tournament. Mm-hmm. You got to beat them by 15.
Mm-hmm.
There is you're not getting any benefit of the doubt. Mm-hmm. You're not going to get calls. You're not going to get bailed out. You have to beat them.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to beat them and the officials. Like, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the league, they stars get star treatment.
Mm-hmm.
Their stars are bigger stars than your stars. they're going to get more calls than you
Sure. But that's different than going, hey, the refs bet on the under.
No, that's crazy talk. And I am very surprised he's not sitting out a few games.
Golden State 23rd in fouls called this year on them and 17th in fouls. No, I'm sorry. 23rd in fouls drawn, 17th in fouls committed.
Well, as you get older and you're not as quick and you're not as...
That just surprises me.
Yeah, but they're a 3-point shooting team. And there's a point where their 3-point shooting just isn't as... Like, you're not going to get those fouls
Third
that
and
you were
3-point
before.
attempts.
Third and 3-point
Yeah.
attempts? Yeah. So they're not physical.
24th in 2-point attempts.
Yeah. No, they're just not physical, man.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's understandable.
Yeah. I don't think there's any team more dangerous than the Pelicans in the West right now. That's not Denver.
Okay.
Just their
can buy that.
combination of length and physicality, what they can do defensively. If Zion's going to be healthy and playing well, did you see what the stat lines were for him and Brandon Ingram last night?
No.
They went for standby. I've got it for you right here. They went for a combined, well, not combined. Zion, 27 points, 6 boards, 7 assists. BI, 7 points, 10 boards, 7 boards, 10 assists. CJ McCollum, 24 and 3. And then you had Trey Murphy was the other one, 28 points, 7 boards, 2 assists.
Oh.
Like, they're just so deep right now and playing so well. And you have Brandon Ingram, who scores 7 points, but then goes and dishes out 10 assists. 7 points on 9 shots, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm really, really impressed with what the Pelicans are doing right now. And I think they're going to be really, really hard to beat in a playoff series.
Yeah, I think they are too. Like, this is a team that when you watch them play against the Kings, you're just like, well, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah. And
like, there's no way to stop them. I mean, Jonas Valanciunas only plays 16, 17 minutes in that game and only scores 4 points, 9 rebounds. You know, every time he plays the Kings, he's going to put up close to 20 and 10.
Yeah.
I mean, it's part of the Sabonis thing. Him and Sabonis are friends. They go at each other, all that stuff. And you know, hidden in this game, Sadiq Bey blew his ACL for Atlanta. He was in that game. Reports this morning from, I think, Woj that he blew his ACL.
That's potentially a big deal for the Kings offseason.
Well, I mean, we
were going to talk a lot about Sadiq Bey.
That's my guy. It's one of my guys.
You love Sadiq Bey.
Well, I just like the idea of Sadiq Bey. It's you know, it's not that I've gone crazy. It's just that the Kings need players like that.
Dude, no doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. I'm right there with you. Yeah, I would be terrified of New Orleans if I'm a West playoff team. I just think they're going to be a really, really tough out.
No, I agree.
Third game, scoreboard watching, the Lakers 120, the Timberwolves 109. If these two are in a playoff series, which is definitely possible, who would you pick?
Lakers.
Me too. I think Anthony Edwards is trending in the direction of being able to carry a team if a guy like Karl Anthony Towns is out. I don't think he's there. And I don't think they have the secondary scoring. If Ant does have a night where he goes for 26, I don't think Mike Conley is effective enough scoring the basketball anymore. I don't think Jaden McDaniels is there yet. Rudy Gobert is certainly not it. Naz Reid, God love him, he can't be your second best scorer. I don't think they have enough in 7 games.
Yeah, that's been my issue with them, is that I really do feel like they don't have that other scorer.
Yeah.
And eventually you're going to have that other scorer. I mean, now we're talking about, oh my goodness, breaking news.
Oh,
Kirk Cousins signing with the Atlanta Falcons.
Oh, snap.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Or Jordan Schultz.
That's nutty. Holy smokes.
Wow. A 4-year deal. I don't think we have the dollar amount yet, but yeah.
His agent reported it.
Oh, okay. His agent reported the... Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he tweeted the news.
Okay.
So we don't have numbers yet. Holy crap.
Wow.
Kirk Cousins is out of my life officially.
There it is. There will not be
I never have to write another Kirk Cousins 49ers post ever again.
There it is.
I might write an obituary to the Kirk Cousins 49ers storyline.
Kyle.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You've done it.
This is big time for me.
You've done it, Kyle.
Big time for me and 49ers content creators everywhere. Huge day. Would that be a funny thing if I wrote an obituary to the Kirk Cousins 49ers storyline?
I think so.
Like we had a good run.
I think, yeah.
What has it been? 8 years?
Yeah.
Good 8-year run. Okay. I'm going to do that tonight.
There it is.
Check it out on NinersWire.com. All right, we have more NFL news coming up. Surely we'll have that for you right away. That was scoreboard watching. We'll continue doing that throughout the year because, of course, the Kings battling for that 6th playoff spot. And I think they need that playoff spot because I don't know how much I trust them in a play-in game, personally. All right. I also want to talk about Keegan Murray and Davion Mitchell. We got plenty of stuff coming up for you in our final segment on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Clear.
Boy, free agency has been fun. Yeah, I didn't want to step on toes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's big time. I'm really excited about it.
Would you take Taylor Heineke?
Yeah.
I would too. I like him.
Ballsy.
I'd take him as my backup quarterback.
I think I would too.
Although, did they give him a lot of money last year?
I don't think so.
I thought they gave him pretty decent cash. I am so not, like, I don't track NFL salaries like this.
Uh-huh.
So is there a place where they have salaries?
Overthecap.com.
Okay, so like Football Reference doesn't have, like, I can't click on Taylor Heineke and go down to the bottom of the page and look at his stats.
I don't think so.
Look at his
Over the Cap is where you're going to want to live, though.
Okay.
Heineke's not a free agent. He has a year left on his deal.
Yeah, but I wouldn't doubt that they.
Yeah, 2-14 with the Falcons. Yeah, 7 a year. That's not bad. $5 million base this year. They can cut him for cheap, though.
Oh, they have it at Spotrac as well.
Spotrac is good, too. Yeah, man.
2-year, $14 million, including $4 million signing bonus, 6.3 guaranteed, annual salary $7.
If Trey Lance gets traded to the Vikings, I'm going to lose my mind.
Oh. Yeah, base salary this year is $5 million for Heineke. Cap hit is $9 million, but dead cap is $2 million.
Who's that?
Heineke.
Yeah, they could cut him for really cheap.
Yeah. Crazy. This has been fun.
Yeah, dude. It's moving.
Sorry, what's going on, everybody? I have not been engaged with the chatty house today because I've been watching to make sure we're on top of NFL trades, NFL free agency.
Unless Pitts gives it to him.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I haven't done that in a while. I think I've done that since we've been in the room together.
That's right.
I'm not a panic like, we're back. That's James.
I love the Kyle, we're back moments.
The phones aren't open, but want to remind you that I want to shout out Farmer's Dog. The Farmer's Dog talk line is 916-909-1320. Phone line's not currently open. Jesse, if you're watching, if you could pop those open, that'd be sick. I know you got to be in Studio 2 soon anyway, or Studio 1 soon anyway. You don't have to.
Studio 1.
Jesse,
Studio
I don't.
2.
Whatever
Studio
you want to do.
1, Studio 2.
It's up to you. But that's Farmer's Dog. A healthy life starts with healthy food. Oh, here he comes. What the? Yeah, look at him.
Look at that.
He's the man. I got to ask him how he feels about the Christian Wilkins signing.
Yeah.
Or the losing Christian Wilkins. His Dolphins losing Christian Wilkins. That's tough. All right. The Farmer's Dog talk line is open. 916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320. I've got those on. I've got those up. Come on. All right. Can we talk about Keegan Murray real quick?
Sure.
And of course, we'll have all the latest NFL breaking news for you as well. I'm a little concerned. I'm not panicking. I'm not panicking about Keegan Murray. I'm not making definitive statements about what he is or what he will be or what he can be. But we have to lay this out and follow the logic. We talked about a couple weeks ago how everything, and Mike Brown said as much, everything moving forward for the Kings is about Keegan Murray's development. Not just for this year, not just because he can contribute this year, but next year and beyond. So much of the Kings' eggs, not all the eggs, but a lot of their eggs are in the Keegan Murray becomes an all-star caliber player bucket, basket. We said that everything moving forward has to be about his development. You got to make the playoffs for the draft pick stuff. I go, okay, you have to make the playoffs, but also you need to make sure that Keegan Murray is coming along. Keegan Murray, in his last 5 games, yesterday against the Rockets, 3 for 11. He went 0 for 5 from 3. He had 13.6 boards, no assists. In his last 5 games, he's shooting 36.9% from 3 on about 9 attempts a game. 9 attempts a game. He's 4 of 22 from 3. That's 18.2%. Perfect from the free throw line, 13 for 13. He's averaging 12.2 points, 4.6 rebounds, and 1.6 assists, which are almost identical to his rookie year numbers. And I don't know if we're going to sit here and be like, hey, everything is about Keegan moving forward, and the production since then is bad. I have a hard time being like, hey, this is all fine. This is all great. This is all part of the process. This is going exactly how they wanted it to go. I can't get there. I'm starting to get worried.
Okay, so I'm
Keegan worried.
I'm not going to get worried because this is how I look at his second season.
Okay.
I think that there was an idea that he was going to become a 20-point per game guy this year or 18-point per game guy this year. And I'm someone who thought that he would take this leap. Even in the second half of the season, I thought, okay.
Sure, same.
I did forget about one thing that I do believe that is impacting this. And it's not only that De'Aaron Fox is trying to become an all-NBA player again, and the Domantas Sabonis is again, like becoming more and more of a presence offensively. But it's the fact that Malik Monk is in the final year of a contract and is not only fighting to be 6th man of the year, which he's now the odds-on favorite to be, a minus 240. But he's a guy who's going out there each and every night and becoming this third scorer that the Kings maybe didn't know that they had. I mean, they knew they had it. But you got to remember, like, for as good as Malik Monk was last year, and we all think, just how amazing he was last year, his stats weren't like astronomical. He averaged 13.5 points per game. When you take a leap from 13.5 to 15.7 and from 3.9 assists to 5.3 per game, and I'm guaranteeing his usage has skyrocketed.
Keegan's?
No, Malik.
Malik's got it. Okay.
And so part of the reason I bring this up, actually his usage is the same as it was last year, 25.8, 25.6. But when you see a player take this type of leap, you can't have everybody taking a leap. right? When
Sure.
you see Fox go from 25 to 27 points a game, when you see Domas go from 18.6 to 20.1, like these are all incremental jumps, right?
Mhm.
So that's one thing. The second thing I'm going to say is that when Keegan Murray decided to take a leap as a defender and become
Mhm.
this all-world defender, which we're watching like the maturation of a player all of a sudden becomes, he's not Kawhi Leonard, but he's probably like, if the voters were really looking, he's probably second team all NBA defender.
Yeah, probably.
It's just
He's
that
been
he's on,
very, very good on that end.
yeah,
for
he's
sure.
just on a really bad defensive team, so you're probably not
Mhm.
going to give it to him.
Right.
So my point is that we didn't expect Keegan to become the Kings' best defensive player this season.
That's fair, yeah.
Maybe not ever.
Mhm.
And then all of a sudden he is.
Mhm.
And so how much energy is he expending on that end of the court, all of a sudden defending, whether it's Kawhi or Paul George or again, Steph Curry?
Mhm.
Like, he's defending everybody on every team.
Mhm.
And so I want to say, like, hey, we expected more from you. And here, this 5-game sample is, you're not as strong as we thought you would be. You're
Mhm.
shooting 18% from 3 and all that. But he needs to take the step physically this next offseason where he's now ready to be a two-way player for 36 minutes a game.
Mhm.
He took this step to be a great defender,
Mhm.
and he's gotten better offensively. But that step to become a great defender all of a sudden came with this, oh, now you're our only defender. You're our defender, our guy.
Sure.
And I don't think that physically, like, you can keep up in year 2 taking that type of leap. If you're just a defender, sure. If you're just a 3-and-D guy, okay.
Mhm.
But when you're asking him to do as much as he's being asked to do,
Mhm.
he can level up. But in leveling up, he's got this problem that you're only so physically prepared to take that next step. And I think this
Mm.
offseason is going to be another one where he's just really, really focused on becoming better and becoming that next level guy.
But there was never a point in the year, there's never been a point in this season where we've been like, hey, wow, Keegan's really made this jump this year, and now all of a sudden we're starting to see him run out of gas a little bit. Like, this is a year-long problem.
Oh no, I totally agree.
And that's where I buy into what you're saying a little bit, because I mean, we talked about it after there was a game against the Warriors where he did not shoot it well at all.
Mm-hmm.
We're like, yeah, but he played great defense, and maybe it's about figuring it out, how to do that on both ends, how to expend that energy on both ends. To me, that's growth that can happen through the course of this season, and that the bigger concern for me, like, okay, the numbers are down. It's like the 9 field goal attempts for a player who is supposedly supposed to be this huge piece for the Kings moving forward. Mike Brown said it. Like, that wasn't just us talking.
Oh no.
Mike Brown has said, like, this is the guy moving forward. If we are going to be a contender, it has to be with Keegan Murray in tow and playing really, really well and playing at a high level. And the production since then has been bad. And that's where, if that's what it's about, okay, so Keegan is not the kind of guy who's going to go out and be like, hey, give me the ball, I'm shooting it 20 times tonight. That's just not his demeanor. That's not his nature. And that's okay. But how is it that you have this piece? And again, this is less about Keegan and more about the Kings overall. How do you have this piece who is this vital to your success now and in the future, shooting it 9 times a game across 5 games? That you and I talked about how big this is. Like, hey, drop some plays for him. Get him 15, 16 shots a game. Get him putting shots up, because he's shooting it 12 times a game this year as compared to 10 last year. So you're getting 2 more shots a game. I want to see 15, 16 a game down the stretch, and that number's going backwards. He hasn't taken more than 11 shots in a game in a week and a half. 2 weeks. What day is it? Almost 2 weeks.
No,
10 days.
I get I get your point. I do. I just don't think that there's like a straight line that we follow to his development.
Why? I want there to be one.
We want there to be one. I know. Everyone wants there, but I would also, I'll bring it back to a point that I've made a couple of times. Like, people want to talk about the limitations of Domantas Sabonis as a player, right?
Mhm.
Whether it's like he's not a shot blocker. He's not a knockdown 3-pointer, or he's not shooting enough threes, right?
Saquon Barkley to the Eagles.
Ooh.
Dang, dude.
Oh, a 3-year,
Dan
$37.75 million deal that could be worth up to 47.
Excuse me, Tom Pelissero, I believe. Nope, Mike Garafolo. Who had this first? Ian Rappaport, Adam Schefter.
Oof.
Adam Schefter had it first.
Wow. And the Patriots are signing former Commanders running back Antonio Gibson.
I like Antonio Gibson.
I like Gibby too.
I was a big Antonio Gibson guy out of Memphis.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 and 37.75 for Saquon.
Oof.
Worth up to 46.7.
Okay.
So a shade under 12 a year.
That's impressive.
No, hang on. I'm sorry. A shade under 13 a year.
Wow. Okay.
26 fully guaranteed.
Let me get back to
him.
the point.
Back to Keegan.
With Keegan. And I'll be quick with this.
No, it's fine. I don't need to deep dive on Saquon Barkley's meaning for the Eagles. We have all offseason. Keegan Murray.
Sabonis has limitations, right? We always talk about this.
Mm-hmm.
The answer is not to like send Sabonis in during the offseason to have like arm extensions installed in his arms. Like, that's not humanly possible, but also that's not the answer. The answer is to find the right player to play alongside him.
Mm-hmm.
It's very simple.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want, this is how I would bring this back to Keegan.
Mm-hmm.
If you want Keegan to be more offensive, then go get him a better defender to pair with him. Go get him another 6'8", 6'9", 7'2", 7'3" wingspan, super athlete that is a 3-and-D guy that concentrates on that end of the floor.
Mm-hmm.
So then that way, as opposed to every single minute of the game, Keegan Murray being on the best offensive player on the opposition, maybe there's some half the game where he can be on the second best.
Mm-hmm.
And you can give him that break and let him be the offensive player. By changing the structure of your rotation and some of the key pieces,
mm-hmm.
you can elevate a guy by having someone else take on some of what he does and allow him to be more of what you want him to be.
Sure.
And I think that's just like the roster construction of this specific team is off. And we've known it all year long.
No doubt.
We felt it all year long.
No doubt.
It won't be the same next year. And if it is, then I'll go back to Jerry Reynolds, like the Jerryism. If you think you have a 5-year plan in the NBA, you have no plan at all.
Sure.
Because you won't be there to see year 5. You won't be there to see year 3.
Right.
That's not the way it goes.
Right. And that makes sense. I guess, and maybe this is me way oversimplifying it, but to me then, again, and if Keegan Murray is this important, which I believe he is,
mm-hmm.
what they're getting for his defensive effort over this stretch is the 28th ranked defensive rating in the NBA since the All-Star break.
Oh, yeah.
So you're getting this awesome defense that is translating to nothing while also not getting him developmental reps on the offensive end. You're standing in mud. And to me, if I'm Mike Brown, or if I'm the Kings front office or the coaching staff or whoever it is that makes these decisions, I'm sure it's a collective brain trust. It's like, dude, get Keegan off of the best player then. Let him play offensively.
I get that, but at the same time, if you do that, you do still
What, are you going to have
wins.
a worse defensive rating?
No, but you still have to worry about wins and losses. And it's not just that Keegan is your best defender. Keegan being your best defender gives you the best chance to win.
Okay.
So it can't just be about like, if Keegan from here on out, the rest of the season, is just a 3-and-D guy,
mm-hmm.
that's okay. It's not perfect.
Okay.
But then you address that in the offseason by going out and getting the right guys
to
enhance who he is.
Sure.
Got me?
I guess then we need to redo and recalibrate our conversation about Keegan Murray's importance the rest of the way in his development, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. I mean,
because I was under the impression when we talked about that we were talking about, man, we need to get this guy some shots and ensure that he is developing on the offensive end, because that is going to be a huge piece of what he does for them moving forward. Now, maybe that's just wrong. Maybe they're going, no, it's going to be De'Aaron, it's going to be Malik. Those are going to be the go-to guys in crunch time. Domas is going to continue to be the hub. He's never going to be the shoot it 18 to 20 times a game guy. He's not going to average 25 or 26. Okay, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And now Keegan, they're realizing that, hey, he is going to be a 3-and-D player where, okay, there's going to be nights where they're missing a player and he needs to do a little more offensively. But for the most part, he's going to be a 3-and-D guy behind Malik Monk and behind De'Aaron Fox and behind Domantas Sabonis. Let's bring in Fairway for the handoff. D'Lo and KC coming up at noon. I'm worried about Keegan Murray. Oh, hang on. I suck at this. Go ahead.
Worried in what way? Like, what you mean?
I'm worried that offensively he is not developing the way that they need him to.
That's fair.
Thank you.
That's fair. I mean,
James called me stupid for it.
James,
Stupid. I said it 3 times. I said stupid, stupid, stupid.
Yeah. No,
that's
he didn't say that.
I don't. He's got to be better. He's got to be better. I mean, it just is what it is. Can he be better? I guess that's the question we're all trying to figure out right now.
Yeah.
But what he's given this team in the last couple of weeks, as they're trying to make a stretch run and get into the playoffs, it hasn't been good enough. He's got to be better. I expect him. So I guess maybe to answer your question about, or maybe it wasn't even a question, but just a statement about being concerned about him. I'm more expecting more and saying that he should be better, because I'm not necessarily worried about him. I think he does have everything that's needed to be what the Kings need and what they're looking for. And he's got to execute. I expect him to execute. Be better.
Do you buy the idea that he's struggling offensively because of the effort he's exerting defensively?
No.
Why not?
If that's the case, then he's not what everybody's saying he is.
I don't know.
That's where my worry is.
Like if that's the case, then he's not. I mean, I don't buy that, because we're not even asking you to do what De'Aaron does and play defense.
That's a good point.
We're not asking you to average 25. We're asking you to give me a solid 15 to 17 a night and play defense.
Yeah, but we're talking year 7 De'Aaron Fox, and we're talking year 2 Keegan Murray. Like, there's a build up to a player where they have to learn what it is to be consistent as a scorer. I mean, look at Fox's evolution. He goes from 12 points to 17 to 20, and then 23, and then 25, and then back to 23, and then all of a sudden 25 and 27. Like, there is like a natural progression of a player where they don't just go into the offseason and they work on something like, oh, I'm going to be a better 3-point shooter. They go into the offseason, they get bigger, they get stronger, they get in better shape. They understand what the rigors of 82 games looks like. And I think we saw Keegan learn what 82 games looks like as a catch and shoot 3-point shooter. This year, he's seeing what 82 games looks like as an elite defender and an offensive weapon. And I just think that the progression and getting prepared for that 82 games is different. Did you just see Kirk Cousins' numbers? Is that what this is?
Did you see Kirk Cousins' contract?
Kirk Cousins got paid.
4 years, $180 million with $100 million guaranteed.
180.
Actually, Tom Pelissero has a typo. He says another monster payday for Cousins, who gets $100 guaranteed. Here's 100.
Him and RC Judge getting $100.
Have you guys pocket watched Kirk Cousins yet?
I think we did it one time. I don't remember all the numbers. I'm pretty sure we've done.
Because this has got to be like his 4th $100 million contract.
Yeah, he is the finesse god. Kirk Cousins.
Unbelievable.
And saying
he's coming off an Achilles injury.
Saying finesse god means that he's like tricking people. He's actually a good quarterback. I think he's a better quarterback than people give him.
I agree with
credit for. So.
I agree with you. I think he's still trying to shake the early career primetime nightmare games. And he's never won in the playoffs, dude. Like we see it with Domas here.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you have one playoff series where you don't dominate it, and it's like, well, that guy can't play.
Right.
Like, so I think that's what Kirk Cousins' problem. He's an excellent quarterback, though.
I was listening to something over the weekend, and you were, I don't know. This is a conversation for another day. I think people be talking about Josh Allen a little too. Maybe give him a little bit more credit than I think he deserves.
Like, I'm with you.
Like they talk about him like he Mahomes. Like he's not.
That right? No, but he keeps running into Mahomes.
Yeah.
He lost to Burrow. Burrow beat his ass in his own place. He's not Joe Burrow. That's a good point too. It's a good point. Like Josh Allen is a good quarterback. He's not what these people try to say he is.
I think
in my eyes.
I think I'm with you. We're gonna see this year. Buffalo lost a lot of dudes.
We're
gonna see this year.
The only thing with Josh Allen, what does he look like in a league that doesn't have Patrick Mahomes?
Somebody that loses to Joe Burrow.
Maybe, but it's also possible he could be a champ. I don't know.
I think I lean toward James. Like Patrick Mahomes needed 13 seconds to tie that game, and then Josh Allen never got the ball back.
He's a good ball player.
Yeah,
he's a hell of a ball player.
I think I'm with he gets a lot of benefit of the doubt that other players don't get. Kirk Cousins has never gotten the benefit of the doubt. Lamar Jackson certainly does not get that benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
But Josh Allen, it's like, oh man, he's one of the best, one of the two best quarterbacks in the league.
And on top of that, like you just watch Josh Allen, like I know we got to get out of here, but he does like he'll turn the ball over to you.
60 seconds.
He'll give it up to you.
I know.
Like he'll
But dude, it's so funny watching.
They don't say nothing about that.
Because they'll tell the people the infamous they will tell you it's because the turnovers don't matter. It's because of where the turnovers happen that they're actually not that big of a deal.
Oh, I don't know. I don't
Suddenly
buy what
turnovers are good now. I don't know, man. I don't know.
They are saying
good.
Yeah. It's the EPA per play isn't that bad. Like he gave the ball away. You don't give up possession.
He's a good quarterback. He's not
very,
Lamar.
very good.
He's not Mahomes, and I don't think he's Burrow.
No, he's very good. I believe he is up in that tier, but he gets talked about like he's this awesome playoff quarterback and wins all these playoff games. Like, dude, you gotta keep the same energy for all the quarterbacks that don't win in the playoffs. It's fine. All right, we gotta get out of here. D-Lo and KC coming up next. A lot of Kings talk.
Yeah, a lot of Kings talk, trying to figure some things out.
All right. They'll figure it out next on ESPN 1320. All right, we're clear, boys. Good show. Thanks, Shotty House.
If you guys don't mind, crush that thumbs up button for us. The Twitter universe is still
taking us off. I'm taking us off now.
I don't know what that means.
Goodbye, everybody.
But we gotta
It's fully stocked now.
Lego!
James forgets we're here till 7.
Lego!
Kyle doesn't know he leaves all these windows open. Close these windows for my guy.
Dr. David, what's up, man?
What am I missing? Jesse, you in there?
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hope y'all had a great weekend, man. We welcome you in here to the Monday, March 11th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we in here.
Well, we're here. I mean, what more do you want us to say at this point? I mean, we're here. Another non-victory Monday. I don't know. I don't know what to do.
No, we laid this out last week. Jesse and I were just talking about it. The best thing for the Sacramento Kings, the best thing for the Phoenix Suns, for the Dallas Mavericks, just don't play. Kings had 2 days off.
And it was the best.
Went to the 6th spot.
It's the best weekend ever.
Certified playoff series. Then played.
I'm gonna check the Kings last week of the season. Hopefully they got less games. Maybe the Suns got 3 that week and the Kings got 2.
Man.
We're cooking if that's the case.
Whoever has less games the last week of the season is off to a certified NBA series, playoff series.
It's crazy. Another missed opportunity. That's what that was.
So
it's just a missed opportunity again. And you're gonna run out of opportunities at some point. They haven't, contrary to what some people feel or whatever. You're still gonna have these opportunities to separate yourself. But I was talking to Will and a couple other people. This was, and I still kind of feel this way. This is a huge week. This week in particularly can go a long way into determining what's going to happen. And they did not start off the week the right way.
They did not. They absolutely did not, man. And that's pretty frustrating. I guess, and I can tell from DMs and text messages and Twitter mentions and all of that stuff. The Rockets are a below 500 team. They're not the Spurs, with all due respect, or Detroit or Washington or whatever, but they're not a playoff team. They're not a play-in team. They're not a postseason team. They're a team who is starting to establish an identity. They're a team that's starting to build. They're in a team with the first year. It's their first year together. It's their first year with their head coach, and all of those different factors make you want to believe that Sacramento's better. Understandable. Their record's better. But I don't. This Rockets team is tough. Like, it's not just the Kings. Like, I understand the Kings missed an opportunity. The Rockets team is tough. Like, they play hard. They play everybody, like, tough. I don't know why this seems to be such a tough matchup for Sacramento. Like, you lose 3 to New Orleans. New Orleans is You called this before it started to happen. New Orleans is like cooking.
Mhm.
They're starting to make it known we're a playoff team,
Mhm.
and we're not in the mix with those. We asked 3 weeks ago, or can any of these teams separate themselves? New Orleans has clearly separated themselves.
Mhm.
New Orleans is no longer in the pack of Sacramento, Phoenix, and Dallas. They're kind of off by themselves right now. And it's one thing to lose to them 3 times. Man, you couldn't get one? Like 3 of Houston. What is Houston at? 29 wins, 30 wins now after last night? They're 29 and 35. 3 of those wins were against Sacramento. That's the tough part for me, because we went into the Denver game talking about, is Denver really going to lose a 4th time to Sacramento? No, they beat their ass. They're facing that again Wednesday.
Yeah.
You going to beat the Lakers again?
And the Lakers
are thinking this,
everything.
right? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So my hope, my honest to God hope, without expressing it on Friday because I didn't want to ruin it, was they got their ass kicked twice without De'Aaron. They're aware of all that.
Mhm.
They know what's ahead with Giannis, Dame, LeBron, and AD coming up on Tuesday and Wednesday,
Mhm.
and then a tough New York team coming in over the weekend. Nope. It's the same song. It's what we were talking about on Sports Sunday last night. It's the same song. The team went up double digits. Let the league go, and that was that.
Yesterday was really frustrating for me because I thought that game was right there for the taking. I hear everything that you're saying about Houston, but I watched that team and they look a little bit like a mess. There's no real identity. There's no real plan to what they're doing out there on the floor. They've got talented players, but there's no cohesion. There's no anything. They're just players that are out there.
Mm-hmm.
And in that first half, and for the first quarter and a half, the game was there to be 20, 25 points, and Houston probably would have went away, because I think that's who they are as a team. They're not San Antonio where they're going to keep playing all the way through or anything. They probably would have went away. And what happened, in my opinion, was the Kings fed into that same sloppy, non-cohesive type of play. They started playing Houston's basketball, and it cost them the lead.
Yeah.
It cost them an opportunity to make that a different type of game.
Don't play someone else's game.
No, especially when
Play
they're
yours.
bad.
Yeah, play yours.
Especially when they're not playing good. And then they had that third quarter. A lot of times in these games, like I'll look at the Kings and I'll be like, man, they didn't play that bad. The other team played well. Kings, lack of defense or whatever the case may be, might have played into that or whatever. But the Kings, they didn't play a bad game. It was a bad result. Yesterday, I thought they played bad, especially in that second half. The Kings were awful in that third quarter, offensively at least. And we talked about it on Sports Sunday. This team is not built to withstand a 6 for 30 from beyond the arc.
Brutal. Yeah.
Like they cannot,
Brutal.
they can't win those games.
Nope.
They just cannot win those games, and couldn't throw it in the ocean. 14 third quarter points, and it just wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, that's another thing. I think one of it was De'Aaron, Domas, and Mike last night. One of them was asked about these runs opponents keep going on against them. It was the third quarter.
Matt George
asked who?
Mike Brown.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It was the third quarter last night. I mean, you had the game against Houston. You had the first quarter against the Lakers. Like there's these massive, and it's not like flow of the game runs. It's like, man, is this thing over? Type run. And it's just a weird thing that has ingrained itself into Sacramento Kings basketball recently, where it's what's the dumbass analogy we hate? The series doesn't start till a road team wins a game.
Yeah.
It's like a Kings game doesn't start until they go up double digits, then down double digits. Okay, now we're going. In the Lakers case, they went down double digits first, so maybe the game doesn't really start until the Kings go down double digits.
Yeah,
and then we're off and cooking. You talk about we always talk about moments where when did you think the Kings were like when did you feel like the Kings could win the game? When did you feel like the Kings could lose the game? I felt like the Kings. I thought this was a very rare occasion where entering the fourth quarter, I thought they can't win this game.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get to like 6 minutes, and I think they had the lead, in the vicinity of 10 or 8 or something like that. It might have been a little less than 6 minutes. And you talk about, well, how many possessions are left? You're running out of possessions. 6 minutes, there's nothing but time.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, you're running out of realistic possessions.
Yeah.
Because you guys can't score for nothing.
Right.
And like all of a sudden now we're going to, and I kept watching this, like, are they going to do that thing they did against Miami where they just go on this like psychotic blitz defense? And they didn't. Like, okay.
They tried to.
And I think what was the difference? Do you remember?
They getting the turnovers? Or?
Well, no, Miami, and this is my opinion. Miami, they just started drilling threes. That to me got them amped up on the defensive end. They couldn't hit anything no matter what. And the cold piece is Houston had a 20 by 20 sliding glass door that they just left wide open for the Kings to come back through.
Mm-hmm.
But they literally could not score. And it was like, okay, so either Houston's missing shots or you're getting stops, one or the other. But something is happening on the defensive end that's working for you.
Mm-hmm.
You just couldn't capitalize.
Yeah,
which is kind of rare for Sacramento to like be that inept scoring.
Right. That's the maybe I'm just holding on to any kind of hope with.
No,
this team.
I know where you're going.
But that was an uncharacteristic offensive
agree.
performance from them last night, and it came at the worst time. At this point in the season, but they're not. As much as that's their strength and that's what they do, the reality of the situation is they're not going to be on every night offensively.
Mm-hmm.
And especially when you are as reliant as they are on the three, you're not going to hit 15 every night. You're not going to hit 12. Some nights you're going to hit 6. It was a little uncharacteristic from them last night. That's just one thing that I keep thinking about. But because we mentioned it, I don't know with the rating and all this other stuff. The defense wasn't awful.
No, it didn't.
They gave up 112 points. 6 of those probably had a lot of free throws at the end of the game. So you're looking at they probably gave up 105, 106 points last night. You would think typically that's enough for them to get a victory, but they just couldn't throw it in the ocean. They couldn't throw it in the American River last night.
Kings won the point in the paint battle, the second chance points battle, and the fast break points battle. There's a couple of things at play, and we haven't talked about one of them yet. The most obvious is 41% to 18%. That's death. Mm-hmm. That is absolute death. And it's not like, I mean, they were 12 of 29. That's an efficient number. 12 is far from an outrageous number, but the way that they play is just a really efficient number.
Right.
Sacramento was 6 of 32. The other issue is Kings had 12 turnovers. 13 team turnovers. Far from a lot. Mm-hmm. But Tomas had 9. And man, that's bizarre. Given the game that he had last night, 10 of 11 from the field, 25 points, 15, 16, 17 rebounds, whatever it was. That's a stunning stat line for them to lose. That efficiency from Domas Sabonis, 10 of 11 was completely offset by the turnovers.
They got to value the basketball a little bit more, a lot more. You got to value the ball.
9 is uncharacteristic, but leading the team in turnovers is starting to become not uncharacteristic. We'll talk more about that. We'll break this down a little bit, man. The NFL and legal tampering is going crazy.
NFL trying to turn up.
Guys are we got Aaron Jones just got released. Kirk Cousins is headed to the Falcons. Josh Jacobs headed to the Packers. Russell Wilson's with the Pittsburgh Steelers. My boy Baker Mayfield staying with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We'll do our best. And your boy Mac Jones is headed to the Jacksonville Jaguars. We'll do our best to get you caught up on everything going on. Saquon to the Eagles. Boy, we'll talk about it. Plus, much more Kings coverage here as Dylan with Casey continue on Sacramento Sports Leader. We're just getting started here on ESPN 1320.
Let's see if I can find this real quick. I'm gonna play it now. I gotta play this for my boy Dame, and for everybody. I don't know why the shorter clip that I used isn't coming up. But I'm because of the second graders and the Bruces, I'm gonna play this on the stream only, not on the radio. Let me see. Hold on. All right, let me skip that. Let's get in here.
Their names are signed in roads. Newport News unveiled a street sign named in honor of Basketball Hall of Famer
Allen Iverson getting a street named in Newport News. They honored him, and one of the politicians, not this guy, another guy, had to speak his piece.
Athlete that he is. Allen Iverson Way is a beautiful spot with gorgeous views of the water.
This guy is a legend. He will break your knees.
That's your ankle,
he will
sir.
pull up for threes. He will stop, pop, and then hip hop. He will, in fact, cross you up and then D you up. He will stare you down and then he will throw down.
It's a modern day Dr. Seuss if I've ever heard one.
Wait a minute.
You know what the
He'll
worst?
do what? sir?
And then D you up. He will stare.
There's so many things wrong with that. There's so many things wrong with that.
Well, I think we're on the same page here. Not sure why it had to turn into a rap.
No.
And
He was really proud of it. He was very, very proud of it.
he'll break your knees. Sir, that's not terminology.
But he needed a word to rhyme. That's what it was. He needed to,
But I stalled him out a little bit. He seemed genuinely excited
he did.
to celebrate Allen Iverson. So I'm going to just stall him out, but he don't need to.
Yeah. Can we just acknowledge that was a weird back-to-back? That's a really tough one right there.
Just one more time for the people.
Just
man.
tough.
Hold on. Where's he at? Because he was spitting.
And he will break your knees. He will pull up for threes. He will stop, pop, and then hip hop. He will, in fact, cross you up and then D you up. He will stare you down and then he will throw down. This man is a legend.
With all
Allen, unmoved by that tribute there. Boy.
Yeah, that cracked me up.
That's why self-awareness is always great. There's just some things you should know. Like, yeah, I can't do that.
He will cross you up and then D you up. Woo. Wow. Okay.
Probably walking off the stage after, nailed it.
How'd I do, guys?
Cross you up and then
Oh, Aldrin J. AJ is gone.
Oh, Aldrin J's back.
They put AJ in the casket and burned it.
That's gotta be Aldrin J.
It's like when Bray Wyatt came back after they burned him. He just appeared. I love that his dad and Barry are going into the Hall of Fame, man. That's cool.
Oh, I didn't.
That video
I didn't
got
see
me
that.
got me a little teary. I felt for them. Can't imagine what the last year has been like. So to have them go in,
Oh, I meant to
with
tell
Bray
you something.
gone.
I'll put it.
John Poles real quick. He'll be top 5 at his position. Good pickup.
Oh, that was probably the most eventful first break of the of the show in history. And we've had some eventful ones, but my goodness. Kenny had a little gem tucked away for the streaming.
Shout out to my man AI, man. Shout out AI. It's my boy.
Shout out to Twitter. I don't know where you guys are or what's happening over there on Twitter, but
we got to find a way to get them stats.
StreamYard,
I need them stats.
Yeah, I don't think they're. I think they might be empty calories. It says there's 1,100 people watching right now.
There is. That's what they say.
No, that's
sales
what team. I'm sorry. I'm saying that like they're here. My bad. That's my bad.
Still on pandemic schedule.
That's my bad. Yeah. They're still on COVID times. My bad, sales team. My bad.
We do not pay for these extra viewers, by the way.
Incredible. Absolutely. Hey, I thought we might have an update by now. We, in fact, do not. But shout out to Alperen Sengun, man. That was a tough moment. Also, and I say this with love to our friends at NBC Sports California, there was no reason to run the replay back twice.
Yeah.
There was no reason for that. I saw it live and was like, uh-oh. And then when he reacted the way he did, it was like, okay, that was bad. Sean's tweets, James's tweets, hey, it was really, really bad. For some reason, the people at NBC Sports California thought, hey, run it back once. Let's run it back again. We don't need to do that. We see that the man's on the ground. We can put 2 and 2 together on our own.
Yeah.
If you missed it, you don't have to run it back. So I need our people over there to be a little bit better with that stuff. But I hope Brody's okay. That was tough.
They did that in the arena. They played it once.
You could hear it. You could hear it on the show. Yeah, you could hear it. So the replay, the replay hadn't run on television. And you could hear the crowd react. And Mark, it was loud enough to where Mark pointed it out. He was like, you heard that from the crowd. The replay was just shown on the big screen. And then it's like I'm kind of looking at it like, all right, they're not going to show us. It's the right call. Here's what happened just moments ago. Like, oh. And I think there was almost like they ran it, and there was almost like where Mark was like, oh, come on, man. So I hope Brody's okay.
Yeah, I hope he's okay.
Brutal.
It could be a serious injury. I think it could have been a lot worse. Like we could have been looking at it. I don't want to say he dodged the bullet because we don't know what it is, but something could have got broke, like snapped in that situation. The way he came down, the weight on his leg, all this other stuff. So I'm hoping it's nothing serious.
Yeah,
it could have been catastrophic.
The weird thing, sometimes when you see stuff like that, it's the ones that, as long as there's no breaks, sometimes those ones that look really bad aren't as bad as they look. And it's the one where sorry, I don't mean this, the guy's getting ready to run onto the field. You know what I mean? Like it's sometimes it looks really bad. The reaction was really bad. Maybe it's not what we all, fear. But given where Houston's at, maybe regardless of what the injury is, let my man, just get my man ready for next season, man. He's a star.
Yeah,
he's a huge part of what Ime Udoka and that Houston Rockets team is building. Very, very good basketball player.
Did you see the clip? And it just made me chuckle a little bit because somebody was like, "Towel boy, just awareness on zero." Did you see when they were wheeling Sengun out and the towel guy tries to throw a towel to Sengun and it just hits his chest and drops down onto the ground? Like, towel boy's awareness on zero.
Well,
imagine the towel gets stuck in the wheel after that, and it's like, buddy, now we got to get
now
this
he goes
towel
and
out.
Tumbles
of here.
out.
Yeah.
Oh man. I don't think I was going to say, I don't think I've ever seen a wheelchair brought out before.
Well,
obviously I have.
Okay, come on now.
When they
wait a minute, I'm trying to think. Was it a wheelchair? They didn't bring it out. They carried him back.
Oh,
He got
where
the
was the
wheelchair in
wheelchair?
the
Oh no,
in
yeah,
the
they
alley.
wheelchaired him in the hallway. He got
I don't
carried
know
out.
which is worse.
I don't. Yeah,
I don't know which is worse.
they're both bad.
He tore his ACL and came back miraculously in
Well,
the finals.
Well,
what do you want him to do?
What is worse, that or LeBron cramping? LeBron cramping was epic.
It's Paul Pierce.
Well, they were carrying LeBron.
Yeah, they didn't
like
have to
Ricky
carry
at the
him,
end of
yeah.
Boys in the Hood.
Is it okay? Now we're into this. Is it LeBron cramping or is it LeBron almost needing to amputate his hand in the finals when
Now that's
Draymond
the
fouled
worst.
him?
That's the one.
I don't know. The cramping one is
The
pretty.
cramping one is bad. Just getting carried. But he didn't get carried when he hurt his arm. Though.
The context of the cramping though is even better. Like the full story, because the next game, there's LeBron. Oh, he's at shoot around, and he's got like 13 different beverages laid out on the side of the floor during his media pregame. Oh, it's like peak LeBron stuff. That's my guy. But it's
you hate LeBron.
Don't do that. Don't do that. It's peak LeBron behavior where he's got like 9 bottles of Power Sport or whatever his thing is, water, coconut water, and tablets and all of this different stuff lined out for all of the media to shoot as he's talking.
Speaking of Bron, boy, he gave us another moment on Friday night.
What was Friday?
That was Jeannie and you see him on the sideline?
I don't think I did.
Oh, snap, Jesse, you see it?
Say it again.
What
you
do you
see?
do?
You see LeBron on the game he didn't play when he was talking to Jeannie Buss?
Oh, happy International Women's Day, by the way.
LeBron.
Nobody works as hard as you guys do.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, but it's the visual. It is somebody was. I think the original one of the captions is like, yeah, when you're on in the country club or something like that. It is gold.
Oh, that's what this is. I saw this. I didn't know what this was from.
It is gold. It was him sitting out on Friday, talking to his bosses at the game that he didn't play.
So this got memed. Who is the girl to his left?
Somebody said Rambis.
I think it's Linda
Oh, it
Rambis,
is. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. It's right here. I found the legends. The legends breakdown of the conversation. First of all, that's Kirk's wife.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now I see it. Okay. Yeah,
I thought the Happy International Women's Day was a joke. Like they were like just like joke quoting him. I didn't realize that was a real quote.
So
Like,
you know, he said, yeah. He said, y'all deserve. Y'all
are
the 2 most powerful women in this game. LeBron is
hold on. Wait a minute. Is this during the game?
Yeah, I believe so.
This can't be.
It might be before.
This can't be during.
I don't.
the
Yeah,
game.
because I don't know where they'd be sitting.
No, it's because someone just walked in front of the camera, so it can't be. So what I saw, you know, who posted a still shot of this was Kamara. Kamara posted a still shot of it because apparently there was a discussion about the way the 2 women were touching him.
What was the discussion?
Well,
I need more details here. I'll talk about it. I'll talk about it. We radio showing. I'll talk.
No,
about it. I
it
just
was
need to know what.
So Rambis, Linda, her name is Linda, kind of grabs and like clutches his arm, and then Jeannie does the thing where she like puts her head on his shoulder.
A little unnecessary.
There was discussion. I don't want to talk about it. There were just discussion. Okay. Linda and Jeannie are 2 white women. LeBron is LeBron. There was just some interesting dialogue. I'll go follow Kamara, the Black aristocrat. Like he's good. He's good for stuff like that.
Did we see the full circle picture that came after this too?
Oh, yeah. You see
LeBron
that?
and Savannah at the USC game.
Oh, I did see that.
They called him the couch. LeBron in the doghouse.
Oh, look at that. Oh, yeah, because he got a kiss.
He said, first of all, happy International Women's Day to you guys. Let's start with that. First of all, you 2 deserve it. The most powerful woman in the game.
That's crazy, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Jeannie Buss putting her head on LeBron James' shoulder becomes new meme for International Women's Day. That's not.
I'm not gonna say she shouldn't have done that. I'm just gonna say,
ooh, that's a big hug, though. Oh,
don't need
yeah,
for all that.
yeah.
Man.
So the
I don't know if you need to be doing all that. Man. Like, I
So
don't
the
know if she
hug
would have been
from
doing that
Lin-
if Savannah was there.
The hug from Linda, very different than the hug from Jeannie. Very, very different hugs. Oh, no wonder LeBron was in trouble.
They was all over LeBron.
Oh, they said, oh, Antonio Brown says he got game part 2.
Well,
that's only funny if you've seen the movie. If you haven't seen the movie, just let it go.
Oh man,
I'm trying to find the USC picks.
Oh, LeBron
King.
And so here's the interesting thing about this, right? Anything to get us to stop talking about the Kings losing another game that they probably should have won. But
the side by side.
Oh yeah, LeBron.
The side by sides are too much.
La couch.
Oh no.
But the bad thing about this, and the bad thing with social media and cameras everywhere on you 24 hours a day is I'm fully look, let's just be real for it. There's nothing going on there with LeBron and these women.
Oh,
absolutely
goodness, no.
nothing going on.
No.
But it's the internet, it's all this, and it gets them on the couch because of all that happens.
Oh, that's so funny.
And he didn't even say anything. He just said Happy International Women's Day. So you guys are two powerful women. I don't know what Ramos's wife does. She worked with the
very
Lakers?
good friends with Jeannie. Yeah, she's been employed with the Lakers for it. It's one of the things people find strange. Like they're like, why? She stay employed with the Lakers, but that's always been Jeannie's thing. Like Jeannie, whether it's Magic or Kobe,
treats it like her dad, a family business.
Yeah,
almost.
she insulates herself with people. It's Rob Pelinka. Like Rob, I think. And please correct, Rob Pelinka was the first that I could, well, maybe not.
Agent to GM?
Yeah. I'm thinking of
that was another one.
Lon Babby, but he was a lawyer. He was like Tim Duncan, like his crew represented. He went to Phoenix, but I don't know if he was the general manager. He might have had a different title. But the point being, like Pelinka.
Yeah, I think he was probably a year or two. He was before Leon Rose and all them, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't that much earlier.
No.
He might have been like a year or two before.
No. Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't like, yeah. But it was before. Like Rob Sneaky been there for a minute. Yeah, Rob Sneaky been there for a minute.
Yeah.
But that's what she does. Like she dealt with Rob for at the time. Is probably close to 20 years, not quite. I don't remember, when he came in relation to Kobe's retirement, but she had always dealt with him. Irvin, same thing. Magic's always going to be around the Los Angeles Lakers. I think if she has her way, LeBron James will always be around the Los Angeles Lakers. They obviously have a bond. He's a massive superstar. They have a trust. She's going to want him around. Like I
don't know if he'll be able to be around.
What's bro's name? What's her husband's name?
He's a comedian. Just thinking about that.
Moore. What's his name?
Jay Moore.
Jay Moore. Isn't that her husband?
I don't know if they're married. I thought they were dating.
No, I think they're married. Okay. I think they're married, and they've been on and off through the Phil years. Like they've kind of had a relationship forever. Yeah, it was actually your boy who told me about that. I have a boy at WCW. You have a guy at WCW. Yeah. He was the one who kind of hit me to that many years ago. Those are some good memes. That was a good Twitter search right there.
Oh man,
that was a good Twitter search. I saw the meme. I never saw the video. I saw the still shot that was going around, but didn't know that was a video from Friday. Yeah, that video is something.
LeBron is that when you on at the country club.
Well. In any event.
Oh, man.
Pelicans have won 4 straight. We mentioned this a few moments ago. They're starting to solidify their spot in the top 6. Warriors have lost 2 straight since the Steph Curry injury.
That one on Saturday was crazy.
Yeah, that was tough. Yeah. And they got the Spurs again tonight.
In San Antonio this time. I haven't seen any updates. Wemby, last week they were hoping Wemby would play tonight. So I don't know what's going on yet, but yeah.
And Lakers beat the T-Wolves. So they're a game and a half back with the Kings having a game against the Bucks tomorrow night. which there's no scenario where the Kings lose on Wednesday and the Lakers jump them because of the tiebreaker. However, much like Phoenix and Dallas, the Lakers now get worked into the equation where if you don't play, that could be the best thing for you.
Yeah. And the Lakers don't play till Wednesday. Is that correct? Or
Is that really?
I don't know. I'm trying to think of where they might be playing. I could look at this.
No, I'll look at it right now. I have
They've got to have a game before that. I know they don't play tonight.
Nope.
I don't think
they don't. Nope. They'll either be rested or rusty.
They're gonna be ready to go. I know that.
They got a stretch of games.
They
got a stretch of games coming up where it's here. That is their next game. Good call there. And then it's the Warriors on ABC. It's the Warriors on ABC 3 days later.
Jeez.
Man, so they playing one game in 6 days?
They're playing an NFL schedule.
Wow. They've got the Hawks after that, 76ers, Pacers, and Bucks. That's their next stretch of games. My goodness. They have a lot.
Road trip coming.
They have a lot of Eastern Conference teams coming up. A lot.
And see, this was the frustrating thing about yesterday. I had this whole game plan laid out. I had a borderline epiphany on Sunday morning. And I'll say borderline because, I mean, I guess it still rings true. I don't want to. It still rings true. It really does.
Okay.
But I felt this week, I alluded to a little bit in that first segment, but this week it was a huge week for the Kings. And this week specifically could be a situation where they can create a little separation. With this loss, I'm not sure if they can still create the same separation. I gotta really look at some things. But I said that saying Phoenix, who I don't believe in, got a good win last week against Denver, but I don't believe it. I think Phoenix is about to free fall. They've got a rough week coming up.
They do.
They've got a rough week coming up. You combine that with the Kings. At the time, I was thinking this 5 straight games at home. And I said, hey, this could be a big week for you. And it still can, but that Rockets loss is tough.
Well,
it's tough.
The Rockets loss, the Lakers beating the Timberwolves puts a little extra emphasis on the Laker game, which I didn't think we had put the Lakers in our rear view. But I thought the day off thing with the Lakers was gone after they won after they won the tiebreaker. That loss last night changes it simply because you got the Bucks coming up.
And not to interrupt you, and at least for me, the Lakers won 2 games. I thought they lose at least one of them.
Yeah.
And, and I thought you'd add an extra loss onto that.
They're playing well. I mean, they're not playing incredible, but they are playing well. Everyone
without LeBron too.
They're all kind of this. We've said this before. They're all kind of the same at this point. The Warriors are dealing with the Steph issue, and so it's kind of thrown a little wrench into like who they are and what they were doing. Like they were playing really well. The Chicago game hits. They're fighting with Chicago, and then Steph gets hurt. And now they obviously lost the Chicago game. They lost San Antonio. They got San Antonio again tonight. So now when Steph comes, you're kind of, okay, it's not like he's been out weeks or months or anything like that, but still there's like okay, let's get this thing going again. Phoenix, I don't think Phoenix is going to free fall. I think Phoenix has some losses ahead of them, but I don't think they're going to free fall. And I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know what that means because I think the only team that's going to separate themselves already has. And and that can go either way, by the way, up or down. New Orleans, I think they're very comfortable right now. And I can't give you a logical explanation as to why that would change or why they would fall back into this pack.
Right.
I can't envision Phoenix playing themselves like out of this, even with Cleveland tonight and it's Phoenix that has a couple against Boston coming
But
up,
they got
right?
the one on Saturday. They lost Cleveland, Boston on Thursday. And
That's the second one against Boston.
Yeah, and I think they got like OKC or something on Saturday or something like that. I don't think they're gonna win all week.
Wow. Donovan's back or no? I don't.
Friday he didn't play, so
Yeah, he didn't. We were watching him in.
I'm not sure if they.
I'll
had
pull up
another
the
game
injury
since.
report, see if we have anything on him here. Injury report that came out a couple of minutes ago. Phoenix.
He's out
Booker
today.
listed as probable. Yeah, and Donovan's out. Obviously, Mobley's out. We really haven't talked about the Tristan Thompson suspension and the massive impact that's had on Cleveland.
Well, it's just.
I didn't know Booker was
tough.
probable.
Yeah.
I guess we're nearing the time frame. I thought we had two more. No. Yeah, I guess this would. My guess is he doesn't play tonight, and I thought the next game would probably be the one where we started to see him close. But he's listed as probable, so I guess it's possible.
Quick note too: Donovan Mitchell not eligible for postseason awards now.
Oh wow, that's big time because I thought he was having a season.
Yep,
like he's in that top 15. He's in that top 15 conversation for sure. Man. Interesting. Yeah, this homestand gets tough, man. Kings are 17-12 at home, 19-15 on the road.
Mm-hmm.
Those win percentages are nearly identical to last year. It's I mean, given their offseason moves, trade deadline moves, and all that, this is basically the same basketball team. I think at this point, they've got to be a smidge bit worse than last year. They've been sitting at, are they 9 games over right now or 8?
Yeah.
They've been sitting at 9 games over for like 3 months, which just means for 3 months they've been playing, win, loss, figuratively. They've been playing 500 basketball since January because they hit that mark quick. And the conversation was always, they didn't hit this until whatever date. This is, even though the games feel kind of erratic and the losses feel bad and the wins, maybe they're squeaking by teams you think they should beat. They're in a better place than they were last year. That's not the case anymore.
No,
they're not in a better place than they were last year.
They the difference with this year's team is last year, they got to 10 over or 9 over something. They didn't look back. This year, they're just kind of staying around that area.
They hit 10 over twice, and that was it. Like they never did it again. Like they've been at this 9 number in some way, shape, or form for 3 months.
Yeah. Yesterday was frustrating though because that was the first time in a while that I can remember. I just felt like they didn't play well, and maybe that's you can look at that as maybe a positive too, because even in some of those losses, blown leads and stuff like that, like you had a bad quarter, but you played well for much of the game or whatever, and for me personally, it didn't worry me as much because there's always something to draw on. Like you guys can play at a high level, got to find a way to do it consistently. Yesterday, I just didn't think they played a good game, and I also look at that as hopefully it's a one-off, you know what I mean? It's just one of them nights where you're not always going to be on from beyond the arc and all this other stuff. But man, I would have felt better if that happened Tuesday as opposed to Sunday and you were able to win Sunday's game because you made 14 threes or something like that. And if you had a 6 3-point performance against the Bucks and lost, you can digest that a little bit better, but end up happening against the Rockets. So.
Well, there are some familiar faces with some familiar performances who are struggling for Sacramento. We'll talk about that. I want to ask you something about a video Sean posted. You commented on it.
Matt posted.
Oh, Matt posted it. The Malik video? Okay. So I'm giving Matt no credit today. A video Matt posted. I want to get your thoughts on it. You tweeted about it. I actually think yesterday's loss is on you, if we're being completely honest.
Well, it might be on you.
Because how is it on me?
supposed to be there.
Well, I decided not to go for a multitude of reasons.
I was over there like
you
Will
called
Smith.
me bad. Yeah, right. I'm sure you had a really tough time finding people to talk to. We'll come back and yeah, I got some questions.
Okay.
Steelum and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, that. It's weird that they beat Denver too. What is it, 6-1 against those two teams? Is that right? 6-1?
Sounds about right.
Oh, Michigan couldn't wait. He couldn't wait.
It's not the biggest guy. I don't know. I mean, we'll see. That would take him to. He's already a legend. It's a Hall of Famer. He's definitely a Hall of Famer. But we'll talk. We'll talk about it. He's trying to get ready for a possible Canelo fight. Canelo will fight him before he fights Benavidez.
All right, relax. Terrence Crawford is worse. Dude went from fighting bombs, beat up Errol Spence, who couldn't even see it. Now he's the GOAT. Now he wants a Canelo fight, huh? Everyone wants a Canelo fight.
Payday. They want payday. That's Canelo would say. I saw this actually. I did see this. They were at USC in the Coliseum. I like Jeannie Buss.
Oh yeah, Johnny. We talking about that. Yeah, we getting that. I put a little star right there. We getting to that.
I don't think I saw that.
Oh, you didn't see the end of SmackDown? Oh, SmackDown was good.
And I was watching SmackDown too. I didn't finish it, obviously, but
the end of SmackDown was good. I thought the promo work from The Rock was good. Do you see the difference? Do you see the difference in that version of The Rock versus the version of The Rock the week before?
Like when he's more serious and stuff like that? Yeah.
That's what I was talking about. Like it's weird. I told Jesse this. It's weird. It's like, is it Cody versus The Rock at WrestleMania? Because that's what it feels like. But
it also
they made the match official and all that.
It also feels like what we talked about when it happened. Like, oh, Cody and Rock have beef, and at the end of the day, they were on the same side the whole time. Like Tyson was with Stone Cold.
The only thing that gives me I'm still going with that. I feel like there's something with Triple H lurking in the background. I don't know what. I don't know how.
Like with him and Brock?
Yeah.
Like a match more.
Like something else.
Because they were talking about Survivor Series and all that. Like maybe they have their own teams on Twitter or something.
Okay, they did that once with Hogan and Flair, and it was really stupid.
Hey, did you see my text?
Yeah. We can discuss that as a team at 4:00. Whoa! What Triple H do?
Why Triple H?
Why are we lumping Triple H with Brock? What Triple H do?
No, Scooby, that's redacted in Brock.
Yeah, that's right. Did you see our man Eddie said the Triple H version of DX was better than the original DX with Sean, Hunter, and China?
Eddie's wrong.
Yeah, right. That's what I thought. I was like, yeah, that.
I like X-Pac DX than original DX. I'll just put that out there. I like the second DX more than the original.
Yeah, no, I like the original DX better. Oh, I know. There's one person in this studio who can't wait to talk about that.
And I don't know. We don't have to bring off air if we don't want to.
Hey. No, go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
I'm not gonna say it because it could have just been a purely off air conversation. We don't have to bring it up. I'll just say
about
so you know what I'm talking about.
No, I know what you're talking about.
Harsh.
You're talking about the player.
Yeah, I think you're being a little harsh.
I don't mind saying that on the air.
There ain't no look.
No, I don't mind saying that on the air.
The game has gotten better for sure. Ain't no Dwight Howards in that league. It's not full of Dwight Howards. She'll be able to play. Don't do that.
So, okay.
Don't do that.
I don't think she's very good. And we're talking about Angel Reese.
She might not be that great, but she'll be in the league for a while. And she'll be able to play.
Okay.
National Player of the Year.
Good. This is very good. It's cute. I don't think she's very good.
She'll be in the league.
I didn't say she wouldn't be in the league.
You said she wasn't going to get no burn.
I don't think she is.
She's going to play. Like I said, there's enough still floating around in that league where, yes, she'll play. Yes.
You want to just move this up and talk about your girls, your squads?
Those are my girls. My girls, man. Don't do that to me. Don't do that.
No, what's funny? I'll let y'all in. No, this is funny. No, let's do this. I knew there was no way that this subject was going to be able to wait till I actually planned it on the show.
I knew not.
No, I know. Hey, we play the hits. We deliver what the people want. You want us to talk about something? Put it in the chatty house. Y'all are the producers of the show. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. But I'm going to tell you something. My partner across from me, this is what he been doing. No, I'm talking to Jesse.
Why can't I love both people?
No, he's been.
Why got to be one or the other?
He's been goading me for at least 2 weeks to say something about Dawn Staley. And he's doing this like he reps Dawn Staley. I bet he got a Temple jersey back in his right next to his Debo jersey and his Malik Monk jersey. But he started doing this when I told him off air how I felt about Dawn and why.
I didn't start doing that then. I've always liked Dawn. What you talking about?
Man, I was gonna say, you said 2 weeks. It's been about 2 years. Casey's kind of been so Dawn Staley, and he kind of looked.
No. He told me this. We was in the studio. When
No.
Because I would always recognize. I would always recognize like he James Ham no sell when I bring up Dawn. I'd be like, yo, I like Dawn. I've always liked
There's layers here.
So what he does now is like I tell him, right? I tell him why I feel the way I do. And he kind of hits me with a, man, that's a shame. I love Dawn though. Like I love Dawn though. Like I tell him. So look, what I was gonna use Guru. I was gonna use Guru's phrase, but apparently everybody does that now.
Oh yeah, we can't throw.
Apparently everybody does that, and we just play dumb about it. I think Dawn is phony. And here's something that agitated me this morning because I saw what she said yesterday, and I saw Asia's tweet, and I heard Stephen A. this morning.
What was Asia's tweet? I didn't see Asia's tweet.
I'm so proud to play for a woman. So you saw what Dawn said. Dawn said
on the podium, on the podium and post game.
Right. Yeah. Where she apologized. So obviously there was this huge fiasco, has multiple layers in the LSU-South Carolina game. This has sparked a variety of different conversations. Dawn apologizes at the podium and apologizes in the press conference about, it didn't come from an ugly place and the game gets blah, blah, blah. And I'm sorry and all of this other stuff. That was fake. Dawn is fake. That's my issue with her. And I'll tell you some of the things. I'll say some of the things publicly that I said to you privately. I think Dawn is very pro-black woman when it suits Dawn. Not when it suits black women, but when it suits her. And that bothers me about her. I've witnessed that from her, and it bothers me. That apology was fake. It got a smidge too out of hand for her liking. You watch South Carolina basketball. Ramsey, you out there, you watch South Carolina basketball. It's the first time it's escalated like that. It's not the first time you've seen stuff like that. You've never seen that over-the-top escalation that we saw yesterday, especially in a game of that magnitude. You watch South Carolina, you see that stuff regularly. Her apology was for that it got out of control, not for the fact that she encourages her. You watched Dawn Staley. That's Dawn Staley's mentality. That's her attitude. It gets passed down to the kids that she coaches. The apology was fake. So much of what she does, in my opinion, is fake. And that's why I have an issue with her, with it. The problem with what happened yesterday is the only individual in college basketball that I dislike more was on the other side of that. Because she has the tendency to let her homophobic and racist nature leak out a little bit. And Kim Mulkey's response last night was ridiculous. She is an absurd human being, an absolutely ridiculous human being in every sense of the word. She is awful. Absolutely. You saw who got their due in Waco a couple weeks ago. Yeah, finally. Why do you think it took so long?
Right. Well, come on now.
Right.
You know,
you had to wait for her to leave. Brittany ain't stepped foot on that campus until she was gone. Why do you think that is? And that's a rhetorical question. Right. You know exactly why that is. I have issues with both of them. I hate everything we saw yesterday. Everything. I hated that homegirl's brother jump because that is just such a trash look. And it's the one thing I tweeted about that incident. It's this toxic nature with men involved in women's sports, be it your wife, your girlfriend, your daughter, or your sibling. Some of these men, not all, some of them have convinced themselves that this is about them. It's the toxic nature of men in sports who believe sports are about men. And so he jumped down, and I see all these people tweet, no, he went to defend her sister. Defend her from what? From what? She's on national television in a basketball game with her entire team, 4 officials, and all the security in the world. You were protecting her from what? Nothing. I witnessed this in the WNBA. There was a player's husband who got thrown out of at least 3 arenas because of the amount of times he stepped to the floor. There was an individual's husband who got pulled to the player, got pulled aside and said, get this under control or he will be barred from every building. We see it with dads. We see it with men that are close to these women. And it is so nauseating. That whole display last night, from beginning to the podium and press conferences, was horrible for women's basketball. And it was even more horrible because you had the 2 faces of the game right now in front of it. You can feel however you want to about Gina Auriemma. That doesn't happen with UConn. You can feel however you wanted to about Pat Summitt. That didn't happen at Tennessee. But it's happening right now with those 2. And it's a trend with both of them. And it's awful. Absolutely awful.
All right. Couple things. And first of all, you've had 100 times more interactions with Don. You know more about Don than I know on the surface.
And
so I concede to that.
Be very clear. Every interaction I've had with Dawn has been wonderful. I've been in Dawn's home. She took me, we talked about that South Carolina game the other day, and that was because of her. That was her first year at South Carolina. Dawn, in my interactions with her, have been nothing but wonderful. I have watched and experienced a lot since then, from close and from afar, that bother me. I told you I had to do I told you after one of our first conversations, maybe I'm being too hard on her. And I had to do a couple of Google searches and found out I wasn't. I, in fact, wasn't. And there are people, if you know, you know, like if you get where the root of this conversation is coming from, like, salute. But I do want to be clear. All of my interactions with her have been perfectly pleasant and fine. There's this underlying stuff that I see from her that I don't like.
And those things that you and we'll keep that part off air. That's not cool. Like, that's not cool. You know, I like Don. I rock with her. I don't rock with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, I'm not for that. Right. But last week you said Don and Kim Mulkey were the same people that go about it different ways. Don's not Kim Mulkey. That's not fair to Don. She's not Kim Mulkey. She's not Kim Mulkey. Like, she may not be perfect. She's not Kim Mulkey.
Fine. the crux of that statement was they're both about themselves. That was my point. And maybe I live, I don't know, man. Maybe I live in a past lifetime. I live in a past world. Pat wasn't about Pat. And maybe that's my problem. I'm judging them against, in my estimation, the greatest of all time. Pat wasn't about Pat. She was about those women who were Lady Vols. That's who she was about.
So, but
I believe the same is true for Gino, though Gino has a lot of self-oriented tendencies. But he's arguably the greatest of all time.
You don't think Don about them girls in South Carolina? That's where I say it's not fair. You don't think like she may be trying to be the best coach of all time. That may be her goal. Like she wants to win, just like every other coach in the country. But she don't love them girls.
I don't question whether she loves them girls. I don't question that at all. I don't think she's them first.
As in, but like, so
let me ask you. Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you. Google the Dawn Staley NBA jobs. Dawn will tell you she interviewed for jobs in the NBA. Why?
Because you want that out there,
right? For who?
For her.
Does that benefit the kids there? Does that benefit the kids who might go there? No, the answer is no.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't benefit them, but it doesn't. No, what does that hurt them?
Well, one, if I think my coach is going to the NBA, what do I want? I can't go to South Carolina. I don't want to go to South Carolina if Dawn's leaving.
Well, apparently that's not the case.
Well, the interview happened this offseason, so I guess we'll find out if it is.
She got.
But the point is, that ain't about her kids. It's about her. That's a look at me moment. That's what that is. That's why I feel the way that she is. Look at me. The Aces in the WNBA finals. Who was the camera on the whole game? Asia's coach, because she's jumping up and down, acting like a lunatic. Why are you doing that?
Because she there.
Why? No. Why are you taking the spotlight away from the women that are out there playing? Because come on.
And she's Dawn Staley.
That's exactly.
She done. So she's not supposed to be there. She's not supposed to be courtside.
No. You can be courtside. You could be in a suite. You could do whatever you want to do. But you made sure the attention was on you.
I think you're being a little unfair to Don in that respect. Don, and then on top of that, Don is.
And don't forget, Don Don carried the American flag in China. Like when you do the opening ceremony thing, Dawn carried that flag. Dawn has multiple gold medals. Dawn has a history with you. Like Dawn is a certified legend. Don't get any of that twisted. But so much of what she does right now is look at me, look at me, look at me. And listening to Shannon and Stephen A talking about, oh, I have so much praise for what Dawn said last night. Oh, that made me sick.
Come on, y'all, that's fake. Come on, there's no telling whether or not she was genuine with that. So we can't assume one way or the other.
I can't.
Look, and if it's all work, then I'm a mark. I thought she handled herself great in those situations. Even talking about Flage.
And here's what
making sure everything was clear with what happened with Flage.
Here's where I'll give Dawn credit. She sure as hell knew what Kim was gonna say, so she made sure she said the opposite. Yeah. Everybody knew what Kim was gonna say.
I think Don, and you talk about Pat and Gino. Pat, I probably hold in higher, just from outside. You know these people more than I do. I hold her in higher regard than Gino. Don came in there, in my opinion, and said, I'm going to do what Gino do, and I'm going to do it better.
Don is the new Gino.
I'm going to do it better.
Yep.
So Pat's the only one that I can think of, and you obviously know that way more closer, where I don't remember these type of moments with Pat. It was always about the game. It was always about the Lady Vols, and she was just great. You know, she's just great at what she does. But Don, and that's my whole thing. Don came in, and she just doing what the game requires in college sports. She's just doing what the game requires. That's it. And she's winning.
You think the game requires that?
what she's doing, yes. I'm going to be, especially South Carolina, I had to bring that out of nothing. If I'm going to make it happen, it's going to be because Don Staley is here. This isn't Connecticut, Tennessee, UCLA. This is South Carolina. If I'm going to make it, it's going to start with me. And once that works, I'm not going to deviate from it because I'll just lost 5 girls. I got to go get a whole nother 5. I got to get them. They got to know they're coming to Don Staley school. I on the kind of outside looking in, have no problem with what Don is doing because this is college sports. This is what you do in college sports. This is what you do, men and women. This is what you do. You're the star. People are not going to Kentucky because of Kentucky. They're going because of Coach Cal. And Coach Cal is the star of Kentucky. Forever, Coach Mike Krzyzewski was the star at Duke. That's why you go to these programs. That's why they get paid all the money because they're the one. We know. I don't know nothing else about Kentucky.
You ever see Coach K jump up? You ever seen Coach K jump up and down like a lunatic while his team, while members of his former squad are playing?
No, but Coach K's on every Sports Center. It's CBS 13, reminding people these players that you're about to watch came from me.
That's right. Absolutely. No doubt. He doesn't spend the time talking about himself. That's the difference.
We know what
college
it is,
basketball.
though.
You're 100% right. College basketball is about the head coach, especially now. It's really about the head coach. But the head coach is supposed to prop up their program. These two head coaches prop up themselves.
Don, if you ask Don about Asia, she's not going to start talking about how great I am.
No, but if you ask Dawn to talk about South Carolina, she's going to talk about her.
So if I ask,
if you're going to ask her,
if I ask Coach Cal about Kentucky, he's going to talk about Kentucky and what he's built there.
Let's get Ramsey in here. Ramsey, what's going on?
Not too much, gentlemen. My major issue with the entire situation was what you brought up earlier. What is Flazé Johnson's brother doing, jumping out of the stand?
That was crazy.
And trying to put his two cents like he was attempting to protect his sister. That leads to more issues, not just for him, but for anyone that's going to attend a sporting event, because it's going to make more security, more eyes, more attention on what happens in the stands. And what if it was just some random person jumping? That was unnecessary. And like Damian, like you said, nothing was going to happen because you had officials, teammates from both sides, you had school officials, you had coaches. Nothing was going to happen. If they had beef, let it stick on the court, move on with life.
Yeah, it's basketball. Appreciate you, Ramsey. It's no one was in danger there. The worst part was Brody got through. 3 more was trying to follow in the arena. Like, again, what are we talking about here?
That was crazy. That was crazy. And a lot of times, I think about, all right, I can say what I would or wouldn't do if I'm not in that situation. I'm pretty sure I'm not coming on the court in the SEC championship game if Ryan's playing out there and she gets in the dust up. Like, I'm pretty sure I could do that. I can't say for sure because I'm not in that situation, but I'm pretty sure I'd handle it.
You wouldn't. I'd
handle it differently than what he did.
You wouldn't. Cappy Pondexter stuck her foot underneath Kara on a 3-pointer. You're not going to charge the foot. I saw Diana Taurasi and knew it was coming. Clothesline Kara to make a point to an official. You don't run out on the court like you've been there. You wouldn't do that. That's not how you're wired. That's not how. But it's also, these are the same people who, hey, KC, tell me about Ryan's, impact on, Ryan's love of basketball. Oh man, when she was a baby, I put a ball in her hand, and then I took her outside and I taught her free throws, and I quit the afternoon show at KSFM so I could train her in our gym outside in our little crypto.com. And it's like, no, that's cool. Mr. Caraway, could you please tell us about Ryan though? No, because I was a hooper. So when I was a hooper, I taught her all the things that I did. That's this. It's what these. I've seen it 1,000 times. Ask that dude about his sister. That's what he's going. Oh, I put a ball in her hands when she was a baby. All right, man. Now tell me about your sister, the player. Like, and it's this overprotective nature that is so, and maybe that's not even. It's this desire to be involved that is so freaking prevalent in that sport.
I understand. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. If I was sitting where you sat, I'll let them know. I'll let them know. If I was sitting
KC handing the pros versus Joe's video to the producer, y'all need to run this when you interview me. Make this the B-roll. Make this the B-roll.
Just giving Kenny Smith that work. It is what it is. If I was sitting where you would sit for those games, and I'm being honest, and I don't know what you did or didn't do, but Gabby Pondexter does that. I'm standing up and I'm telling her, don't do that S no more. I saw what you did. Don't do it. Somebody watch her. I'm not getting on her, but come on, come on.
Okay.
And that's just,
well, again,
you
and I sit courtside very differently. We sit courtside very, very differently.
I would say, like, I don't know if I'd get up and be demonstrative,
but that's not your place.
I saw that.
That's not your place. It's not your place.
It's not your place, but it.
You ever see when Gloria jumped up during the Cavs Celtics scrum and LeBron looked at her and said, "Sit your ass down, mama." Yeah, like it's not your place.
It's not.
That's
a little different too, though. That's a fight, because it's altercating they're getting into.
No, the difference is it's a woman on the outside, it's a mom, and it's men on the floor. That's the difference. That's what we're talking about.
I don't. If Ryan got into it with some girl on the court, I wouldn't be telling, "Hey, watch that." Da, 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 da. But if she's doing something sneaky and dirty and trying to potentially take her career out with something sneaky and dirty, I would probably say to the lady, "You need to watch that. Refs, you need to watch her."
I'd say that everybody knows you would yell at. Everybody knows you yell at the refs.
But it's not a woman's thing for me. I'd say the same thing with Reese. Ref, watch dude. Watch him, man. Simple as that. Wouldn't run on the floor, though. Would not run on the floor. It's not what would happen. The original part of what we were talking about is, I think you're wrong and a little harsh on the player. Like I said, I said I don't think Angel Reese is very good, and she's not gonna make it far in there. I don't even know that we explained that. I don't think Angel Reese is, in terms of the WNBA, I don't think she's very good. Number one, I think she's good enough to be in that league for a long time. I'm not questioning whether she's going to be in the league. Player. I don't think she's going to make any noise. All right, well, she's going to have a career though. That was the original thing we talked about. She'll be in there. She ain't gonna be like. She ain't gonna be like. As long as she keep that Wingstop endorsement. See, that's where we're different. She's not gonna be like her. She wasn't her in college. That girl was not. Angel Reese. It was Kia Cooper. What's her name? I was trying to figure out her name last night. Girl. I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but she was the girl that was with Kevin Huerter. I think she got cut after a rookie season. She was like number 4 pick overall or something like that. She's not. She was never Angel Reese. Angel Reese, I don't like the hair pulling. I love her and Camilla going back and forth though. I watched that. I like that. I like that. And because of that, Angel ain't gonna go nowhere. She got dog in her. She ain't going nowhere. She gonna get after it. And that's before we talk about her skills. I think she's a skilled player. She's not the most skilled player that's gonna come out or nothing like that, but I think she's got some skills and she's got the grit to continue to work on her game. The W's, and that part I'm not sure I agree with. I'm not sure I agree with that part. Maybe you're right. I just don't see it in her. And then again, remember, we're talking about the most difficult sports league to make it in because of the sheer size of it, and now the massive influx of talent. I say that I feel that she can do it because she did it once already. She wasn't Angel Reese LSU at Maryland. She had to struggle through some things. She had to get better. She did, and she got the spot that she was at LSU. If she gets hit in the face with something in the WNBA, I don't believe she'll back down and just stop trying to overcome that as well. Well, we'll find out soon enough, I'm sure. So about those Kings,
cold piece is there's so much, like, we've got to talk about the Kings. I want to talk about Malik Monk. Like, looks like Eric Armstead's headed elsewhere. And it's not terribly surprising. We've laid out scenarios where we felt like that was possible for quite some time. So we'll talk about that. There's a lot to get to. The phone lines are open for you. 916-909-1320. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Look, hey, thank you for putting an end to these sorry narratives, Rachel. This is very true. I am very passive with the refs. I actually don't say much to the refs at all. True story.
Okay, Rachel. That was one of my favorite texts of all time. Just out minding my business. Hey, I think your boy's going to get thrown out.
The thing about the situation with the refs, yeah, check your text message. The thing about the situation with the refs, you mentioned this yesterday. I saw her yesterday. She mentioned a little something to me. I'm not always like on their head like that.
Did you hit send?
I didn't. I was just about to make this.
Oh.
I'm not always like just badgering the refs all the time. But when I'm right, I'm right. So like if that's an illegal screen, I need you to get that right. Don't tell me, oh no, he's doing this. No, you're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I'm right in this situation. I need you to get that right. So it's not a constant thing, but when he's dead wrong,
or she,
I gotta tell you dead wrong.
Because your favorite official had a rough game. That was yesterday, right?
Yeah. That's what I was looking. Before I said something, I was looking for. It doesn't really matter, I don't think. Oh man, it really don't matter now. I went to my clock for whatever reason. Yeah, it's a Saturday.
Yeah, we'll get to this one in a little bit too. That's one of the best stories in sports right there.
Really?
Please let this happen.
Oh man.
Oh, I didn't see this.
Did they call Rachel a bot? Rachel, it's a real person. Shout out Avery. Shout out Nolan. Shout out Zayden. Avery too. DJ. Sebastian. Dre. All my kids, man, that I coach. Reese, my son.
That other number must be Mo.
Hmm.
That other number must be Mo.
One other thing.
I knew that segment was going to be tense.
It's good stuff, man. It's good stuff. I except for Kim,
I want to be wrong.
I like them all. I
want to be wrong
Don.
about
I like
Don.
the new Coach K. I love the new Coach K. I love Don. I'd love the new Coach K more if I had book ones.
Good luck, pal.
But I love them all. I think.
Hey, shout out Book for that too.
Yeah, man. Big ups to him. I think they're all. Nobody's the same, right? And I think that's what helps leagues and games grow. If everybody was the same, I don't think that would help. Having different characters and different individuals and personalities and stuff like that, that's what helped the men's game, I think.
I think
back
my
in the 80s and 90s and
it's a personality defect that I have, right? Like I understand that there's more than one way to do things, but I also believe that there's a right way to do things. And it's my own opinion, but it's a defect in the way that I operate, right? In the sense that I'm still relatively close to that game. And the person I'm closest to, I know why she does what she does. And when I watch her or talk to her, I don't ever have to question that. When I watch or hear from these other people, I do. And that's where it bothers me. And again, you're right. There's multiple ways to do this. I just get hung up on what I think is the right way. And I believe the way that Pat did it was the right way. And I believe what Coach K is building at Duke, our Coach K, is the right way. And when I see some of this other stuff, when I see Mulkey, when I see in again, I told you when I was around Dawn, the first time like I was really around Dawn, it was her like second year or third year at South Carolina. Everything you just said about her was she built that program from nothing, absolutely nothing. And so regardless of what I think about how she operates or what she says or what her focus is, that program was, as you would quote Joe Budden, a 2-pack of ass. And she has built it into a team that is a national championship favorite every single year and is again this year and hasn't lost a game since last tournament. Right. So like it's just, I get hung up on what I think is right. And that's my issue.
It's like me and the refs.
Sure. Let's go.
It's like me and the refs. Real quick, two things real quick. Number one, I watched the Nebraska-Iowa game on Sunday morning too. That was a great game. The women's tournament is going to be
what the funny thing is, we didn't even talk about South Carolina and Tennessee.
Man, come on. That was this is March.
Now,
this is March.
So again, I'm just a jerk, right? So knowing different things and the way different things in life go, Pat's not here anymore. Watching Tennessee lose sometimes is funny. When the coach makes an active decision to say, I'm just not going to guard this player, and you lose because of that, and the camera catches your reaction, oh, I laugh like hell. I laugh like hell when that girl, who I don't think had hit a three,
she'd never even shot a three
in her career, was just left wide open and hits it, walk off three. South Carolina advances, and Kelly Harper's over there, as Kenny would say, with that stupid look on her face. And Tennessee is trying to figure out what just happened to him. That was funny.
This is
that
March.
was funny.
That tournament is just going to be
Bananas.
so good.
Yeah,
it's going to be so
bananas.
good. And I will say this too. I was really down on men's college basketball. We'll talk a little bit more about them a little later and some things going on locally. But because I got some things going on, been a little more locked in the last 2-3 weeks. The Niners had a lot to do with that too. Like they had a long run. I was really focused on football, and the Kings didn't really have the bandwidth for much college basketball. They got some things going on in the men's. I was probably a little harsh on the men's game earlier in the season. Man, I think both tournaments are going to be great. I think both tournaments are going to be great. The other thing though about Angel, just to tie a bow on that just a little bit. One of the reasons why people feel how they feel about Angel, maybe not making it or something like that, it's kind of how things have gone for her after the national championship game. And in her defense, just a little bit, all that hit her like a ton of bricks. She went from a nobody to one of the biggest stars in the sports world in like 14 days.
Mm-hmm.
When you're not prepared for that, maybe you handle that a little different. We all, like, if we turned into, D'Lo and KC Sacramento to get up, D'Lo and KC, and people, awful announcers is looking at us every single day.
Dallas puts the D. I don't even know how to follow it up, but the sentence will start with Big D or something terribly inappropriate from my
right. You don't know how you handle it. And I don't think she necessarily always handled it particularly well. But
I'd be throwing money off buildings. That's what I'd be doing. I got that greenie money. Here y'all go.
And then the think piece from Deadspin talking about you, and they're leading First Take about, well, is Damian Barling, like, is that what like all this other stuff? I don't know. Like, and she's like 20, or maybe she's 21 now. But all this happened in the span of like a month.
Mm-hmm.
And she didn't always handle things the best way.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And that's part of life. Hopefully she grows from it, is what you hope. What you hope.
If she makes it in the league, you know who I could see her being? Is Skylar. Because Skylar was that player before. Third pick in the Skylar low-key sucked. Like, she was the star. Almost identical. Lil Wayne wears her jersey. I think it was Lil Wayne.
Drake, too. Lil Wayne and Drake.
Wears her jersey. I feel like it was Weezy who started it. And all of a sudden, obviously she's gorgeous, right? And now all of a sudden she becomes this massive star. She's at Notre Dame. All of these different things working in her favor. And kind of watching, being really, really close to the game at the time, like, I don't think she's very good. Like, what's this going to mean when she gets to the league? And she wasn't. But, and this is where I wonder what's going to happen with Angel. She worked. She worked her ass off. Like, I know who she worked with. Adon. She worked with Melo's people. Like, she busted her ass to be better and became better. And I wonder if Angel has that, because unlike Skylar, Angel got money now. Like, Angel got money now. Skylar didn't have. Skylar had to get better, and it worked. Like, she did it. She got better. She got the endorsements. She got all sorts of things that worked for her because she was she's unique in her own sense. I wonder if Angel will have that same work ethic, because to me, that's how she's going to make it.
That's a great comp by you. And I know you're talking about like skill level, which you got to have first and foremost. But just from what I've seen from Angel is there's an element to her. She's from Baltimore, so that's the reason why this happened. You're not going to push me around. So even if she gets into the league and she's not as good, and girls are like, we about to show you what's up, Angel. Like, you here with the big girls now. We about to show you what's up. Much like Skylar, because Skylar had the same thing. Oh, she's just a little pretty girl. Skylar got dog in her.
Yep.
And she got to the point where, like, you're not going to treat me like the little prissy, pretty girl. I'm a fight back. And I think Angel got that in her too, where even if they treat her like, you're not that good, youngster, we're going to show you what it is, Angel will fight back. And that's what's going to keep her. She'll fight back with working on her game.
And that's just where I hope you're right. Obviously, I want her to succeed. She's a big personality. Big personalities are great for the game. I want her to succeed. Just right now, if I was, a draft analyst, I don't think I would feel great about this. Like, if I had a top pick in the draft, I don't know how good I would feel making her, a high selection. For reasons that you just said right there. Anything else?
No, I think that's good.
I love women's basketball. I'm always going to love that game, be it college or the WNBA.
Shout out Juju.
I wish we had a.
Shout out Juju doing it.
And there's more Jujus on the horizon. There are more Jujus on the horizon.
My girl that we talking about, Kehlani, I think that's how you say her name. She playing with. She a freshman in high school. She playing Team Tarasi 17U. And she's like the get,
That's
like, oh, we
SoCal?
got her. Yeah.
That's SoCal, yeah.
In Ontario. She's, man. I don't know how tall she's going to get. That's the only thing I'm worried about.
Yeah, there's some. I mean, and it's good, and this is where the Dawns are good. This is where the those big personalities are good for the game because they bring exposure to the game, and this league is growing at the women's game and the WNBA are growing at a pace that they never have in their existence over the last maybe 5 years. It's grown probably more than it did in the previous 10.
They're gonna need some more teams. I know they already did the 2.
I saw the Toronto thing.
What happened?
Apparently, there's like the Toronto thing has gotten some.
That'd be a good move for them.
Has gotten some traction.
Again. I hope so. That'd be a good move for the league. Absolutely. But once they get the Bay Area, and hopefully if it's Toronto, the next one, I think they're gonna need 2 to 4 more. Because it's coming in waves. I hear right you, now. But it's coming in waves.
Grow slow. Let's not do too much too fast.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you want to
do? No, go Kings. And before we started talking about this, you led into the break talking about maybe some thoughts on what happened last night. Matt George caught a video of Malik Monk.
Yeah. So I guess Malik got a little upset going to for getting subbed out. Guess he went back to the tunnel, maybe just cooled down for a second or whatever, and eventually went back into the game, however long it was, whatever the time frame was. Malik is obviously ultra competitive. We've seen his interactions with Mike Brown on more than one occasion this year, and this is less of a question about Malik and more of a question about the state of the team. Is there any chance that maybe they're starting to splinter a little bit? Like, I asked that less because of what the video Matt caught yesterday of Malik, and I'll take that, but I'll also combine it with Domas's remarks after the San Antonio game, where he said they had that, oh no, here we go again moment. And yesterday you had the third quarter run, which, you know, the game isn't exactly the same. And certainly the Houston Rockets, regardless of their record, they're not a opponent the caliber of Detroit, Charlotte, or San Antonio, or whatever team you want to throw in there, a shorthanded Portland team. But there was an, oh no, here we go again. We're giving up a 35-18 run or 14 or whatever this was to Houston. Like, there's no Dame over there. There's no Steph. There's no Ant-Man. Yeah. Like, how are they put now? Hey, we missing shots. How did we give up that many points on the offensive end? Is there any thought that maybe things are starting to not sit well with the collective? I don't want to make it about an individual, but more about the collective.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, it's different. It's a different time, a different season, and you know, we've said it a number of different times. I don't know if winning is the single most important thing to everybody in that locker room. You know what I mean? And it's not to say it's not important. You know, it's important. It's at the top of the list for sure. But last year, nothing, at least outwardly, it felt like nothing else mattered. Not playing time, not contracts, not shots, nothing else ever mattered except for finding a way to win and to break the playoff drought. That was always first. You signed a contract, all this other stuff, the contract with Coach Brown, all in. That was always first and foremost. This year, maybe sometimes it isn't first and foremost. Maybe sometimes it's playing time or it's shots or anything else like that.
Got you. Yep.
And that may not last very long. You know, maybe it's a day or two thing where it's just like, man, I could be doing more. I want to be doing more. Or he doesn't play me enough, or, you know, he doesn't give me a chance to do this and that. Could be the case, but it felt like those things didn't happen last year. And there's a possibility that this year There's just little things that are agitating these guys more than it did last year. It's just a feeling from the outside looking in. John Paul, I will say this though. John Paul's in the chat about the whole thing. Like, I think there's some discrepancy about whether or not Malik was mad at Mike Brown or the officials. Looking at it, it looked like Mike Brown. Read lips the best you can. I'm not legends, but it sounded like it was about being pulled out. John Paul said, I would have acted like Monk too. He was cooking and Mike Brown subs him out. That's not okay. Like, that's not what you should do. It's not the way you should behave. It's not the right thing to do. Should you feel a certain way? Is Malik justified in feeling how he felt in that moment? Absolutely. I understand that for sure. But you can't sit up here and tell me, to a certain degree, putting family business out for the public and doing that is the right thing to do. It's not. I would tell Malik, man, don't do that, man. Don't handle that way. You know what I'm saying? And then maybe after that, I have no problem with him. If that was what he was upset about, taking a little cool down period, 15, 20 seconds in the tunnel, get yourself together, get back on the bench. I got no problem with that. But all the demonstrative and yelling and all this other stuff for everybody to see. Nah, you're wrong, John Poles. And anybody says like that's what he should have done, you're wrong. That's not how you behave. No, it doesn't mean I don't like Malik. Doesn't mean get rid of him or he's not for the team. It don't mean none of that. We're just looking at that situation, and anybody that says he was right for doing that, you're wrong.
I don't think you were saying Malik is someone who's not focused on winning.
Right.
I think Malik's reaction was about winning and losing the game. And that's where not the desire to win, but that's where I wonder, like, maybe splintered is the wrong word. Maybe it's starting to question themselves a little bit, because if you're having those here we go again feelings and it happens again, little different with Houston, but still a massive run by a team that is not as skilled offensively as you are. We're playing really well defensively, but then like, it's a chess match. There's a counter. You got a team that's playing really well defensively. Okay, well, make it so they can't.
Right.
Easy for the guy who, talks on the radio for 7 hours a day, but that's your job. Like, my job is to talk. Your job is to have this chess match with Ime Udoka, and that's not a Mike Brown directed towards statement. That's a Sacramento Kings coaching staff directed towards statement. You knew who Houston was because Houston beat the hell out of you twice to begin the season. And I know that the Sacramento Kings didn't go into that game thinking, well, De'Aaron's here, so it's okay this time. Oh, we're in a different place than we were at the beginning of the year. It's okay this time. I know they didn't go in thinking that, but it felt like they made little few bordering on inconsequential adjustments during the third quarter. It's almost like the ass whooping has to play itself out. And then you get to the fourth quarter and it's like, all right, let's try this time. No, you should have tried that at like the 6-minute mark of the third quarter.
Right.
And then things kind of reset themselves. Like, once the ass whooping is complete, all the tears are dried. Okay, now let's try something else. And you see them be a little bit more effective in those quarters.
Well, but you also ask yourself this question too. Like we talk about when the Kings play teams and they don't score. Is it them missing shots or is it great defense? Chicken or the egg? Is it Uchi Wally Wally or is it one Mike?
I never know the answer.
Is a black girl lost or shorty?
I don't know the answer to that one either. I never have.
Were adjustments not made or were shots just not made? You know what I'm saying? Like, because it felt like they were still getting looks.
So they
didn't make shots.
That's the question I'll ask too about the way the Kings were playing, because I thought they were playing relatively consistent defense the entire game. San Antonio hit really difficult shots a couple of nights ago. Houston, I felt like, had some looks, and maybe Houston hit shots that Sacramento really wasn't banking on them taking. Like,
yes or no, but I was talking about the other side.
So and so that's the trying to avoid saying it.
What?
It's the flip side.
Damn.
I don't know which one it is. Like, I don't know how to decide, because I thought Houston missed shots in the fourth. But was that because of an adjustment they made defensively? Because they gave up a ton of points in the third quarter. Was that an adjustment that Sacramento made defensively, and then just a couple of more shots fell? Or were they doing something different? Like, I don't know how to judge whether a team is – I thought the Sacramento Kings played really well defensively against San Antonio. San Antonio just hit some really tough shots. I don't know how to make that distinction, and whether it's the defense or the offense that's causing what we're seeing.
And the way I usually go about that is, well, at least with the Kings, is, are you continuing? You guys hear me say it all year, all the time. Are you continuing to generate the open and wide open looks? If you are, and you're just missing, to me, it's not something the defense has done. It's not an adjustment the defense has made. It's you not making shots. But if they're like, say, for instance, in the first half, they had a combined, 11 open and wide open shots. And in the third quarter, they were only able to generate 2. And that tells me the defense made an adjustment. They kind of tightened up on you, taking those looks away. But if you were able to get 6 wide open looks just in that quarter alone, it's probably more so on you missing shots than what the defense is doing. That's just the way I look at it. I don't know. I still don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I still don't know, but that's just kind of how I decipher those things.
I got to check, because what was the Spurs game? There was a lot of points scored in that Spurs game. Goodness gracious. It was 131 to 129. That was a lot of points. And then last night's 112 to 104. And as you mentioned, as you mentioned, a lot of those points from the 112 side, where the players well, thank you, came at the end of the game when the Kings are attempting to extend the game and hold out a little bit of hope there. Kings again. I mean, if you want a positive stat, Kings shot well from the free throw line again.
They did. Shot
87%, and it's not as small of a sample size as we've seen in recent games. They were 20 of 23. That's a good turnaround for the Kings. But man, we had said after the Spurs win, hey, Kings are 3-1 in March. If we're isolating seasons down to months right now, we talk about, well, January was basically 500, February is basically 500. They're off to a great start. Well, now they're 3-2. And man, what a difference! Like 4-1 and 3-2 feel like, especially with Dame and Giannis.
Bron and AD marking.
Yeah, and AD had a absurd stat line last night. Of course, Domas wasn't out there on the floor against them. He had like 27 and 25 or something. Like, I think he had like 8 assists too.
Yeah, he was balling.
And LeBron played.
That was great, AD.
Man, that was no question all NBA. Anthony Davis.
And real quick before we get out of here, just want to clarify again.
You dislike Malik Monk?
Love Malik Monk.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Love Malik. I saw somebody with a Monk jersey last night at 0. Malik Monk. I was like, damn.
If only you were near.
I just need him to sign.
If only you were near.
Well,
I can't
do it because he's not locked up for the future. I just need him to sign this summer, and then I'm getting one of those black Kings Malik Monk.
Oh, the
joints.
black one.
I was like, I saw some fool in there with the Lakers Malik Monk jersey.
What's wrong? He's a Malik Monk fan. What's wrong with that?
What you getting a Lakers jersy for?
He's a Malik
and
Monk
then wearing
fan.
it to the Kings game. Stop it. No, just wear a white T-shirt at that point. But no, man, Malik. We talked about this before.
Could he wear a Charlotte one?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, just wanted to establish
for sure. I always come to these things with the premise of what I teach my son, that's how you handle things. I would not teach Reese to do that. I also understand the NBA is a different place. The NBA is not high school or college where you do those things and it's a super, super bad look. NBA, you do that kind of stuff, and at the next time out, you guys are laughing and joking. That's just what they do on that level. Hell, Malik Monk went into the game like a minute later, literally a minute later. So sometimes I'll chalk it up to maybe it's just different in the NBA. You can do those things, and it's not an issue.
It's just the competitive. In my opinion, it's just a competitive environment, and most of us don't go, scream at our coworkers during a meeting and then come back and everything's fine. Like that happens a lot in sports. Like it happens in football. Like
in the Super Bowl.
Peyton Manning once told a Hall of Fame Jeff Saturday center to snap the ball and essentially snap the ball and shut up. One of the all-time clips. Let me run the offense. You sit there and shut up. Yeah, like it happens. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball, more NBA basketball, and a lot of NFL. Looks like the 49ers are going to release Eric Armstead. He'll hit the market, and, man, he's got some decisions to make. Lots of things happening. We'll talk about it. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Kyle, you good in there? Yeah, he can't hear me. I don't know why I asked. That's fine. That's right. You just block. It's tremendous. That's what I was hoping. But is that official? That's not official. Is it? That didn't come through, did it? No. Okay. I like it though. I like it. I hope he's got a couple years left. I feel like football players age in dog years.
Gardner Minshew is a Raider, though.
That's a shoot?
Yeah. Right now. I just looked it up right now.
Oh, there it is right there. Oh. Well. Shit.
Raiders still don't have a quarterback.
Eric Armstead has canceled his trip to Las Vegas after Gardner Minshew signs. Patrick, I don't think you want him to play. The last time he played, it was bad news. Not because
of him.
Not because of him.
The situation.
Because of the situation. You do not want to see Mason Jones on the floor. Of course, it could be the other way, and the Kings could be up 30, and then we get some Mason Jones runs, but I don't remember the last time we saw that.
I thought about Mason Jones on Thursday. He was there yesterday. But I thought about him on Thursday because I was like, we're missing Mason Jones. I was looking at the bench reaction and all this. I was like, where Mace at? He wasn't there. He was with Stockton on Thursday. Mace would have been turned up. Oh, boy, would have been turned up.
Hey,
They did play yesterday. Yeah, I don't know.
No, but didn't you said he wasn't there?
He wasn't there Thursday when they came back
against
the Spurs.
Wasn't that the game they played at like noon?
Yeah, I don't know why he wasn't there. Unless they had to travel or something. But I was when I was watching like the bench and seeing Trey Lyles just kind of sit there, I was like, it dawned on me. It's like, where Mason at? Mason wasn't there.
I didn't even notice that.
Mason would have been turned all the way up.
Oh yeah, that would have been fire. That would have been fire.
Oh, is this coming on right now? Okay. Texas about to play women's.
Rappaport's tweet says that Minshew's going to compete with Aiden O'Connell. Compete for what?
Okay, pal.
Are they competing for the backup job? Are they competing for the starter job?
Yikes. Oh, Zabo. Hey, the originators and the inventors can do whatever they want to do. Now, we didn't invent the term, but around here, oh, yeah, we started that. Hey, look, you do whatever you want after. Like, just pay the certain respect.
Staley who? Dawn?
Yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't even know where
you can't do that for coaches.
Yeah, I wouldn't even know where to begin with that.
Patrick, I think Jaden Daniels going top 3.
This is so funny. I'm desperately trying to find Mason Jones on the sideline.
When?
It's like on Thursday.
Yeah, he wasn't there, man.
He really isn't. There's Kessler. There's Duarte.
I don't know why he
there's
wasn't there.
Sasha.
Because the crazy thing is, I think Jordan
Maybe
Ford
he
was there.
couldn't. Yeah,
But
there's Jordan Ford right there.
Yeah,
There's
Jordan
Ford
Ford was
there.
in street clothes. So I don't know why Mason couldn't be there in street clothes.
I think Jordan has the that's Duarte. That's that's where's Jordan? Yeah, I think Jordan has the jersey on, or not the jersey. The the team issue retired. I think so. The only one in street clothes, I think, is Sasha. I just refuse to believe that Kobe Jones wasn't there. I'm like examining this video. Mason Jones.
My boy Mace.
Yeah, I'm just examining these videos as if like, no, I'm gonna find him, Kenny.
I'm telling you, man, because I know my boy Mace would have been turned all the way up. And when that came to my mind when I was watching, I was like, yo, where Mace at? He ain't there. Damn. My boy would have been turned up. I like Mason Jones. We gotta talk to Mason Jones.
We haven't asked them for anything all year. You wonder how weird it was. Hey.
No, we need let's make that happen. Our one and only ass.
Yeah, can we talk to Mason Jones? Huh?
Talk to my boy Mace. Oh, that reminds me. 2 things. Man, and I feel bad because I forgot the lady's name. Oh man. I thought I remember. I forgot it. Please forgive me if you're listening. You were so nice. I apologize. But in the media room,
superstars rarely take the time to learn.
No, that's not. It's not true. I think somebody else was talking to me at the time, and I got distracted.
Oh,
but
popular.
She was so nice. So in the media room, I go in there. You know, you got to check in so you can get a plate or something like that. And I
didn't know that.
I learned that maybe a year or 2 ago.
Oh,
like yeah, you gotta, I guess, check in or whatever.
Maybe they don't ask me because they've never, like, they know I've never once eaten there before. Maybe. Hi.
So I, you know, I was just going by, and you know, I'm just trying to follow protocol, trying to do things the right way. I was like, hey, Kenny Caraway. She goes, I know who you are. I was like, oh, you do? She's like, yeah, I listen to you guys all the time. I love your show. I was like, thank you.
Wow. I'm sorry, man. I would have remembered your name, man. I'm so sorry.
But she was super sweet.
She just flipped to Allen and Watkins. Wondering why she's hearing pocket watchers on both shows, but it's fine. A little confusing.
She was very nice, very sweet. So next time I see her, I'm definitely gonna make sure I say hello and get her name. But while I was in the media room, guess what? I had a quick conversation with. Somebody told me, and maybe you'll know this.
Okay.
But just try to guess. Somebody told me, they're like, hey, been meaning to tell you, I love when you guys start talking power. I am so as a part of the Powerverse. Like I'm locked in, bro. I love when you guys talk about that. You got any guess on who it was?
No, I'll guess. I don't know. Is it J.A.?
It's Jason. He told me, bro, I'm locked into all things power. Like, I love the whole power.
The only reason I said that is because J.A. hit me once to ask if I saw the Stars show Heels. And I told him I had, but I hadn't finished it. And so Heels was on Stars.
Mm-hmm.
So when you asked, I was like, I wonder if JA is just lurking around the Stars app.
No, Jay said he's
stumbled on the Power universe.
He said I watch all that. He was even giving me, I guess he had, I'm just being joking a little bit, but maybe he had gone to a Power Reddit thread and he was talking about.
Yeah, he's seen it all. Okay.
Yeah, and he's like, yeah, man, I saw something. They were talking about they think they know who Ghost and Tommy are and Raising Kanan, like that, because we were talking about like, yeah, man, it's crazy. We still don't know who they are.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, yeah, there's a couple guys in that little crew that people are saying they think that's Tommy and Ghost right there. And so like we talked like 10 minutes there. Even my boy Tone was like, man, I gotta watch this Power. What y'all talking about?
Tone hasn't seen Power?
Yeah, I don't think he's really watched it, man. So he's like, yeah, I got to check this out because I was saying what's up to Tone, and then we got talking, and Tone was listening to everything we were saying.
We got to have.
He's like, oh man, yeah. I told Jay, I was like,
Jay on to talk Power.
I said,
Universe.
come on, man, come through, man. He's like, anytime, man, anytime.
Jason Anderson, Sacramento Bee Kings insider here with us. So, bruh, about raising Canaan.
Yeah, he was all the way locked in, though. We had like a 10-minute conversation on.
Do you have Schefter's push notifications on?
I don't.
You don't?
No.
That's actually a good thing. Because we got deals happening around the National Football League.
Hey, how many pocket watches we gonna have right now? Can we have multiple?
We can have multiple?
Wait. Say it again?
We have multiple pocket watching.
I think we have a pocket watchers league. It's just you played. Some days you play game, or
I mean, right now, like, can we have a doubleheader?
Yeah, we could do a doubleheader.
Okay.
Oh, you're desperate.
Well, because I'm about to get over 500. Stop
now to be clear, well, you could get to 500.
I'm one game under.
That exhibition against me did not count. I am not a sanctioned fighter.
I'm getting real tired of your boy trying to add wins.
I know. I know. First of all, you're about to get teed up. Don't talk to the official.
I'm just saying, all right? Connor McBarling was an official win for me. Yes, I'm 50-0.
You are, in fact, 2-4.
Come on, man.
In pocket watching.
One game's under protest.
And I believe no.
I'm 2-3, and one game's under protest.
And I'm going to confirm this. I saw. By the way, we should note. The Raiders signed Gardner Minshew. We'll deal
Silver
with.
and Black is back, baby.
Can't wait to hear about how he lived in his RV that one time again.
We'll deal with that nonsense shortly.
And now we get to hear it all the time because they're local. We got to watch the local team. So we're gonna get all the Gardner Minshew.
Real quick, I got to pull this one up in the chat because it's hilarious. Yo, Jesse, just say you only follow the Niners, bro. All right, Danny. Big Niners guy over here.
That's amazing. So, did you happen to see? And I don't know. I see Kyle Madsen in there working. If anyone can confirm this for me, the new Kirk Cousins deal has $100 million guaranteed on it. $100 million guaranteed. Kirk Cousins, perhaps the greatest bag getter in the history of professional football.
He's the GOAT.
The only player that I'm aware of who had, well, besides Deshaun Watson, who hasn't even hit that mark yet, had 5 straight guaranteed money seasons with a franchise, and a guaranteed 3-year deal from Minnesota. 12 seasons. I don't know his breakdown this year, but we know $100 million in new money is coming in.
So we can count the 100 guaranteed.
Okay, we could do that.
Is that I'm checking.
We could do that. Okay. We could do that. Everybody agree?
Count
okay.
Guaranteed right now, yeah.
12 seasons. His highest single year, he had 2 of them. 2020 and 2022 both grossed $40 million. 12 seasons, Kirk Cousins. Give me his career earnings with the new $100 million tacked on.
I'm going to go 411.
Kenny Caraway is going $411 million. Jesse, career earnings for Kirk Cousins, 12 seasons. His highest grossing season had 2 of them at $40 million, and we're tacking the new $100 million onto it.
I'm going to go 375.
Jesse's going 375.
I don't want to live in a world where Kirk Cousins is making $500 million in the NFL.
Well, we're in it, pal.
Kirk Cousins, 12 seasons, $231.6 million. You add the new $100 million to it, and you have $331.6 million. Another victory for Jesse Tapia, who is now 5-2 in 2024.
Picking up right where we left off last season. Let's go. You said you wanted to play again?
Yeah.
He's somebody.
Yeah.
He's
Matter of fact, I
dumbfounded
do.
over there.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I do.
And
Damn
who
it.
was this person?
Let's do Saquon.
Oh, interesting. I don't. Okay.
New Philadelphia Eagle, Saquon Barkley.
All right.
This is running backs. You probably made as much as Rick Barry back then.
I'm gonna need a minute because it turns out I can't spell Saquon.
Well, let me see. SAQUEON or just ON?
Just ON.
Ah,
Stand by. I got now, and I got to get. So let's. Well, God damn it! Just hit the music. All right, Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley, 6 seasons. I don't. Are we adding his new money in?
let's add. I don't know.
Let's throw in his guarantees.
Now give me. Now let me. Now I got to figure it out.
His guarantee for this contract.
His guarantee for this contract, I feel like, is 20 something. Stand by. 26 guaranteed. 26 million guaranteed on this new deal. Saquon Barkley, the former number 2 pick in the draft.
Let me see, because I'm trying to think about the situation.
We got 6 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
The most money he earned was last year.
Okay.
It was $10 million.
Okay. Let's just say boom, 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 boom. Okay. I think I know what I can answer now.
You can answer whenever you want to. 6 seasons, former number 2 overall pick, Saquon Barkley. He's got $26 million of new money coming in. His highest grossing season to date is $10 million.
I'm going to say $71 million.
What?
$71 million.
He's clearly said 60, 71 million.
That's-
So throw that on the board. Whatever number that is, that's his guess.
How many
I said 60 redacted.
Okay.
$71 million.
All right.
71.
Jesse, we got $71 million. There's $26 million of new money coming in. He's been in the league 6 seasons, former number 2 overall pick. $10 million was his highest grossing year, and it was last season.
It's feeling like a high guess right there, KC. We're gonna undercut that. We're gonna go 58 million. I'm gonna try and be closer. I think it's like 48 or something. I'm gonna go 58.
We're gonna go 58. And to be clear, I made a mistake.
Hey, okay.
This
These referees are influenced by betting.
No,
all right, Adam Silver, don't find me, please.
This
Damian
episode.
Marley.
This episode of Pocket Watching is being eliminated. I missed the signing bonus his rookie year. It's a big miss.
Well,
I missed. It was $21 million.
All right, so what's the?
Are we re-guessing
what's
here?
the
Or what's
answer?
going
No,
on?
what's the answer?
Whoa, we got new
What's the answer?
information. No,
what's the answer?
no. I'll
Because
look it up.
I didn't forget about something like that.
Whoa.
What's the answer?
No.
The answer. Now, to be clear, this does not count.
No, what the hell it doesn't. The hell it doesn't. No. Hell no. Give me my win.
The answer with the new $26 million coming in is $94 million.
That's me.
No,
that's me.
We're protesting. I'll throw to the network right now.
I missed the rookie signing bonus. That's me. It was $21.2 million. Then it's basically chump change for a couple of seasons. Then he earned $10 million for a total of 48.6. Add the 26 that he just signed for, which I think is probably, they're saying 3 years. It's probably going to be 2 at 13 apiece.
Count it.
My guess is that's what Saquon Barkley's new year is.
Count it.
We can count it, but it's like one of those hockey things where it's like you're like 2, 4, and like 1.
So look at these people. They're trying to treat me like the Warriors after the All-Star break, diminishing my win based on who I was playing against and the circumstances.
Much like most protests in the NBA, they get denied. Kenny Caraway goes 1-1 on the day.
Let's go.
3-5 in 2024, but the official has to take a E on this one. I lose, Jesse.
I gave the right amount of money.
Jesse,
this time.
if it helps, I lose sleep over moments like this. I lose sleep over moments like this, and so I apologize.
Touch the fence and back, Dan.
Listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. And True Down hit him with the Damian Brothers over here. Didn't mention it. Kirk Cousins' $100 million deal came courtesy of the Atlanta Falcons. Kirk Cousins headed to the Falcons, leaving a lot of people scratching their head over Justin Fields' future. Gardner Minshew headed to the Las Vegas Raiders. Hate that. And Leonard Floyd is headed to the San Francisco 49ers, as that just popped up here a moment ago. 49ers have actually made a couple of signings today, but lots.
Brandon Allen.
Well, liked guy.
Yeah. Okay.
But there's been quite a bit of movement across the league as legal tampering has begun. Russell Wilson headed to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, that completely messed up our
a little bit.
I didn't even get a chance to, I didn't see how that played out. I didn't get a chance to watch. I recorded it.
I'm pretty I was gonna tell Sarah, so don't tell nobody. If y'all see me on Sports Sunday, that show is not live.
Not all the time. You have been on there live though.
I have been, but not for a long time. And in fact, I'll tell and God bless, I love both of them because they have a full understanding, especially now that the KSFM show has started.
Yeah.
Me and you, we aren't wired the same. If you're going live at 11:30, that's Kenny Caraway time. But if you want to record, then, which is what we normally do, we normally record around 7. We finished recording, and 20 minutes later, we were asked about Russell Wilson, his future, and potentially joining the Las Vegas Raiders. 20 minutes later, he signs with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I hit the group text like, you might have to cut that whole segment, or I was waiting for a, hey, can we redo it? But that's not possible the way things work there either. So I think it just kind of lived. Previously recorded. Yeah,
that's all you got to do, man. That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
Who saw that coming on a Sunday night though?
Yeah, it felt like there was a lot of it left me with either Russ didn't really entertain the Raiders, or the Raiders didn't really entertain Russ, because that didn't seem to go anywhere. He visited Pittsburgh
and the Giants.
The Giants.
Well, to be fair, we don't even know if it happened, because the guy who reported it was like, I don't know. Maybe he might meet up with the Raiders.
Oh, that was an all-time tweet from Schefter. Absolute all-time
who
tweet.
knows? It really happened. Hell, maybe he'll meet up with the 49ers.
Well, we found
You
out
don't
who
know.
we did find out who he was meeting with. So I'm assuming it came down to the Steelers and the Giants, and you just picked the Steelers.
Right. It was those two he actually met with. And then Schefter, I don't know, maybe he'll meet with the Raiders.
It may or may not include the Las Vegas Raiders.
He did what
Schefter,
Shams
you make
does, I
like
guess.
$10 million, and that's the information you're giving us. Thanks, big dog.
Also, big ups to the Falcons. Big brain stuff going on in that front office. We're not going to give Lamar 200, but we'll give Kirk 180.
Yeah, don't ever let him forget that. Don't ever let him forget. Oh, we don't. Nah, we're cool. We're cool on the Lamar.
They're definitely wrong about that. Lamar is a better quarterback than Kirk. But like we was talking about on the handoff, Kirk Cousins is a good quarterback, though.
Are they the best team in that division now?
Off the top of my head.
No.
I don't think they're better. I think they're better than Tampa Bay.
My boy Baker.
What do you get?
Why you keep making that? So it was 3 and 100, but it wasn't 100. I didn't see the real numbers. I don't know the Baker Mayfield numbers. If it's 3 years, I'm assuming it's 2 and probably 60.
Yeah,
like 30,
I can see that,
roughly 30 a year, maybe 70.
Baker had a good year last year. I'm not gonna shade him. He played.
You already did.
Maybe my expectations.
What are you talking about? Yeah, you gonna say you're not gonna shade him when you just did?
Well, you talked about. The Falcons aren't better than the Bucks. I don't know about all.
Who was
that.
better last year?
But the Buccaneers. They didn't have.
Then the Bucks are better.
The Falcons just got a better quarterback. So they're
coming off Achilles. Yeah. Okay, Jesse.
Oh, I don't.
I thought you were gonna say something. Sorry. You definitely had the "I'm about to cook" look on your face.
I'm just thinking, man.
Okay, I appreciate it. It's always good.
Yeah.
Producer of
the Niners
Baker's $50 million guaranteed, by the way.
50. Okay. I thought it'd be a little more than that.
The Niners, they got a list of guys still available.
I like
They got
Danielle
Hunter, Tyron Smith, who's not going to be with the Cowboys. Kendall Fuller at the cornerback position.
Tyron Smith.
Trent
Is he a
Brown.
Hall of Famer? He's a Hall of Famer, right?
I think so.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I don't think of him in a Hall of Fame way, but
I don't
sure he
either.
probably
But like
is.
his resume, I think is
He's Hall of Fame
worthy.
talent, if anything.
Right.
Injuries might keep him out, like just not full seasons and stuff. But
You know, we can always
But-
do the all pro. Man, he's 30. Man, again, football players. God bless y'all, man. They age in dog years. Got that WD-40 there.
I
Two
know, it's all
times.
Jonathan.
All pro first team, 8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All Second Team.
Resume isn't as strong as
No, it's
because you said one All Pro, huh?
two first teams. I'm sorry, two first teams.
teams.
Trent has 3.
Trent has.
I think he has 3 first teams and like 8 overall or something like that.
Trent Williams has total 4
Oh, you only got 4
overall.
Mm.
3
We only got
first
4.
team.
It's not as many as I thought.
11 times probably. Yeah, that was the thing that was one of those live stats that I'm about to cook with this Trent Williams take that beat my ass.
It bees like that.
Then we pulled up Anthony Munoz's stat and
Oh,
just
my
ended any
goodness.
conversation about the greatest player at that position of all time.
49ers parting ways with Eric Armstead.
Yeah.
Hate to see it. You know what I mean? Local guy. We love Eric Armstead.
Yeah.
I loved him as a 49er fan being on the 49ers. But I think we talked about it a little bit on Sports Sunday. We both thought this was coming. I didn't think it was coming this year. I thought he was safe from it this year. I thought maybe next year might be the move, but they asked him to restructure again, and I guess it wasn't something he was interested in doing.
I understand. I mean, we obviously don't know the particulars of that. We also knew that was really, really possible. Let me rephrase that. I think we knew it was probably pretty likely he was going to ask to restructure in some sort of way.
I thought he couldn't restructure again, though. That's what I was under assumption or maybe he couldn't get. I don't know, because both actually happened. They asked him. I was going to say maybe he couldn't get cut, but they asked him to restructure, and they could be cutting him. So I guess you could do anything.
I'm pretty sure anything can be done in the NFL with 0 repercussions for it, except for cutting Russell Wilson.
Well,
That's the only thing that can't be done. Like Russ signed for like $1 million.
Yeah.
1.12, whatever. It's the minimum.
Russ essentially got bought out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, but he'll make 40 next year. Yeah. And I think it's a 1-year deal. So, he can either.
It's crazy. He got 40 when like he didn't even. I'm not gonna say he didn't need it, but he didn't need it. Like he was already getting crazy paid.
No. I'm sorry. He's getting 40.
Oh, I thought you were saying he was getting 40. From
No.
Pittsburgh.
He's getting $1 million.
He's
getting a league minimum.
I thought.
Yeah, he's getting a.
read that wrong.
Yeah, no. I apologize. He's getting a league minimum $1.2 million plus the 39 he's getting from Denver. He's getting $40 million this year.
That makes sense. I'm thinking,
and it was that opened up the door for so many teams to potentially sign him.
Yeah,
like he really if you wanted Russell Wilson, you could probably sign him.
2 years, $20 million deal for Leonard Floyd. Up to $24 million. He's going to get $12 million guaranteed.
Okay.
So, all right, not bad. They're trying to build up that defensive line again, make it a little more formidable. After last year being a little underwhelming.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk more NFL. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll salute our Sac State Hornets as well. James Ham's going to join us at the top of the hour. A huge week for the Sacramento Kings ahead at the Golden One Center. We'll talk about all that. Lots of show left. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. 13th round. Shout out Meister Watches. Shout out the dope ones. Shout out Actively Black.
Big up to Actively Black. 13th round today, though. Unless you guys got something you want to talk about.
Did you see this? The coach that I think Utah State's women's coach went up to the podium and be like, Porter asked her like, "Oh yeah, like rebuild, something about rebuilding." She's like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna be around for the rebuild because they just fired me."
Oh no, I did not see that. It's not funny she got fired. It's just funny how that played around. Wow. Huh. Yeah. All right. Who won that fight? I don't even know. You know who won? The
Sean O'Malley won. I know that.
That's the
It's the dude who called out Tank when he won his title.
Yeah. Did he knock him out or something? Or anybody know?
I don't think he knocked him out, but he beat him up pretty good. I know that.
Tank will beat the life out of Sean O'Malley. You guys saw what? Oh, we'll do a little quick 13th round. We'll do a little quick 13th round. Give me a second. Yeah, I forgot. I was about to say nothing really happened over the weekend. No, something happened. 13th round, your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the dope ones. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Shout out to Cola C. Moss. You already know the vibes. 13th round, Anthony Joshua beat the brakes off of Francis Ngannou on Friday afternoon over in Saudi, getting that Saudi bag. Just beat the life out of that man. Now, I'm glad Francis Ngannou was able to box and actually get paid for once. After the things he was talking about, the money he was making with the UFC, I mean, that's just an abomination. So the fact that he was able in 2 fights, after never being a boxer, able to get that bag in 2 fights, more power to him. I love him. But the whole, they was trying to give him the title of baddest man on the planet after a loss to Tyson Fury. Let's dead all that noise. UFC fans, MMA fans, it's 2 different sports. MMA and boxing, 2 different sports. Enjoy what MMA has and talk about that. Boxing fans will enjoy what they have and they'll talk about that. And let's not ever talk about, oh, this person, if they fought in the octagon, it wouldn't look like them. They ain't fighting in the octagon. They getting in a boxing ring and routinely getting their ass beat in the boxing ring. So let's just dead all that noise. Enjoy your sports respectively. And yeah. And by the way, Tyson Fury looks terrible after what Anthony Joshua did to Ngannou. Just ridiculous. That's the 13th round. Just cut it out. Ain't no, get him in the octagon and all that wouldn't happen. Yeah, they ain't in the octagon. They stepping in the boxing ring and they routinely getting their ass beat.
Not going to the octagon either because there's no financial incentive.
No, they not going. What they going?
And by the way, I hope nobody thinks, oh yeah, these guys are fighting each other to determine who's the best fighter. Like this is all for bags.
So it's for the bags. Why would they go to the octagon to fight for $25,000? Why? Who would do that?
Maybe if you get knocked down in the night or knocked out of the night, they don't pay you more.
And if you guys want to be real about it, Clarissa Shields is 2-1 in MMA. So do with that what you may.
Shigen, you better stop with the disrespect. The man's going to box circles around Munguia.
Yeah, Munguia ain't beating Canelo.
Shigen Wolverine's always talking about an all-time great. Always being disrespectful.
He hits hard, though. He hits hard. Don't get caught with one.
And hit the canvas hard.
Canelo got a hell of a chin, though.
Speaking of chins, you see that clip of Andy Ruiz taking that same punch from Joshua?
No.
Yeah, it's the same punch, but Ruiz just comes back after that.
Yeah, they don't ever want to talk about that. Chin's a little different. Chin's a little different. UFC to boxing. Tyson Fury is peak jackass looks like. That's what he is. Tyson Fury, Ronda Rousey, and Oscar De La Hoya. Can't stand him. Hey, just did 13th round. I was talking about Anthony Joshua knocking out Francis Ngannou. There was a big UFC fight over the weekend, and, well, I guess some big photo ops. I guess people were meeting their idol.
What was it?
Oh, see, I mentioned it earlier. You didn't see. You didn't see the video circling around of 97? Just in awe of meeting his boy.
Dude look like me if I met like Ricky Williams when I was 5 years old or something.
Oh no!
Oh, he's sitting down after with his boys. Like, oh my gosh, I just met him. Oh my, like he time of his life.
Oh no!
And so that
where was that at?
UFC,
Vegas,
Miami, I think.
Oh,
yeah. They live in Florida, so that makes sense.
Okay,
but that was circulating all Sunday morning. But then the sneaky one, and I don't know how he felt. I don't know how he feels or whatever the case may be. I don't want to throw that on him without knowing. But Joe Burrow was part of that. I was like, I didn't know, Joe.
Well,
no,
we're going to learn a lot of things over the course of the next handful of months. It's going to be all I've been trying to figure out is, can that dude be in office 4 more years or 8? Like, how's that work? Like, what if you get a little break in the middle? Does that count as 2 or does it count as 1? Or does it count as 3, I should say? I have no idea, but
I feel like jeez.
Get used to it, buddy. It's going to be a long half decade, dog. Long half decade.
Look, there's more great news for the Kings. Kings I'm sure Joel Embiid is going to come back when the Kings play the Sixers too. Yeah, it's great stuff.
What my partner is alluding to is that OG Anunoby, who's been out since January 27th, is expected to return as soon as Tuesday.
Oh, yeah. Okay. It's great. You know,
for those unaware,
it's actually better.
The Knicks are here. Did you hear De'Aaron last night?
I heard some.
So he said, oh, man. So he used the phrase playing down the competition. He didn't say we're playing down the competition. He said, I guess, some people say we're playing down the competition, but if we're in the playoffs, we're playing good teams. So I guess we're playing up to competition. And I think he meant it as a joke. And all I could think was like, oh God. Because he smiled and laughed. I think he was kidding, but it still caught me as I don't like that.
Yeah.
But again, I think he was joking.
These guys, man, I mean, I really thought the season was ready to turn around after what happened on Saturday. Was ready for
really?
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. I
don't think he knows what I'm talking about. Because we've talked about it.
Kevin Huerter? I thought Kevin Huerter's season was going to turn around on Saturday.
The first 5 minutes, Kevin Huerter hit a shot, got a steal, had a dive. I was like, that boy cooking now.
The fact that she was being referred to as Boob Lady is incredible to me.
Who was calling her that?
I think there was at least one news publication that called her Boob Lady, and then multiple. It's one of the greatest name drops in Sacramento Kings history. I didn't see this clip of this young lady in Steph Curry's celebration video, celebration photo, until someone posted, I guess, the alternate angle, and there she was. All right.
So her name is Catherine. Catherine Taylor, I think it is. And so that happened at the Warriors game, right? And people, Twitter and everybody, they're out there grinding, trying to figure out who this lady is. And I guess they found her. Maybe a news publication found her or whatever. And as they're talking to her, she reveals, like, I'm actually a Kings fan. Like, I love the Kings. I'm rooting for the Kings. It hurt what happened in the playoffs last year. And something to the effect of, I love Kevin Huerter. And then Twitter just went crazy with it all Saturday night. And Catherine was active. Catherine was responding. She's like, yeah, I hope they win. They want me in the building. I'm always available. And we thought that was the turning point.
Shout out Mike Brown awareness too. Give him Kevin Huerter some minutes in the fourth quarter. Actually letting his boy play.
I have a major crush on Kevin Huerter. He's a cutie. They came so close to crushing the Warriors last year, but of course, Steph being Steph crushed us in Game 7. She said us.
She went us. Shout out.
I
Catherine.
saw that. The first time I saw that, I thought it was fake. I thought it was too. I thought it was like, something Drew, the local guy, made, and it was like, it's a win. This is funny. And then it turns out it's not.
Polo in the chat bringing up a good point. Kings got the craziest, the wildest fans. You got Catherine and then the Pope.
Well, we got the Pope. We got the Pope and Boob Lady.
Shout out Catherine, man. She with us.
Man. Oh, I see. Wait, hold up. She has a Twitter handle? The Catherine Experience.
Yeah, I talked to her, kind of. I just responded. She said somebody tagged us in a tweet, and she responded to something I had said. It's nothing crazy. She was just like, yeah, the Kings. So she was like, no, this is all wild that this is blown up this way. And then I made a joke. I was like, Catherine, when she comes in the G1C, and it was Stringer Bell.
No, I see it.
Yeah. And then she's like, they better win because it's going to make me look crazy. And I said, I'll stop talking to her.
It's a good move.
It's
a good move, Mitch. Her email is on here. Why don't we, see if she'll come. Hey, see if we can book her on the show.
I'm sure that can happen.
Like, her email is on her account. It's the CatherineExperience@gmail.com.
Do you really want me to send that email?
Yeah.
I've emailed for Daryl Morey. I will send the email.
Yeah, email.
All right.
See if
we gotta get this thing back on track. Whatever it takes. All hands on deck.
Yeah, tell her Kevin is playing like ass. And we'll try anything at this point.
We'll try anything. I thought he was about to cook last night too.
Can't wait till Styles and Watkins book her. This is why we can't have open conversations on the air anymore, because it winds up down south.
I'll cut this from the podcast. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Hey, man, come on, man. I'm not LeBron.
We're trying to get Catherine on the show.
I'm not LeBron. I just want the Kings to win. That's all I'm doing, bro.
Oh no, I ain't tweeter.
I just want Kevin Huerter to play well. That's it. That's it. That's all.
All right. That's it. I mean, I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah, that was a weird, like, to think.
Oh, snap. I do remember that. Yeah, he does have a meet and greet today at 4 p.m. Have her pull up. Have her pull up.
Where's the meet and greet at? Fry's?
I forgot they met it. Yeah, Incredible Universe is where Kevin Huerter's going to be at. They mentioned that yesterday at the game. Yeah.
All right. Well,
pull up to him, Catherine.
Do we know where she's at?
I don't know where she's at.
She loves Kevin Huerter, but she's at Warriors games. Well, now I lost her Twitter handle. I guess I could just go to Kenny's and find her. No, I did. There's Kenny right there. No, I can find, that's literally how I found her. It's just fine. It just says she's located in the United States. Yeah, send that email.
Either whatever we need to get Kevin Huerter going again, man. Because last night I was at the game. The crowd wanted so bad for him to hit a three, and he just.
They really did Photoshop her out of one of these pictures.
Oh, they did? Who did?
I don't know whose picture this is. Barstool used it in maybe an article or something.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, she's Photoshopped out of it.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, the crowd, the Golden One Center crowd.
Yeah, this is an account I do not need to be on anymore.
Look, I ain't hit the follow button.
No, you just tweeted at her. It's cool.
So it was all part of the conversation that was going on, and I saw my way out of it. That's it. Saw my way out.
Mm-hmm.
But man, they wanted so bad for Kevin Huerter. The anticipation when he would rise up for a three.
Yeah.
Everybody, 17,000. Whoa. Oh.
He hit 2 yesterday. Where is he?
He might have one.
Oh man. Nope. He didn't hit anything yet.
Oh, he didn't.
He was 0 for 3. He was 3 of 7 from the field. What? He was 0 of 3. I don't know why I expected Kevin Huerter to have hit a shot. No one hit a shot yesterday.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I thought he hit one. But
Absolutely no one. Malik 2 of 8.
Regular jump shot.
Yeah, Malik was 2 of 8. De'Aaron was 2 of 9. Keegan was 0 for 5. Just a absolute trash bag of 3-point shooting last night.
That was tough. I need my shooters to shoot
These
better.
single digit outputs from multiple starters is really, really, really taxing on Sacramento. I think, again, it's hard to say, man, Harrison shot like hell. Keegan shot like hell. The whole team shot like hell. So it's hard to point at one person and say they got to be better doing this. They got to be better doing that. Well, no, it's not, because Harrison Barnes couldn't hit nothing and have 1 rebound. So that season-long trend continues. But, man, it is just so glaring that the Kings are regularly getting 2 guys unable to score in double digits. And it was Kevin and Keegan for a couple games. It's Kevin and Harrison. You said this to me yesterday. I mean, everybody thought this was the case. Keegan wasn't shooting well. He was getting to the line. He was really, really aggressive in the first quarter, and that was it.
That was it.
I think he had 8 in the first quarter, finished with 13.
Yeah, we got to figure out what's going on.
And see, he was a full participant at practice. He had he went to the locker room just before the end of the game, came back during the Sengun situation. But was, according to Sean Cunningham, saw today, he was a full participant in practice.
Yeah, and I wonder if when that situation, because I thought there have been people talking about, he didn't look right, or maybe he was injured, whatever, for the last week or so. I didn't really feel that way, but he got subbed out and then went directly to the locker room. Yeah. I was like, and it was after a missed 3 or something like that. I was like, maybe he is hurt. But maybe he was just frustrated and once again went to go blow off some steam in the hallway. But they got to get him playing better. You got to get him playing better, more consistently, more than anything, man. And there's man, it's really frustrating. I understand, like I said last week, understand anybody who's just down on this team, down on this group.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not there yet. It's funny. I still think they're going to be the 6th seed, but it feels like they're destined for the play-in.
Tell me
if that makes any sense.
It doesn't actually. What you just said makes absolutely no sense.
I think they could get the 6. I think they're good enough to get there. I still
feel Adam
like,
Scheftering this thing? Say something.
I still feel like they're going to do it, but it feels like after yesterday,
it feels like they won't.
They're just going to end up being in the play.
So that's what you could. That's I guess my only thought on that. You could say that about everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And the Lakers are good enough. The difference between the Lakers and the Warriors and the other 3 teams is they started at a deficit. So these 3 teams, and I've taken New Orleans out of the equation, the Suns, the Kings, and the Mavericks, are getting by at just winning and losing. Win, lose, win, lose, win. That's how they're getting by. You win 2 in a row, you might lock this thing up.
Yeah.
Or I guess in the Kings case, it had to be 3 in a row. You lock this thing up. The Mavericks and Warriors don't have that luxury, which is why the next 2 nights starting tomorrow are so big for Sacramento. A loss to Milwaukee eliminates the half game that they have on the Lakers, and it makes the good thing is they have the tiebreaker. But when if they lose to LA on Thursday, then it's Wednesday, excuse me, if they lose to LA on Wednesday, LA starts to get into the equation of, well, we can move up or down in the standings without playing, which is what Phoenix and Sacramento have been doing. And Dallas can certainly continue to do that, but it's what we've seen the last week and a half.
Yeah.
Don't play. Kings are in the best position they're going to be in all week right now tonight. They're not playing.
I do feel like one of the 3, you can throw 4 in there. I think the Warriors, if Steph is out for an extended period of time, I think it might be a little tough for them. to climb into that 6th spot. But
Yeah.
I guess you could throw the Lakers in here right now. I think one of these teams is going to start playing well.
One of the
Kings, Suns,
one of
Mavericks,
the
and Lakers.
Oh, okay. Well, the Lakers are playing
well enough to get into
solidify.
I don't know if solidify, but they're not going to get in. Somebody's going to get into that 6th spot by winning games.
Okay,
not playing. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I think it's going to be the Kings right now. I do that. I'm not completely off of what I said last week, but I'm not gonna lie. Last night, excuse me, had me wavering a little bit because it doesn't feel like they can start the engine.
Yeah,
They keep trying to start the engine, and you hear a little something, but it never turns over. The engine never turns over and turns out all the way on. So, yeah.
What you know about that? Your car starts as soon as you press the brake.
What do you know about that?
Let's get Kamara in here. 916-909-1320. Kamara, what's going on, man?
Fellas, it's my birthday, man.
Happy birthday, Brody.
Air horns.
Happy
for
hold
Kamara.
on. Happy birthday to Kamara. Hey. Happy birthday to his twin brother, Atiba.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't just wish one of them happy birthday.
I didn't even
gotta
know
wish
he had a
both
twin
of them.
brother.
Yeah, you sure do.
Yeah. If he's a good twin, what does that make me?
Well,
the bad twin.
The evil twin. Right. Listen, I've gotten to a place with Sacramento, man. Like, I wasn't even shocked they lost. Like, have y'all gotten there yet? Like, you can kind of like bookmark, like, this is kind of going to be an L on the calendar. Like, the way they operate is like they're so consistently inconsistent that it's like I expect them to get up for Milwaukee. I expect them to get up for the Lakers. I don't expect them to get up mentally for the Rockets. Even though they were down, the Rockets beat them handily early in the season 2-0. And I think that's more symptomatic of like my problem with them is that if they are in a play-in team, I really don't know if I expect them to win that game. I don't know what they're going to come in with. You know what I mean? Like, it's like they don't have a thing in them teamly this year to where they can just grab the horns and be like, hey, you know what? We're going to take it. And we're going to make sure we're going to establish ourselves. If I do see them getting a 6 seed, it's not going to be because of them. It's going to be because of Phoenix trailing off. It's going to be because of Golden State not doing what it's supposed to do. It's because we have a better record than LA. But not because I see Sacramento doing what needs to be done on the basketball court on a consistent basis.
I got you. Kamara, Wednesday. Spurs. Was it Spurs?
Thursday.
What was the Wednesday? Who was Wednesday?
Lakers.
Lakers. That's right. That first quarter.
Yeah.
First quarter, the Lakers. Kamara. It was a 7:30 start?
Yeah.
7:58 p.m. Remember, Kamara's on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah. I'm going to bed. I'm not staying up for this. Picking up where they left off on Monday with bad offense and turnovers. Oh, they tried to break Kamara with that first quarter against the Lakers.
The thing that's
need Kamara to fire off a couple more of them texts, man. They might help.
Please do. The thing that's really baffling about this Kings team, and Kamara talked about it, but I don't know if it's 100% accurate, is they don't necessarily have a problem getting up for these teams. In each of these games that you talk about, Chicago, San Antonio, and even yesterday, they get out to leads.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like they come out with a disposition of, we've got to do this and this and handle business. They don't maintain it is what happens. Mm-hmm. And that's probably even more frustrating than the one game it looked like they didn't show up to play was the Laker game, and they turned that around.
Yeah.
This team is tough to figure out.
I'll really look back. Yeah. Let's get Brandon in here. 916-909-1320, the Farmer's Dog Talk line. What's up, Brandon?
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Good, man. How you doing, man?
Not bad. So I'm with you guys. I kind of feel like they're destined for a play-in team as well. I think a lot of this is a matchup deal with the Kings. They seem to, like, specifically the Pelicans, they're a big physical team and they're long. And I think that it's not coincidence that we haven't beat them. We can't beat the Rockets. Just bad matchups. If we do end up in a play-in situation, and it's between these teams who are fighting for it, who do you guys feel the most comfortable playing a play-in game against? I appreciate it.
No, I appreciate you, Brandon, and I'm not. I'll answer for me, not in any trying to way dismiss your question. The answer is no one.
Yeah,
I'm not comfortable with this team versus anyone.
Yeah,
there's no okay. We got this. Like there's bad matchups. The Kings, I'm about to go full Trent Dilfer on you.
Oh,
the Kings could win or lose a game every night.
They're just a really average basketball team.
That's it. Like there's no, they got this one, or there's no, they've got no chance in this one. That doesn't exist with this team. They could literally beat the teams they're not supposed to, or lose to the teams they're not supposed to. There's no, like, anyone gambling on Sacramento is psychotic.
Yeah, you got a problem.
But this is, I have no. You talk about playing matchups. Whatever. There's no team that I'm comfortable with. In a 1-game scenario, 2-game scenario, whatever, there's no team that I'm comfortable with.
I don't think there's anything for us to figure out with this team either. I think this is just what it is
just
going
it.
into every game. Like there's no, they're turning it around. Oh, they're going to play better. They're going to play worse. It's just, we're just waiting till it ends, I guess.
Yeah.
I do think they can play better though.
No,
I think
no.
I think they can.
No. Can they play better or will they play better?
Well, I'm already in record saying they will play better down the stretch.
When's that start?
Well,
when they start playing better?
Well, I mean, yeah. This is where you look at the totality of what's in front of you. They got a 6-game homestand. I look at them. I would like for them to go 4-2, maybe even 5-1. 4-2. If they come
after the Knicks?
It's the Grizzlies.
Anyone confident in that?
Not confident in anything, but you got to do what you got to do. Did you remember? I got to remember what game it was, and I'll get it officially. But I was like, Kings. I think they had 18 games. No, not 18. I don't know, but I said they got these games against above 500 teams. They've got these games against below 500. It's like 9 against below 500.
Yeah, I remember that.
Like 16 against above 500. You go 500 against the 500 teams, and you go 6-3 against the below 500 teams. Got them to like 47 wins. Maybe that's 47. And they're like, I don't know if they can get that done. That's all still in play. 47 might get you 6th seed. I think it could, but that's a team that are right there that we're looking at that I feel is like worst case scenario for this group to go 8-8 against above 500. They're 2-1 right now after that stretch against above 500 teams, but they're 1-2 against the below 500 teams. So I say all that to say they still have the home games that we said were going to be a big factor in what they try to do. It's still there. I think they can. I think they will. Yesterday made me feel a little different about them. Like, I didn't like that. But I still think they will.
Why do you think they can still turn around? Not like you think like when, like why?
Because they got enough talent on the roster. They've got more talent on the roster than those other teams. Keegan Murray's
they have all
better.
Year.
Yeah, and they're not better than the Suns, but
they're virtually the same. Like we're literally talking like half a game with everyone.
I look at, you're right. I look at who can play better. Like I'm looking at Phoenix. Who can play better on Phoenix? Nobody.
Better
than they have.
Oh, I don't.
Nobody really. Like we're looking at Dallas. Who can play better? Like Green, Keeber. Like no, they're about who they are. The Kings, I look at the situation. I think Huerter can play better than what he's shown. I think Keegan Murray
or will. That's
don't know
the
if he will.
difference.
Keegan Murray, think he can and will play better than what he's shown in the last 2 weeks or so. I think they will.
Okay, so that's different. You think they will.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have anything to – I think it's shallow to say, I think they will, because I don't have anything to base that on except hope. I hope they will, but I can't say I think they will. The one thing you can hang your hat on is this is what Kevin Huerter does. He goes on these like extreme highs and lows. Well, hey, big boy, Catherine's watching. It's time for an extreme high. Like, let's go 3-4 straight games with 20 points, 20-something points. Let's do that.
And the real quick before we get out of here, the reason why I feel they will is because you just play to the averages. Like last night, Kevin had what, 3 or 5 or something like that?
6.
6. It's not, he don't average 6 points a game. I play to the averages. Keegan had 13. I think he averages 15, 16, something like that. The other night he had single digits, I think. Play to the averages. That's all I'm doing is playing to the averages. Grayson, Royce O'Neal, Maxi Keeber, they're all playing to their averages. They're not playing below them. So I don't think they'll get better. I think the Kings have room to get better.
All right, we'll come back. James Ham joins us when D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yep. We got to talk about The Rock, too. Quick thoughts on SmackDown Friday. I love the angle. I think the storytelling has been terrific. Told Jesse, it feels like they're building. Hang on. Feels like they're building Rock versus Cody rather than Rock versus Roman. But I thought serious Rock was on point. I love that he wasn't all or as jokey and goofy. I love the dramatic line about in the promo about Cody being a mistake. I thought it was a win. I think the build has been really, really good. Did you guys see the clips of Dominic's wedding?
Ray was nowhere to be found.
What's that?
The Ray was nowhere to be found.
Well, it was funny. He definitely does. He absolutely does. Is they booed him when he went to talk.
Oh, I saw that too, yeah.
That was I thought that was great.
What do you do after WrestleMania if Cody wins? Like, who would you put against him first? Or do you continue this a little bit and let it drag on a little bit more?
Yeah, I guess it depends, like, on how all this goes. Like, you could start slow with Jimmy or maybe do Solo. It feels like they're grooming Solo. Like, Solo could wind up being like a SummerSlam type challenger. I don't know if I'd go that far, but he's really good. He's really good. He is tailor-made as a heel. It's perfect.
I think Peg Junk's talking about Cody. This wouldn't be a bad idea.
See, but so yeah, I like that idea of challenging him in Berlin. But is that like Hogan versus Warrior? What is that, title for title? Like, what is that?
I think they're gonna have Gunther maybe drop it at WrestleMania.
Yeah,
I think. I know that match is happening. So
the crazy thing, you know why I wouldn't do that? Because if Roman is losing, I wouldn't have Gunther and Rhea lose their streaks. Because they both have really long streaks as champions. I wouldn't let any of them lose except for Roman.
I feel like you got to do 2 and 2. 2 can keep it. 2 have to lose it, if anything. Not 2 have to, but like I think Seth's gonna keep it. I don't think he's losing.
Well, but then there's this.
I don't know.
Like, what are we doing with this?
He needs to go away with like just completely write it off.
I'm torn between Drew winning and Damian cashing in.
Have Seth win it and then have Damian cash in on Monday.
I like that.
I was just about to say Damian needs to cash in on Raw.
Yeah.
I like that. Tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. Very funny.
His real writing reception.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not Ham here. We were having a discussion about all these guys who have titles in the WWE, and like Gunther has had the IC title for a really, really long time. Rhea's had the women's title for a really, really long time. Rhea and Gunther should not lose at WrestleMania. If the idea is Cody finishes the story, like don't let a bunch of them end at once.
Yeah.
The story is Roman. That's the story's Cody. The story's Roman losing. Let Rhea keep going. Let Gunther keep going, and let Roman's loss have a little bit more impact.
Yeah, there's no reason to have them lose, Gunther and Rhea.
Mm-hmm.
No reason.
We find out tonight? Oh yeah, because I think Sami Zayn. Is it Sami Zayn versus Gunther, or there's some sort of gauntlet match?
I think it's like a
Yeah.
There's
something going on to determine who Gunther's opponent is at WrestleMania 40.
You have to have Rhea hold the belt till Charlotte's back to take it back.
Oh God.
Show some respect to the GOAT.
Give Charlotte the Divas title or something.
Well, you also gotta have Rhea keep the belt, because you gotta have Jade take it from her at some point. I don't know when that's gonna happen, but they have to fight. Jade has to be the one to take it from her.
Real quick, while we're on wrestling, did you see? I don't know what we're calling her. Is it Sasha Banks or Mercedes Moné? Says she'll be back in WWE eventually.
Oh, like that's just being self-aware. If we're talking about her,
well, because it's funny because isn't she supposed to be going to the AEW or whatever? So it's kind of like that's gonna happen. Whatever. We'll
that's
see.
the way they all feel. Like this is the.
Then why not just sign with WWE now?
AEW's probably giving her a bigger bag.
Probably. Go make that money.
I think I saw they gave that Okada guy. Everyone was going crazy, like $4.5 million per year or something like that.
That's big time.
Man.
But see that, and for a guy like him, that's big because he's a wrestler, right? I mean, he's an incredible showman, but WWE has shown with Shinsuke Nakamura, they don't quite know what to do with that. He is like, when it comes, like he's him, like in the ring, like he's the one. And that's what's suited. Like that's the better organization for him. Where the hell they got $4 million to give him, I'm not quite sure, but salute.
The NFL cap went up, so he had a little more money to spend.
Oh, stop it.
After they got that Mac Jones trade done, they had a little bit more money for Okada.
Mac Jones, newest member of the Jacksonville Jaguars, which means he'll be appearing on Dynamite in about a week or so.
Hey,
Mac Jones and Trevor Lawrence, the tag team champions of the world.
Before James comes in and we really get into the Kings, we can't let the day go by without officially putting them stingers up, baby.
Hey, all the way up.
Come
yes,
on
indeed.
now. The men's basketball team over at Sac State are 2 wins away.
Yep.
NCAA.
Tell everyone what you're laughing at. Tell everyone. Shout out to Coach Patrick.
Shout out to my boy, Coach Patrick. I had to text him yesterday, man. I was like, come on, man, let's go. I'm laughing because they're 10-23.
Well,
and they are 2 wins away. They took out the number 1 seed Eastern Washington team. So they done already got maybe the hardest team out of the way. they play tomorrow, the winner between Weber State and Montana State,
Mm-hmm.
who they've beaten already this year.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Team of destiny.
Bruh, come
Crazy.
on, man. Hey,
Crazy.
All you got to win is the one right in
Crazy.
front of you. That's it. Just win the one right in front of you.
1-0 every day.
And I've watched both games. They're playing good basketball. Like they're playing good.
Yeah.
He had Coach Patrick had a lot of turnover during the season with getting freshmen in there and just a lot of turnover, trying to figure out
That's
what's
all
going
cap.
on.
Coach Patrick was doing rope-a-dope.
That's it.
He was just
Chess,
doing
baby.
rope-a-dope. He
Chess.
was like, no, we're just going. Look, no matter what we do, we have to win the Big Sky
That's
tournament.
it. That's all that matters.
So we're kicking it. We're gonna make everybody think things aren't going well, and then when the Big Sky tournament gets here, we're gonna run your asses over.
That's what's happening right now, bruh. Sac State. Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
We do this all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Sac State gets to the NCAA tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Top 5 moment, sports moment in the city's history. I know the women got there last year. I'm not trying to disparage the women's tournament. You guys know how much I love the women's game, but this is a little different.
No, let's call it what it is. If Sac State makes the tournament at 12-23, no, absolutely. That's one of the most phenomenal moments. That's like the Kings making the playoffs when they were projected to win the lottery. Like, oh, we have a lottery team getting in here just for fun's sake. Like, no, like that's that'd be up there.
This may be like small potatoes or whatever, but hell, if they win tomorrow, they get on ESPN. they're the championship game gonna be on ESPN.
Come on, coach.
That's damn near a tournament game right there.
Call what it is. Like the Sac State men's team tuning this little part out. Imagine the US or UMBC or whatever that team was from Maryland that beat Virginia. And no one
Sac State,
no one thought
State
UMBC was gonna beat them.
Sac State beats Purdue.
UMBC not been heard from since or whatever.
Coach Pat, you know what that means? That means Coach Patrick getting on with SVP.
What we up? First, we got some of the baddest women in the world, and now we got Sac State basketball team. Let's go.
Purdue.
The word out there. We back up.
Purdue got Zach Edey still, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you imagine Sac State takes out Zach Edey?
Yeah, man, we on the list. The baddies are here in Sacramento, and the best basketball story in the nation. Come on, man.
We're gonna have to see if Coach Patrick can get us on that ESPN video package when they come to talk to him about how he played rope-a-dope all year to get his team to the tournament.
So we usually talk to our boy. Do we just leave him alone?
Nah, leave him alone.
Okay.
Leave him alone.
He's like a pitcher with a no-hitter. Don't even talk to him.
Don't even look at him. Stop texting him, as a matter of fact. Leave Coach alone. We'll talk to Coach when the time is right, and it is not time to talk to him.
They get to the tournament. Come on, man. That's crazy.
Well, it's like you said, too. They got the toughest one out the way.
Yeah.
Eastern Washington, now it's just one at a time now. Just play ball one at a time now.
Weber State got a pro on there. They got an NBA player on there. But they beat them already. They beat Weber State once. They beat Montana State once.
Beat them again.
Come on.
We got a guy with a mullet, too. The vibes are up. I believe he was none. His last name was. He was in clutch free throws at the end of the game yesterday. Vibes are up.
Come on, man. Sac State going to the NCAA tournament. Stickers up.
Did you see? We could talk more about this tomorrow. I'm actually scanning to make sure that we covered all of the football. Chris Jones signed an extension with the Chiefs. I don't think we mentioned that one. I think we covered all of the major football signings. Josh Jacobs to the Packers. We mentioned that.
They cut Aaron Jones. I think. Did we mention that?
Yeah, they cut Aaron Jones. Yeah, Josh Jacobs headed to the Packers. Saquon to the Eagles.
That Raiders one with Christian Wilkins. They're going to have a top 10 defense, I think. Like Christian Wilkins, if he's not now, he's going to be top 5 at his position. You throw him with Max Crosby, that defense is going to be sick.
That offense concern you?
Yes, the quarterback, and I don't know what they're doing their running back, but the defense is, and they still got the draft. So they can go get some guys, even more guys on that defensive end. So that's going to be a real good look. That team is almost taking the identity of the coach. Coach is a defensive guy. He probably believes in defense first, and they're playing towards that at this point, the way they seem to be building that roster. So there's that. On the flip side, flip side, And what's going on in Miami? They lost their free safety too, right?
Yeah, it's not great right now. Miami needs a starting safety, a starting corner, starting linebacker. I think starting 2 defensive tackles and then a center, left guard, and right guard.
Wow. KC thinks they need a starting quarterback.
Dude, they're gonna pay him $50 million a year.
So look,
he's gonna get paid.
We talked about this, Jesse. Just outright letting him go. I'm not necessarily saying that, but I wouldn't give him that big contract.
That's my ears to the streets. That's what he's gonna get.
I wouldn't give him that. I'd give him the little what the Giants gave Daniel Jones. You know.
Oh, don't do that.
That's $40 million right there.
Tua's not Daniel Jones.
I'm not necessarily saying he's Daniel Jones.
Literally what you just said.
That's at the contract they gave.
What do you think his agent's gonna say?
I'm sorry. Has Daniel Jones won a playoff game?
Has he?
Yes. Has Tua?
Daniel Jones been
okay? Let's be nice now, because Daniel Jones is not close to Tua.
You think Daniel Jones and Tua Tagovailoa are the same quarterback?
Tua's issue, he can't play in a month. Like he can't play in the
I'm not saying Tua's anything. I'm saying if I'm Tua's agent and they put Daniel Jones's contract in front of me,
Daniel Jones made a lot of money. He didn't get a cheap deal. It was just the length of the deal, which is the issue. I wouldn't commit to Tua for like 4 or 5 years. I'd give him.
Well, you're not going to commit to no football
40
player
40
gets
a year.
It's about 40 a year.
Yeah,
It's like
it's
3
not
years,
the money.
120 or something.
It's the commitment.
Would you give Tua 3 years, 150 then? We'll call it 5 years. 3 years are guaranteed of 150 million. However much the total number is. That's 3 years right there. 3 real years, 150 million, $50 million a year.
I'd only want 2 years guaranteed.
Yeah, that was Daniel. Like Daniel Jones' contract's not real.
Yeah. How many years he got guaranteed? Like 2.
2.
Yeah, I'd want 2 years guaranteed for Tua. I need to. If it continues to go the way it's going, with him not being able to perform against the best competition, I need to be able to get out of that deal and find my quarterback.
I don't know if it's the best competition. I think what we're asking Tua to do is just play better in December, because it's not like the Titans. It's just play better when it's cold, bro. Or you're ideally just asking the guy to play better one more month. Because he's got the numbers and all that, but yeah, the December stuff is real.
The Daniel Jones contract isn't an insult.
I think Casey's just saying give Tua a short-term deal, and
well,
if he's real, give him
no.
something more after that.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's a we don't believe in you contract, though.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, that's what the contract is. Like
but it's
$11
also
million of 2025 fully guarantees the fifth league of the $23 million injury guaranteed at signing, which leads me to believe those last 2 years he's going to be cut after this season. Oh, so here's the update from Adrian Wojnarowski. Houston Rockets center Alperen Sengun has escaped major injury on his lower right leg, suffering a severely sprained ankle and a bone bruise on his knee. Sengun's been one of the breakout stars. No timeline set for him. There's no reason for Sengun to play again this year.
Down.
But it's what we speculated earlier. Sometimes those ones that look god awful just aren't.
Mm-hmm.
And the ones where you're running out onto the field are catastrophic.
Yeah.
So that's really good news for the young, talented
the
big man out of Houston.
Real quick, to follow up on the thing. I don't believe in you, Tua, but I'm open to giving you the ultimate deal if you show me something. That's all it is. Like I said, I wouldn't get rid of Tua right now.
Daniel Jones will likely be a free agent when he's 27.
The Giants were taking meetings with Russell Wilson. I think that shows you what they think of him.
Yeah,
they're
going to cut him after this.
They're projecting. I saw Daniel Jeremiah projected them to draft Jalen Daniels.
The Giants?
Yeah. And he is coming off of ACL too.
Ooh,
Daniel Jones.
Well, Kirk's coming off an Achilles.
Well,
that ain't stopped Kirk from getting the bag.
Did not stop
Kirk Cousins. Welcome in our man, James Ham. James Ham is the bag getter here of ESPN 1320.
Yeah.
What's happening, Hammer?
Good news on the Alperen Sengun front.
Yeah.
Breaking news from Adrian Wojnarowski did not suffer any major injury on his lower leg. Severely sprained sprained ankle and a bone bruise in his knee. I thought it would be catastrophic. That's really good to hear.
Yeah, that was a all-time bad look on the camera for sure. Stilo McCasey here on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app and live with our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham of the Insiders, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Here Monday through Friday on ESPN 1320. Hammer, I'm going to steal a phrase out of your vernacular when you're talking to these guys post-game. Where are you at with this team?
I don't, we keep having this discussion like every couple of days, right? They've shown us who they are and we should believe it. And I think that's the end of the story. Like, this is a solid, middle of the road playoff team in the Western Conference. They have like tremendous holes that they have to fill in order to take any reasonable step forward after this season. And we shouldn't expect them to win the next 19 games or whatever is left. We shouldn't expect them to be anything more than maybe 11-8 over that stretch, or, maybe 10-9 over that stretch. They are a 500 team, and they're going to win some crazy games that they shouldn't, and they're going to lose a lot of games that they also shouldn't lose. And that's just kind of going to be who they are the rest of this season. And if somehow they change that and they surprise us and they become something more, that would just be jarring and stunning. And I mean, you could applaud it, but at the same time, we have a large enough sample size to know exactly who this group is.
Okay. I mean, anybody who feels that way, I understand it. I get it. Like, they've been a team that you can't really get a grasp on, and when you can't get a grasp on it, you just look at what it is. With them being a team that's, a playoff, back into the playoff / play-in type team. We were talking about it earlier. I do think that some of the guys who aren't playing well will play better. I think Keegan Murray will play better. I think Kevin Huerter or Harrison Barnes will be more consistent down the stretch and play better. And because of that, I think the team will play better. I mean, I think they'll be a little bit more than the 10-9, 500 team. And like I said, I get it. It's semantics or whatever. I mean, they're not a 500 team. But just like they started off the season playing a certain way, they could revert back to that. I don't know. I look at those individuals, and I think those guys will play more to their averages, which is what they have not played to for the last month and a half or so.
Yeah, I mean, you could hope that some guys like snap out of a season-long funk, but I just, like at a certain point, like, you have to understand the limitations of a team. Now, if they played nothing but bad teams from here on out, like, I would like to tell you that they would be better than 500, but I think that's the bigger problem. It's that they can't take care of things that are sitting in front of them and actually walk into a game and make you feel like they're a serious contender on any level. Like, there just isn't that feel to this group. And again, they could end up with a very similar record to last season. Maybe 1 or 2 losses less. Maybe they somehow get to 48 wins. But like, there is no confidence in like what they're doing at this point. They live and die by the 3. And at this point, most of their shooters are shooting well below shooting below their career averages. You can point to a guy like Sabonis and say, yeah, well, he's shooting above his career average, but he shoots so few that it doesn't matter. They like I wrote last night, like, this isn't like an anomaly, the 3-point shooting anymore. This is their identity. And I've asked Mike repeatedly what he thinks their identity is, and some of the players what they think the identity is, and they can't really say anything other, like a hard-nosed team that is going to give you a tough out and all that. Like I don't know what it is, but I can just tell you that you let a team. It seems like almost every team in the league is horrible at shooting the three until they face the Kings, and then they're no longer horrible at shooting the three. And even we saw it last night with the way Houston walked in and just trounced the Kings from behind the arc. And the Kings just, again, they don't seem to have their legs. They got guys who are trying to make adjustments to who and what they should be, and that's not going very well. I think outside of that, you got a guy like Malik Monk, who's literally going out there and trying to will his team to win every single night. And, I can excuse the Sabonis turnover thing. Sabonis has had that happen to him like 3 times this season. It's going to happen. You're going to have a game where he has 9 turnovers or 11 turnovers. Every once in a while that happens, but I don't know what to make of some of these other guys. And there's no excuse. You don't show up to a bunch of games, and there's no other way to put it. I would like to give more praise out there, but I don't see it. And that's really kind of, it's just a reality that this is who they're going to be this season.
Hammer, you mentioned the horrible 3-point shooting that Sacramento had last night, and Kenny and I were having the discussion, and this went in the Kings' favor in the fourth quarter, but weighing defense versus just missing shots. What was it last night? Mike talked a lot about Houston and the way that they were defending and how that's a tough team. It's a physical team. You feel them, all of that stuff. But was it what Houston was doing or what Sacramento wasn't doing that led to one of the worst shooting displays of the season?
Well, I mean, it's kind of a tough question because if it's what Houston's doing and that's it, then you don't take 32 shots where you're only going to hit 6 of them. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. So, I mean, I get that Houston is tough. They're physical. They have long, athletic players. They have, a handful of players that are the type of players that we talked about that the Kings had to go out and get during the offseason, that they had to go out and get, at the trade deadline, that they didn't go get. And so you keep coming to this point where, that's not a good basketball team, the Houston Rockets. They're an up-and-coming team. They have an opportunity to be good, and they can beat anyone on any given night. But they stomped you 3 times this season. That's a team that you can't match up with, and that's a problem. How many we have all of these teams in the league now that you're saying, well, you just don't match up well against that team. It's okay, well then why didn't you fill that roster spot that would help match you up against a team like that? And the Kings don't. And so again, I don't want to take anything away from Houston because I think they're really well designed. I think that right now they've found a way to. I mean, they're not a good team yet. They're a team that's growing and trying to become good. But they've sort of married the 2 timeline thing with some solid veterans that intertwine with their young players, and their young players are impressive, but not all of the impressive players on that team are high-tiered first-round picks. Some of them are, but a lot of the guys on that team, they're just gritty and they play hard. And that's something where the Kings should play harder, especially at home. At some point, you've got to figure out a way to harness home court advantage. You got 18,000 people showing up every night, and the Kings are barely over 500 at home. What are they, 16 and 11, something like that, 16 and 12? That's not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's just not acceptable. This team, in order to take the big step, they needed to win 30 games at home. They're going to fall, I don't know, 8 games short of that, 7 games short, maybe 9. And that's what's going to be on your gravestone at the end of this season.
Yeah, and they've in a situation like last night, you got to make your shots. You know what I mean? That's what this team is. We've talked about it before. they're not designed to win a game where they only make 6 3-pointers. It's just not who this team is, and they score 104 points, had to scrap really to get to 104 points. They're not designed as much as Mike Brown would want them to be to win some type of defensive rock fight. So when people ask what their identity is and who they are, if they say anything other than a scoring team that goes as their scoring goes, they're lying to themselves. That's who they are. And honestly, to be quite frank, the sooner they embrace that, I think the better they'll be. They may never embrace it this year, but Mike Brown and all these other guys, the sooner they embrace who they truly are, that's when I think they'll take off. But that may not happen this year.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they didn't walk into the season truly embracing the fact that they're a high-powered offense and that's who they should be, to me was kind of jarring in the beginning of the year. But we've got to this point and they haven't been able to get back to who they were. Like and sure, since the All-Star break, like the 9 games, I think they're number 4 in offensive rating.
Oh, Mike was pushing that tough last night.
But they're last in defensive rating. Like, and that's just not great. And Mike was pushing that last night. And for me, it's like, okay, there should have been, like we talked about this last year, like the fact that the Kings like basically went out and drafted Keegan Murray, traded for Kevin Huerter, added Malik Monk, but then they added that group to the 2 guys that they had traded for at the deadline, which is Sabonis and Trey Lyles, at the end of the previous season. And then all of a sudden they walked out on the court and were the highest offensive rated team of all time. That didn't make any sense because that's not usually how offense works. You don't just walk out on the court and all of a sudden you're, Showtime Lakers. That usually takes a couple of years of just development and of chemistry and all that stuff. So there should have been, if you package that up and you walk into the next season, you should have had that style of offense and then built on that offense. There should have been the counter to the counter, the what's next in the development of this offense. And maybe that's something that, you kind of expected because, we went through like the late 90s and early 2000 Kings where, the Princeton style offense, as guys got more and more comfortable within the setting, the read and react was something that became beautiful basketball. You just watch guys do new counters and new moves, and they all knew where each were going, and you could just organically feel the thing growing. I expected more of that this year. I expected this team to not remove sort of who they were, but to add to who they were and to continue to grow as a squad. And that's why you run it back. You bring back the same group because there's that hope that if you keep them together another year and another year, they can make incremental improvements on the defensive side of the ball, but also on the offensive side of the ball to something that's already great. And like whatever has happened this year, it just sputtered. And it's, again, they're not that far off of who they were last year, but they are like the look and the feel. And we can talk about expectations. We can talk about all that stuff. I still don't buy that nearly as much, that Kings are gearing up to play the Sacramento Kings, that they're doing all this film study. It's an 82 game grind. Everybody's going through the same things. You just aren't playing well. And that's it. Like your team just came out of halftime last night and just got your butts kicked. Like they showed up and you didn't. You had a day of rest and you should have been ready on your home court and you didn't show up. And that's kind of the frustrating part about this team, is it just like the Jekyll and Hyde nature of it, where from one game to the next, one quarter to the next, you have no idea what team is going to walk out there and take the court.
Who bears the responsibility for what you just said about the way that they came out in the third quarter?
Like all of them do. Like, I mean, everybody from top to bottom. And I mean, all the way to the top, all the way to the bottom. So like it's not just a trait at this point. It's an identity. And that's that goes for the guys to put together the team, the guys that coach the team, the guys that step out on the court and continue to put up a subpar performance in 45% of the games that they play. So, I mean, I would like to say, hey, I'm going to give a free pass to Malik Monk because he came out and played really, really hard. And okay, that's one game, and maybe we can say that for a lot of games this season. But then there's games where he doesn't have a great night. There's and players are allowed off nights. It's just too often that this team has this type of performance where you're just left shaking your head like, I don't even know what I saw. I don't.
Yeah, man, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough to see them going down this road and playing the way they do. For one, I think they will play better down the stretch. I understand there's nothing that really shows
those
that they
words are
will.
going on your tombstone,
I'm
buddy.
telling you, I think they will. There's nothing that shows that they will. One of the things that I do see though is, aside from last night I just didn't think they played well, and particularly in that third quarter. I think for the most part they're playing good basketball more times than not. The thing is they haven't been able to hold a lead, which isn't a good thing. Like, I'm not saying it like it's a good thing, but you have to get to a certain point to even have a lead to blow, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean? So that's one thing that I look at.
This is potential Senator Kenny Caraway right here running for office. Like, man, you are talking in political terms. I know the election is not too far behind us. Shout out Dr. Flo, but man,
I'm just saying, like, I think they will play better down the stretch and more consistent in a good way down the stretch.
I always have that hope that you're gonna watch something different, and then some nights you get it, and that's the frustrating thing. Again, they're over 500, so it's not like they're 9 games over 500. I've covered horrible basketball teams here in Sacramento. This isn't a horrible basketball team. It's a frustrating basketball team, but it's not horrible. And the fact that they haven't been able to embrace success it's almost mind-numbing. You're just like, you're confused by it. You're waiting for this moment where they string together this win streak and everything's great. And then you get to this moment right here where they could have gone to 3 games in a row, and that would have been impactful in the standings. And that's just not who you get each and every night with this team. And again, I think that there are some really good things that are happening this season. I do. Like the fact that Sabonis has become like consistently superb. That's something you point to. The fact that Fox has been able to, step up and become even more than we thought he could be. And the fact that Keegan Murray continues to grow into who he's going to be as a player. And we all want more from him, like quicker than he's able to give at this point. But there's still, you can see the outline of who he's going to be down the road. And, I brought up Monk just a minute. Like, Malik Monk has been brilliant. Like, he's now the odds on favorite to win the 6th man of the year. And he should win 6th man of the year without any question. And the fact that he's trying to carry this team is, for me, it's just another sign of how valuable he is and what he means to this group. But there's also just this overall disconnect between like the whole entire squad. And I think that's, again, I'll point to early in the season, they made shirts, they say connected. And that's like the last thing I see right now is connected. They don't feel connected as a group. And I don't know how to fix that. And that's something that, should have worked itself out by this point in the season. Like the chemistry is kind of weird. So
you think, and I asked Casey this earlier, you think there's any splintering at all with this team?
Do I think they're splintering?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's why you have a team meeting. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that there's like major problems, but like we've seen it in wins, we've seen it in losses. I know Malik got frustrated last night. I don't really buy into all of this stuff when it comes to Huerter and Trey Lyles in the win the other night, where everyone took all these like Zapruder film like still shots of Kevin Huerter walking by with his hood over his face, or Trey Lyles sitting on the bench.
Trey Lyles sitting on the bench was hilarious, though.
That's funny.
Absolutely hilarious.
I got to be honest. Like I think Trey, like you talked to Trey, we talked to Trey the day after. He's just frustrated that it took that's how they had to win the game. He's frustrated. Like he's searching for that accountability and like, how are we holding each other accountable? And I think that wasn't like, hey, I'm pouting because I'm not in the game. It was how do we escape with this win that we probably didn't deserve? And that's what that look is more. Now I don't know that that's the same with every single player, but yeah, like it's difficult. Like I know earlier in the day, Kyle and I were discussing sort of the Keegan Murray situation, right? And to me, I'm not concerned with Keegan Murray's development. I think Keegan Murray's been really good most of the season. He's been great defensively on a night in and night out basis. Every once in a while, he gets in foul trouble, and that takes away from it. But it's hard for a second-year player to grow into be the defensive player and the offensive player at the same time. And so I expect him to come back next season and be better prepared to play defense for 48 minutes and play offense for 48 minutes. Because right now he keeps getting worn out. That's what it feels like. And the Kings have like one of the top things that they have to do this offseason. They have to find someone else who can play defense like Keegan Murray. So he's not the guy who has to defend the toughest player on the other team every single night and get worn out, so he can't also be an offensive player. And that's something that they have to find. And so I see the path forward for some of these guys, and a lot of it makes sense, but it's just kind of tough to watch them go through the growing pains because it's not like this team wants to be this way. They walk out of a game like last night and they don't get it either. They don't feel like they're a bad team. They don't feel like they didn't try hard. They're as confused as we are in a lot of ways, at least from what I can tell.
Yeah, and a guy like Keegan, they need him right now. Whether that's asking him to do too much too soon or whatever, but they need him to be more consistent on both sides of the ball. Like you said, I think he does a good job on the defensive end, but that can't take away from your production on the offensive end with this particular team. Like they need that from this particular team, and it's just a little too up and down right now from the Keegans, the Harrisons, the Huerters, and guys like that. They've got to find some consistency. Well, the Kings,
yeah. Well, and I mean to that point, like, look, what I'm not advocating for complete wholesale changes. Everyone's got to go, and like this Keegan Murray is a bust and all that. That's not what I'm saying. No. What
Kings
I'm saying,
insider James Ham, Keegan Murray is a bust. ...
No,
Says 95-7 the game.
What I'm saying is very clearly is like players have strengths and weaknesses, right? We all know that, and some of the players that you have aren't complementing the weaknesses of the stars that you have at this point. And by having Keegan Murray defend the toughest guy on the opposition every single night, that's not the best way. It's fine for him to do that half the time or to do that for 20 minutes a game. But if you're going to ask him to do that as a second-year player, then he can't be a guy averaging 18 to 20 points a game. Those two things can't coexist. And so either he has to take a major step back as a scorer and just be that defensive guy the whole game, and someone like Harrison or someone like Kevin Huerter has to step back up and be the offensive player, or you need to find the 3-and-D guy that complements Keegan. And that's something that like I'll just keep saying is like, it doesn't matter what you do. You can't make Domantas Sabonis's arms longer, and you can't make him a premier shot blocker. That's just not who he is. You have to embrace all of the things that are good that he does, And then you need to find players to put alongside him that give you the other thing that he lacks. And that's what I'm waiting for, because it's the same thing with him. It's the same thing with De'Aaron, like each other. And I think for year one of this thing, it did work. They found a way to build this thing out really quickly. But as you morph and you become, year two and year three of a team, there's always going to be change. And now I think you have a better idea what you need for this team. And that's length, it's athleticism, it's 3-point shooting, but it's also guys that can take the pressure off of some of your star level players and even complement them more. It's one thing to have guys who just shoot the three and space the floor for Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox. The next iteration of this team needs to be guys that can do that, but also are elite defensive players or really good defensive players that complement them on both ends of the court, not just one end of the court.
We'll come back. We'll talk more with our Kings insider of the insiders, our man James Ham here, is dealing with KC. Roll along on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Just real quick, it's two quick things, and I'm not sure. Like sometimes I catch things late. Like I'm not sure if I am not Ham. I saw something you messaged earlier. I'm not sure if you. Michigan loves his boxing, but he calls Manny Canelo. Like the serial connection in the chat, like he calls him Canelo. So I'm not sure if you picked up on that, but I just thought I'd throw that out there. Also, for those who haven't been keeping track, Dr. Flo is number 2 in a razor thin race for the mayoral spot. No one's going to get the 50%, but if they get these damn votes counted, Dr. Flo right now is in the 2 spot, but only by a shade under 200 votes. So every vote counts, man. Yeah, man. And hopefully Dr. Flo will be leading the way come November. That's all.
Yeah,
nah, Ramsey, she's second, buddy. She's second.
There's a lot of craziness in the chat. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm trying to be realistic. I hope people get that.
Yeah, Mama Fox just said she had to be talked off the ledge. Like we all feel the same way. Like,
yeah,
is,
like
man.
I'm not like, this isn't the end of the world. This is just a really, really hard growing pain. You know what I'm saying? It's like you just get to a point and you have to be honest about yourself, and you got to be honest about other people. Like that's why I try to approach this thing.
About to KSFM the show and stand up from way back here.
Sometimes you got to do it.
Well, if James would do this, maybe he wouldn't make those noises when he stands up. That's what I just felt like. I stood up. I was like, oh, that's not good.
Oh.
I'll move around.
You know what I blame?
I start feeling like Ham.
I blame you. You don't have arms on your chair over there.
Only the guys on the other side of the room get the arms.
Did you break into the fortress of
big boy seat?
Hey, I'm like Draymond. I just got this by my teammate. That's it.
This is a big.
I didn't do anything to get this. It was my teammate.
Okay, that wasn't a necessary shot at Draymond. Draymond ain't bothering nobody.
What?
Don't do that. You just took it. Don't do that.
Did you break into the fortress of Snackitude?
I didn't. I brought my lunch today, so far I'm good. That's only break glass in case of emergency.
No, you're always welcome.
Yeah, I'm gonna go take a peek. I ain't gonna lie. I don't bring as much food as Kenny does. So
okay, and you know where it's at? Where the code is?
I'm just gonna put the code into all of them.
I got you, dude. I'll show you. They got it organized and everything. It's crazy.
Oh man,
I'm gonna have to go see this thing then.
Oh, wait a minute.
It's assorted and everything.
Oh,
I thought James threw like a bag of chips in there or whatever. No, it's just legit.
It's legit. We got peanut butter and Ritz hiding in there, but like a real jar of peanut butter and real sleeves of Ritz.
Got any tuna and crackers?
No, we didn't do tuna and crackers, but I do have like a cup of soup. I do have like the the Costco version of like the kind bars. We've got what's the Skinny Pop, and we've
What
got
James hasn't told us is we have to leave $10 behind every time.
No.
It's like those hotels where if you move something, it charges your card $10.
I'm gonna mini bar your guys' asses.
You move a bag of popcorn, and all of a sudden your alert pops up. $5.
Hawaiian chips. Got Hawaiian chips in there. Fig bars. Oh yeah.
Vending machine guy's gonna be pissed because James is moving on his turf.
Yeah,
I am moving in on his territory.
Yeah, there's gonna be mad beef in here, boss.
Whoa. Whoa.
Here we go, James. All right. Quick alert for everybody. We're big Cavs fans today.
Yeah.
Beginning at 4:30.
The land.
Hashtag the land. Manny, we're big fans of the Chicago Bulls. Coach Molly, big fans of the Chicago Bulls tonight.
They're back home, I think, after this.
In Chicago, yes, indeed. Mavericks are in Chicago tonight. Cleveland host Phoenix. And
damn, what is it?
Go Vic.
What we got to get these right. Is it the land? Is it what?
Why are we pretending like it matters? You had set the pace as the tweet last year.
Right. Yeah, and the Mavericks could not keep up with the Pacers' pace.
Damn.
Works.
Oh, yeah, wow, you're really hanging your hat on that one, huh?
It works.
Okay.
I got
so
your
let's
back.
see. We'll go the land, hashtag the land.
Yeah.
Hashtag Shot-Town.
Okay.
Hashtag Go Spurs Go. I do know that.
Go Spurs Go. Yeah, it's the Warriors at Spurs. No word. I just closed the injury report. Do we have a word on Victor Wembanyama yet?
I haven't seen anything.
Yeah. So is James frozen?
I thought he was just waiting for us to finish talking.
No, James froze. I was like, James has got nothing on these games. No, he's just straight up frozen.
Let me put these in here while we get James back here.
No, James will thaw out here in a minute, and we'll talk more Kings basketball. But Coach Molly chimes in and says, "Go Bulls!" Yes, indeed. Bulls host the Mavericks tonight. Suns are in Cleveland, and the Warriors are in San Antonio.
Victor Wembanyama is playing.
He is playing.
Vic.
No
back
minutes
tonight.
limit.
No minutes restriction.
Let's go, Vic. Is
Let's
Devin
go.
Vassell playing?
Let me check
He didn't
that.
play on Saturday. Warriors lost without Devin Vassell there.
Your Spurs insider right
Oh,
here.
you made a you can't do that.
What?
You made it like kind of a face and a like an implication.
No, I was surprised.
Okay.
I thought they were going to win on
You
Saturday.
just need to know it came across a certain way. And
Devin Vassell game time decision.
Well, I may or may not have been there like Ma.
well, you I thought that was Octavia Spencer, and you can't
The
tweet
movie
like
was called
that.
Ma.
Yeah, you can't tweet like that.
I just
Some of you need to get
I
your
was
Twitter
looking around
behavior
there, I
under
saw-
control.
Look, I was looking around the corner. I saw that.
And then what happened? Then what happened?
Nothing happened. It was Saturday. The Kings went to 6. That's what happened.
Well, they did. They did. And the second they played a game, they went back to 7. So the good news is they don't play tonight and could very well wind up back in 6.
True that.
He's back.
Hey, I need the Kings to be in 6 for Wednesday. So when they put the graphic up during their ESPN game, it has.
Well, that's almost impossible because they play Tuesday.
Oh, they could. So they're just not going to win, huh? Is that what you're telling me?
You got to win both.
Well, at the rate it goes, no. No, it's better to not play.
At the rate it goes, they'll probably win. I keep telling you guys, if you're going to say this, you've got to be consistent with it.
No, because they won 2 in a row.
No,
they won
Bucks
2
are
in a
good
row.
Team. That means they'll win.
Hmm.
That's the story of this season. It's not inconsistent. They're consistent. They play well against the good teams. They don't show up against the bad teams. They'll probably win on Tuesday.
Yeah, but when they have 2 wins in a row, they usually lose the next 2. Let's see. Here's a win streak of 4. lose to the Heat. Well, no, that one they didn't. They won 6 of 7. So maybe it's possible. That was only almost 2 months ago, but maybe it's, that's okay. That's okay. James's team is maddening, dude. His team is absolutely maddening.
I mean, they're driving us to drink at this point. I mean,
And you know what the amazing thing is? Yeah, some of us don't need a ride there. The amazing thing is, like, all of this heartache. What do they want to play in and then want a playoff series?
Hey, it could happen. We just saw it a year ago.
Like, we're putting ourselves through all of this, like, begging, because we believe that there's this road they're supposed to take. Whereas, when do what the Lakers did last year, right? Lakers want to play in. Well, they went all the way to the finals.
Well, I'm just saying, just win one series. I ain't saying go to the finals.
Yeah, just do
I ain't
that.
saying that. I mean,
they can if they want to.
I've been accused of being overly optimistic. I ain't gonna be that optimistic here to say they get into the finals. I did say last week, and I still believe they do have a second round ceiling. I think a lot of people think if they get in, what does it matter? They're a first round and out team.
Oh, it matters a lot. Get to the first round.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. I do think they can win a series, though.
Cool. Yeah. Let's find out. How about that?
Why not?
Yeah.
I also think it's possible they don't make the playoffs.
That's very possible.
That would suck.
Very, very possible.
And someone asked earlier, like, is there a way to work things out with Atlanta? Not really. Atlanta's not going to take your 2024 first round pick if they don't have to. They're not going to. Like, before this season, sure, you might have been able to work out some sort of deal, but no. At this point, nobody is enamored with the 2024 NBA draft, and they're going to turn down the opportunity to take your pick if they have that choice. So,
by the way, did you see, like, the whole Celtics team is on the injury report for their game against Portland tonight? Like, the whole starting 5 is on the injury report.
Are they out, or are they?
No, I don't think they're out. Or at least they haven't been ruled out yet. No, they're just all listed with something. I think
Porzingis and Holiday are out. The rest are playing.
Okay, there you go. Porzingis and Holiday are out. I think they were just cracking a window. Just looking to see what Adam would let him get away with.
Better not see that on Thursday. I know that.
Thursday's Phoenix. Yeah.
I'm also, like, today is the day. So Donovan Mitchell won't play tonight against the Cavs. I mean, against the Suns. That makes him ineligible for postseason awards.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, it opens. I guess it opens the door for De'Aaron and Domas. I don't know. I have no idea. Like, I feel like Anthony Davis already has his spot set in stone.
After not seeing him for a week, he plays a game like that on Sunday. Yeah, clearly he's an NBA.
Yeah, Domas has had like
NBA
4
guy.
of those, and it's never made a aggregated.
This guy's been
account.
non-existent for a week, and he plays a really good game last night. Not taken away from the game, but all of a sudden, that's Anthony Davis. All right.
Hey, I also think, thanks to Bleacher Report, everyone believes he's 9-0 against Anthony Davis is 9-0 against Sabonis all time. Just saying. You're going to build a graphic and put the guy. Yeah, they said, again, Sabonis is 9-0 against Anthony Davis. It has a big 9, a dash, and an O. By the 9 is a picture of Anthony Davis. By the 0 is a picture of Domantas Sabonis. Like, hey, you might have. Well, their faces were screaming that way, so it made more sense. It's like, no, you needed to find a different picture or just invert the picture. How about that? Just flip it.
I do feel the need to stall Anthony Davis out. He did have 40 like a couple days ago, a week ago.
A week ago?
20 and 25 yesterday.
It was a little over a weekish.
Yeah, didn't I say? That's what I said. We hadn't seen him for a week.
Well, he had 22 and 13 the game before.
D'Lo had 42 that day. He had a Batman.
He did.
He had a Batman. So he could, do his little thing.
Who had a Batman?
AD. He didn't have to be Batman. He had a Batman.
He had a Batman.
Yeah.
Got you. Because that was a game LeBron didn't play, yeah?
Mm-hmm. LeBron was on the sidelines.
Okay. All right. We don't need to revisit that again. Though it was fun. It was fun.
And to be fair, we crack our jokes, but we both agree. Anthony Davis is having an all NBA caliber season.
Yeah.
Should he make it over Domantas Sabonis? I don't think so, but that doesn't mean
think he should.
He isn't having that type of season statistically.
I think it's just frustrating that he has it's like so much noise for him to make it win by the slimmest of margins. His team isn't better and his numbers aren't eye-popping. Like, he's on the Lakers, and that's all we're talking about is LeBron James and the Los Angeles Lakers. Like, that's what we're talking about, and not Domas's teammate De'Aaron Fox and the Sacramento Kings. It's like they don't have that cachet, and it sucks because Domas's season is phenomenal, and there's a very real chance he walks into the offseason with like nothing to show for it. After having an all-star bid and an all-NBA bid last year, James, there's a very real possibility that Domas walks into this offseason with neither one of those.
Oh, no, I think that's very possible. And then add in the fact that he has a $1.3 million bonus for making the All-Star team that he already lost, and $1.3 million bonus for making All-NBA, which he may or may not get. I think he could be aided by the fact that this year, number one, there's a bunch of players who are not going to be eligible because of games played. But also, I think the second piece is that that they're just drafting on the top 15 players. They're not drafting position-wise, if I'm not mistaken. So even at this point, like Embiid can't make the All-NBA team. Jokic is number one. You would assume that AD and Domantas would be number two and number three in some order. But then there's always Bam Adebayo who could sneak in and somehow steal one of those spots. I don't know what's going to happen. I just know that winning cures all. And that's something that, except for teams like, again, like the Lakers, which it doesn't matter whether they win or not, they're going to get representation. And I'd say the same thing, like the inconsistency of Anthony Davis this year is one thing. And he is he's not a 1A, he's a 1B for sure. But then like Paul George's season to me is really baffling that he's considered just like a lock for an all-star because they already had a representation in Kawhi. And then Paul George really hasn't, to me, every time I see him play, he's not excellent. He's a guy who's admitted the fact that he can't go out there and put up 50 anymore. He's not that guy anymore. But he still gets recognized as that. And he's still a really good player, but a player who averages 23, 5, and 5 doesn't compare to someone averaging 20, 13 and a half and 9. That it's just, you don't. And so I'm confused. There are multiple guys that you can kind of look at their all-star, but also what they're going to finish the season as and make a case for Sabonis to be much higher on everyone's board than he should be and than he is right now.
Man, I sure hope he gets there.
I wonder how many people vote on Old Habit, like not selecting like Jokic, Domas, AD, but like get to guy number 10 or whatever, and think, oh, you know what? We need one more center. Mm-hmm. Like not because they have to, just out of habit and trying to balance it out so there's not 15 guards and forwards or 14 in Jokic or whatever. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I wonder.
I'm surprised too. I keep running into people who say, if I had a vote, but I don't have a vote anymore. And I just think that that's an interesting, like, it seems like a lot of all the local guys don't have a vote anymore, or most of the local guys. I believe Jonathan Fagan from the Houston Chronicle told me that last night that he doesn't have a vote. But which, at some point I believe he did have a vote. So it's just kind of an interesting wrinkle that I think different. I think most of it is national. And
Jason Jones of The Athletic would tell us all the time he doesn't want that. Like he doesn't want to influence whether a guy loses $70 million or not. Like he does not want that responsibility.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I don't blame guys for going, I'm good. Like, nah, I'm cool.
Yeah.
It's something that Scott Howard Cooper talked about all the time. He hated it. Like he thought it should not be a function of their job. Because you're voting on whether a person that you have to go stand in a locker room and talk to, and if your vote ever got out, how do you think someone like, Sabonis isn't going to say anything, but you don't think he would be pissed if he knew that you didn't vote for him and it cost him $1.3 million?
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, even for a multimillionaire. It's a lot of money. But yeah, it's weird how it's attached to somebody's salary, and whether somebody is up for a super max or not.
Yeah, that's the killer. It's the
That's because
super
that
max.
is a gang of
That
money.
is
We're not
a
talking
lot of money.
$1 or
life-changing
$2
money.
million.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
talking
Yeah.
40 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder. I guess maybe they had the chance recently and they kept it the same way. I wonder if they'll get rid of this type of system because
They thought this system, the NBA thought this system would help them.
yeah, in theory,
And it hasn't.
makes sense, but
Yeah.
it's just because once again, you probably think, how can we trust the people that would probably look to pay you the absolute least they can? How can we trust them to do what's right and pay you maybe what you're worth? So we'll put it in the hands of these guys. But in theory, it's a good idea. In actuality, it's not. Maybe just do away with the whole system of incentivizing all NBA or something like that. That probably is the best answer. And if you want to be able to offer somebody more, it just be because you had them in your city for 2 years already or something like that.
There's just so much football news going on right now. It's crazy. So
Yeah, well, Juwan Jennings re-signed with the 49ers on a tender deal. So basically it allows them to keep negotiating. I think it's about $4.3 million second round tender. So
surprised?
A little bit. I thought he was going to be gone for sure, but it looks like they're still trying to work some things out. I hope they can. I love Juwan Jennings. I think he's a perfect number 3 receiver for what they try to do. Third and Juwan was not just something that was said loosely. Like, he was money on third down. So I hope they can. I hope he's back next year for sure, but I hope they can work out something a little more long term.
what are your thoughts on the Niners landing Leonard Floyd?
Oh, he made a slight error on his tweet today.
What? I didn't see.
He was excited.
Uh-huh.
He said San Fran.
Oh, they got him.
No.
Yeah. That's like tweeting Sacktown, here I come. Like, oh, buddy, that's not real. That's not real. As soon as I saw it, I was like, oh no. Damn. I haven't even checked the comments and mentions. I'm sure it's, hey, buddy, welcome, but don't do that.
That's not what we do.
That's
not what we do. I like Leonard Floyd. I think he's not the same guy he was, in their Super Bowl years, the Rams. But, let's see what he can do. I think they're really going to be trying to revamp that defensive line.
Yeah.
And they'll try and do that in free agency and in the draft. I think this draft is really they're really looking for that next wave, of top tier players, top tier playmakers, another receiver, another tight end, offensive lineman, defensive lineman. I think this is a big draft to really try and get that next wave.
Good news is this is the year they'll hit in the second or third round, and we know they're going to hit in the 5th and 6th. So.
Oh man, that's money.
It's great spot for
these guys. I was talking about talking to one of the homies about it, man. Look, man, Kyle and John, they got a track record at this point. They know what they're doing. They find talent. They find good ball players. So I don't feel like that's going to stop.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Any thoughts on Gardner Minshew, Hammer, and the Las Vegas Raiders?
I like him. I mean, to be honest,
James.
I like him. I like him more than I like Jimmy Garoppolo. I do. He's proven to be a really good backup quarterback, but also a dude who just comes in and, he can definitely lose a game that that he shouldn't, but he's also a fiery guy who I think people get behind. And you need to go out and draft a really good quarterback and have him develop behind him, or draft a really good quarterback and give him a start. And if it doesn't work out, you need to back off from that, then throw Gardner Minshew out there. So I don't think it's bad. I would have enjoyed him as a San Francisco 49ers backup quarterback. If they're not going to bring Darnold back, I don't know what's going to happen there, but he's a solid, above average backup quarterback. That's what it looks like to me.
The 49ers should draft a quarterback. That would be my thought.
You brought him up. You think even with Brandon Allen?
Yeah, I'm not crazy about Brandon Allen.
Well, I just meant like another young guy. Like you want another young guy in the locker room or in the quarterback room, I guess.
Yeah, that's fine. I think Purdy is ready to,
be the leader.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I think you have Brian Greasy there, right? As their quarterbacks coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
I
good
was about to
quarterback.
say, oh my God, really? That's crazy.
That's
oh,
a
it's a
player.
quarterback coach. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Makes
He's
way
their
more
quarterbacks
sense.
coach. Yeah.
That's good stuff. I don't remember what football related thing I was going to ask you, so I guess we'll just close out with the Sacramento Kings. Huge week ahead, James. Milwaukee and Los Angeles the next 2 nights. And then they hit the weekend with a really tough game against the New York Knicks. And, James, I'm sure you saw this. Looks like OG Anunoby will be back by then. It appears he's going to return to the New York Knicks tomorrow, according to Shams Charania. Even if the Knicks get a little cautious and decide not to bring him back tomorrow, it seems pretty clear he's going to be back by the time the Knicks take the Golden One Center on Saturday.
Yeah, that's big for them.
It's a brutal week.
Yeah, but you know what? That's why you have to take care of the games against teams that you should beat. So when you have weeks like this, especially playing the Lakers again on a back-to-back, you've got to go out there and find a way. And I think the one weird thing about this Kings team is we can talk all we want about the blown losses, but also the big wins. Who knows? I mean, they had this Bucks team beat and they missed free throws. They're 3-0 against the Lakers. I think this is the first time they played the Knicks, right? Am I wrong?
Second time. No, they lost in. Oh no, this is the first time because they play in New York in about a couple weeks.
Yeah. And then the Kings have that weird road trip into what is it? Toronto? Is it Toronto, New York, and Orlando? Something like that.
They got a Toronto, Washington, Orlando,
Washington,
and then a Boston, New York, Brooklyn, somebody else.
Goodness gracious.
That's their 2 separate road trips.
Yeah.
I think that other one, is it Philly? Do they have Philly in that road trip?
Philly comes here. They played in Philly already, so Philly comes here.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of there's plenty of ways to make up and to sort of get back on the right track here, but the strength of schedule is tough. And if you somehow beat the Lakers on Wednesday, I mean, you put the nail in their coffin as far as like what they can do against you specifically, just because you would be, you already have won the season series, but that would push them even further down past you. But I would like to tell you that I know who's going to show up and who's not, and that's just not the case. So it's definitely a weird team.
We do not know. What we do know is we're going to head over to 102.5. James is going to come with us. It's going to be an epic show over there on KSFM. If you want to join us, if you want more Kings coverage or whatever Jesse clipped from this show, it was a fun one. We'll run it back next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Cavs, Bulls, and Spurs.
All righty. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for hanging out today. As always, shout out Twitter.
Got 3 million people in here because Twitter.
Wherever y'all came from, man. Salute, follow,
we gotta
heart.
figure that out.
Yeah,
we got to figure that out.
Money in the bank, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Hit the thumbs up before you go if you could. Subscribe. Do all that. Well, most of you've subscribed already because you're chatting. But if you haven't subscribed yet, go on and do that. And appreciate you guys. Thanks for the conversation, man. It's always fun. We will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. James and Kyle.
Holla.